If you never take the time, you never know what you will find. I'm a crow, I'm the most with the least to gain. Baby Mona Lisa in a power frame. You don't know me. I'm a ring on a tree in a life that fell. What I did, I done good, and what I done, I did well.
What is going to happen here tonight.
This is Georgia football.
Now he'll throw it into the far corner. Some pushing and shoving. Yeah!
Oh my God! A touchdown in the corner.
That guy's incredible.
Oh my, it couldn't have happened.
Runs by him in. See him.
25, 50,
5. Race to the corner. Give him 6. Let's go! Second straight season back in Auburn, Alabama for the Georgia Bulldogs. Quite a season ticket package for the Auburn faithful with Georgia and Alabama here this year. Tigers are rolling offensively. They've scored 30 or more points in 6 straight games for the first time since 2008. Georgia continues to get a little healthier each week and has moved back into the top 25. Dogs will try to pull off a rare feat here at Jordan-Hare Stadium today. A win by the Dogs will give Georgia its 3rd victory this year over a top 10 opponent. That hasn't happened since the SEC title team of 1966. It's Georgia and Auburn for the 117th time as the rivalry continues. And we count you down to kickoff right here on the Bulldogs Sports Network from IMG.
Welcome to BB&T Countdown to Kickoff on the Bulldogs Sports Network from IMG. BB&T, sharing knowledge for a brighter direction. Today's show is also brought to you by your local Ford dealer, by Georgia Farm Bureau Insurance, Texaco with Techron, helps keep vital engine parts clean. Keep humming along. Kickoff is less than 30 minutes away. We'll rejoin Scott Howard and Eric Zier after this timeout.
About the internet like there's only one internet that's exactly the same for everybody. But it's not. Because depending on your internet service, your online experience can be very different. Charter internet is fast. In tech terms, you get speeds of 30 megabits per second. Then there's that phone company DSL internet experience. It's slow, 10 times slower, starting at only 3 megabits per second. In tech talk, I believe the term is lame. But wait, I'm not quite done with my comparison here. With Charter Internet, you get a free internet modem, speeds up to 30 megabits, a price at just $29.99 a month for a year when bundled, and satisfaction guaranteed or your money back. Phone company internet? Well, can I just say that personally, I'm glad that I don't have to do the ads for phone company internet, and let's just leave it at that. Call Charter at 855-342-4278 today and get the good internet.
Some restrictions apply. Call for details.
Don't go anywhere. The Dogs are coming right back. You're listening to the Bulldogs Sports Network from IMG.
Spend less time depositing checks. Have more time to balance your life. With mobile check deposit from BB&T, just download the app on your smartphone, snap a picture of your check, and hit deposit. It's safe, it's secure, and it's easy to deposit checks anytime you'd like. Quick as a flash, your to-do list just got shorter. Discover the ease of mobile check deposit at bbt.com/mobile. Member FDIC. Fees from your mobile or data carrier may apply.
Let's kick it for charity. For every Bulldog field goal, Walton EMC Natural Gas will donate $500 toward one of 3 local charities. Go to 770gasheat.com/Bulldogs and vote for your charity. Then make the switch to the natural gas provider that's dedicated to serving the Atlanta area, Walton Gas. You and Walton EMC Natural Gas kicking it for charity. Get started right now at 770gasheat.com/Bulldogs.
Welcome back to the BB&T Countdown to Kickoff. Let's unlock the keys to the game. Brought to you by your local Ford dealer, proud sponsors of Georgia football. Back to the stadium once again. Here's the voice of the Bulldogs, Scott Howard.
Welcome back to the BB&T Countdown to Kickoff. We are about 35 and a half minutes away from Georgia and Auburn, 117th go-round. And for the second straight year back here in Auburn, Alabama. It's time right now for the Ford Keys to the Game, brought to you by your local Ford dealer. And as the sun breaks out from behind the clouds and the lights are on, it's a bit of an odd mix, Eric Zier, as we check in with you for the Keys to the Game.
That it is, Scott. And what seems like a weekly occurrence now, again, we face a spread option attack from an opposing offense with a quarterback that can hurt you both through the air and on the ground. And I think all of the Dog Nation would agree one of the keys today is to limit what Nick Marshall does on the ground and make him hurt us and beat us through the air. To do that, we have to win first downs. Critical today that we put this Auburn offensive attack in situations where they have to throw the football, and we try to make them as one-dimensional as possible. Second key to the game, score touchdowns when we get into the red zone. All of the improvement on this Auburn team, not just on the offensive side of the ball, also on the defensive side of the ball. The Tigers are number 2 in the SEC right now in red zone defense, only allowing opponents to score 72% of the time when they approach the Tiger red zone. 14 of the 32 times have the Tiger defense have yielded touchdowns. That simply won't be good enough for this Georgia football team today. When we get opportunities to put points on the board, we've got to put 7 points on the board. Next, we've got to protect the football. The other area where this defense has really stepped up is in their pass defense efficiency. They've got 11 interceptions on the year. They are taking the football away. We've got to protect it, not give this Auburn offense more opportunities than what they're already going to have. And then finally, be special in the special teams today. Auburn, once again, very dynamic. They can put points on the board. Go back to the Tennessee game. They had a kickoff return for a touchdown, a punt return for a touchdown, one of only 4 teams in the country to be able to do that in one game. They are dynamic, and if we give up points that are non-offensive points, it's going to be a long afternoon for us. We've got to be sound.
All right, Eric Zier with the keys to the game. Stick around for just a second. We're going to pause for station identification on the Bulldogs Sports Network from IMG. As you mentioned in the keys there to make Auburn one-dimensional. They kind of make themselves one-dimensional as much as they run the football. They've run the ball 493 times compared to 204 passes this year. So can that be effective? I mean, they like I said, they're kind of one-dimensional on their own.
Well, they are. Probably a better way to phrase that is make them two-dimensional then, where they
have to pass it.
Where they have to throw the football because if they get that ground game churning, they are just awfully difficult to stop, and they can become one-dimensional because of the big chunks of yardage they've been able to pick up on first and second down throughout this football season. They've been in a lot of third and shorts, and it allows them to continue moving the chains. They've got well over 200 first downs on the year, so they're moving the football up and down the field very methodically. If we can win on first down and push them into situations where they've got second and long, third and long situations where they really have to throw the football, that's where we'll find success.
What's your view on the offense that they run? It's a lot of hurry up. It's fast. It's try to beat the other guy to the line. It's a lot of hide and seek with the football. It's a lot of a guessing game. It's not traditional football, but it's like trendy football now.
It really is. You look across the country, teams are going to that almost everywhere you look. Again, you just look back at the teams that we've played this year. How many offenses have we faced that are hurry-up style offenses, running some type of a spread option attack? Obviously, some doing it better than others, but it really is the trend in which offenses are moving today, and they're having an awful lot of success with it. The football is cyclical, and offenses, when they find something that really works, everybody gravitates to that. Offenses tend to have some success, and then defenses will as well. If you go back 10 years ago, it was the whole zone blitz and the implementation of that into college football, where defenses had the advantage. We're seeing the reverse of that right now. It's effective. That's why teams are going to it. Very difficult to stop. You've got to really be good on the corners on the outside where you go man-to-man, and you've got to be able to have lockdown corners because you've got to get the additional guy in the box to handle and account for the quarterback.
Auburn has had tremendous success this year. They lead the Southeastern Conference in rushing and third in the NCAA. They're averaging 320 yards a game on the ground. So buckle your seatbelts because it's coming at Georgia today as we count you down to kickoff. See, thanks very much. We'll check in with Chuck Dowdle momentarily, the other member of our broadcast team here on game day, as he'll be manning the sidelines today, and we'll check in with Chuck right after this timeout. It's the BB&T Countdown to Kickoff right here on the Bulldogs Sports Network from IMG.
What's on my Bulldog bucket list? Okay, get the 1980 championship team to autograph my F-150. Yeah, and lead the dog walk at homecoming. I know, have lunch and talk football with the big dog himself, Coach Mark Richt.
You know, we can make that last one happen. This is Mark Richt. Enter the We Own Saturdays Dream Tailgate for a chance for you and a friend to have lunch with me. Hey, I might even throw you a spiral or two. Go Dogs!
Must be 18 years or older with a valid Georgia driver's license to enter. For details and complete rules, visit weownsaturdays.com.
Between the kid kicking the back of your seat and the kid who didn't mow your lawn, between running to gate Z247 and running errands, between the guy hogging the armrest and a pet that shreds them, there is a loyalty program that still treats you like a big shot. Because you, friend, are in exactly the right spot, the parking spot. The airport service where you get a free day for every 7 paid. Learn more at theparkingspot.com. We have airport parking covered.
This is the Bulldogs Sports Network from IMG.
Dog fans, it's time to break out the red and black because the new football season is underway. And Allstate, proud sponsor of the Bulldogs, has some new news to share with Georgia fans. Allstate now has new auto rates just for Georgia. So if you've never quoted Allstate or it's been a while since you have, now's the perfect time to give a local Allstate agent a call. You might be surprised how much you can save. So talk to a Georgia Allstate agent today. And go Dogs. Subject to terms, conditions, and availability. Savings vary.
I'd like a Coke Zero, please.
Coke Zero, huh?
Real Coke taste and 0 calories. 2 amazing things combining to make one super amazing thing. If they can do that, then anything is possible. Let's have a waiter who tells us the specials and gives us game updates.
Tonight, gentlemen, we have the New York Strip, and
the point guard hits a deep last-second 3 to win the game.
How about a hostess who takes you to your seat and drives you home?
Hi, ready to go?
Anywhere.
Coke Zero. Enjoy everything.
This is the BB&T Countdown to Kickoff, sharing knowledge for a brighter direction. Let's now send it back to the stadium and the voice of the Bulldogs, Scott Howard.
Both teams on the field finishing up pregame warm-ups, or continuing actually. Still a few minutes away from exiting the field, and the Auburn marching band will take center stage here in the pregame as Auburn plays the Bulldogs today and then off next week, and then they finish up with Alabama at home. So a lot on the table for them. And, of course, Georgia's still playing to stay alive in the SEC East race. They need some help from Missouri, as Missouri still has Ole Miss and Texas A&M on their schedule as far as conference games are concerned. The Dogs will be back at home for the final time this season next week when they play Kentucky in a night game. That'll be 7 o'clock next Saturday night at Sanford Stadium. But taking care of business here as Auburn has headed to the end zone, still running some drills, and Georgia huddling up near midfield, and that'll give us an opportunity to head down to the field where our Chuck Dowdle is standing by. And Chuck, tell me a little bit about the pregame down there. What's the atmosphere like?
Oh, the atmosphere is terrific, Scott. You got to love it here. One of the things that's really wonderful, about this rivalry is we show up here at the stadium this morning. You walk inside. I have a couple of people who are working for Auburn working for Auburn who underneath their breath go dogs. And there's such a relationship between the two universities, and it makes the rivalry so great. Coach Rick came off the field very early. He went on into the locker room, so we won't get a chance to chat with him. I will tell you, I've had an opportunity to watch Chris Conley warming up down here. He is moving very freely and running well. I'm a little surprised because, early in the week, you thought maybe he'd be a game-time decision if he could play at all. Now I'd say he's a go for today and looks like he may be an impact player. Let's certainly hope that that's the case. And then one final thing, getting back to what you and Eric were talking about earlier with the making them one-dimensional or two-dimensional or however we want to put it. Hey, I'm all for making them one-dimensional. Let's make them throw it. That's not their comfort zone.
No, and they haven't done that much at all. They only threw 7 passes last week in their rout of Tennessee, and they still scored 55 points, albeit their special teams came through in a big way last week. And Chuck, certainly that's going to be a factor today, or one would think it would be anyway.
Yeah, I don't think there's any question about that. And, I do think that if they do throw the football, it'll probably be, and I was talking with Eric earlier, and the old quarterback agrees, it's probably going to be a lot of play action because they use that run predominantly. They are probably doing that read option offense as well as anybody in the country. And they have, what a turnaround for this Auburn football team. But you got to remember, these Georgia Bulldogs come out here on this field knowing that they whipped this team soundly just a year ago.
Well, better than 87,000 expected today. And Chuck, here we are around 25 minutes before we kick off. And the stadium is probably about 90% full at capacity already. So the folks get here early, and they're loud, and they are ready to go. And I'm sure it'll be tough to hear down there on the sideline today. But we'll be working with Chuck Dowdle all throughout this ball game. He'll be manning the sidelines, bringing us the stories from the Georgia bench as we take you up to kickoff here. It's the BB&T Countdown to Kickoff show, sharing knowledge for a brighter direction. BB&T, member FDIC. We'll continue from Auburn, Alabama. Georgia and Auburn coming up in less than 24 minutes here on the Bulldogs Sports Network from IMG.
Okay, so let's say you need a good Plumelac treats a Doc Toy Organic, or the nearest Hodelica Theateranarian, or you need to fix your refrigerator, or you're simply in the mood for some Chinex Italianese takeout. With YP, it's all in one place. YP is 18 million businesses on one app. It connects you to plumbers, restaurants, dog groomers, and more. From San Diego to Kansas City to New Orlando. It's simple easy. Download the app and visit YP.com today. YP, the new way to do.
The 57 Chevy, the 64 Mustang, the 69 Charger, classic American cars. But what about the classic American card? The Marathon Visa Credit Card. For a limited time, new card holders can earn double discounts and save up to 50 cents per gallon. Apply and put your card and drive today. Marathon, fueling the American spirit.
Subject to credit approval, the Marathon Visa Credit Card Rebate Program is provided by Marathon Petroleum Company LP, which is solely responsible for the program's operation. Marathon may change the terms of the program at any time.
This is your home of the Dogs. You're listening to the Bulldogs Sports Network from IMG.
Hey everyone, Coach Mark Richt here. It's great to know that the Bulldogs have fans from all around our state. Well, there's another local team that has a big statewide following. Children's Healthcare of Atlanta provides care to children and teens from every county in Georgia. And as a not-for-profit organization, Children's relies on your donations to bring world-class treatment to sick and injured kids. Please support Children's. Visit choa.org/give.
The SEC and ESPN have announced the creation of a new multi-platform network launching in August of 2014. The SEC network will air SEC content 24/7, including live games and studio shows, airing more than 1,000 events in its first year alone. To learn more about how to get the SEC network, visit GetSECNetwork.com. Again, don't miss any of the action by visiting GetSECNetwork.com.
This is the BB&T Countdown to Kickoff. BB&T is proud to support the Georgia Bulldogs, sharing knowledge for a brighter direction. Member FDIC. Let's take a look at that Auburn lineup today, as we'll be calling these guys names a lot on the offensive side that run that football. And the two primary guys are Trey Mason and Nick Marshall. Now, Mason is over 1,000 yards for the second straight season. Only 2,000-yard rushers thus far in the Southeastern Conference. Mike Davis at South Carolina is the other. But Mason, a 5'10", 205-pound junior from Palm Beach, Florida, is having a stellar season. He leads the SEC in scoring, 17 touchdowns already for Trey Mason, and 16 of those are on the ground, and he's rushed for a touchdown in the last 7 consecutive games. Early in the year, had a 100-yard kickoff return for a score against Washington State. He's had 8 100-yard rushing games this season. So Trey Mason certainly a handful for the Bulldogs today. And then Nick Marshall, who runs the whole offensive show, 6'1", 210 from Pineview, Georgia. Of course, the former Georgia Bulldog. Left Georgia, was dismissed from Georgia, and then ended up at junior college and then back at Auburn, where he is playing quarterback and having a tremendous year. Marshall is the second leading rusher on the team with 734 yards. He averages just over 7 yards per carry. He's scored 7 touchdowns himself and is coming off a career-best 214-yard rushing performance in their win against Tennessee last week, and it happens very quickly. He ran for a 62-yard jaunt last week, and it can happen that fast here today if Georgia is not on its toes defensively. So those are the two primary guys that run the football. They do have Corey Grant, a junior from Opelika, Alabama, and Cameron Artis-Payne, a junior from Harrisburg, Pennsylvania. Those guys have had 100-yard games this season as well for the Tigers. And then at the receiving position, Sammy Coates, Quan Bray, and C.J. Uzama, 3 guys to look for when they do throw the ball, which is, at least over the last 2 games, has been very rare. Defensively, Robinson Therizi is their one of the top players on the team with 4 interceptions. Casanova McKenzie, linebacker, sophomore from Birmingham, Alabama, is their leading tackler. And they're pretty solid up front with D. Ford, one of the top sack men in the SEC as well. So that's some players to watch for the Auburn Tigers as we get you ready for kickoff between the Bulldogs and the Tigers today. And now the clouds are getting a little bit heavier and jumping in front of the sun once again, as we've had overcast conditions for most of the morning, and here into the afternoon we had a little bit of sunshine there for about an hour or so, and now it looks like the clouds are taking over and the wind is picking up. The flag atop the stadium to our left is moving around a little bit, so we'll check the wind and the temperature and all the weather conditions as we go along here for Georgia and Auburn. It's the BB&T countdown to kickoff. We'll give you the Bulldogs starting lineups in just a moment as we roll along here on the Bulldogs Sports Network from IMG.
This is a program built by unforgettable moments, made by legendary players.
The most sensational freshman halfback in the history of American football. Look at the sugar falling out of the sky. They can't get a playoff. Clouds don't come. We were gone.
Joe will try to kick one 100,000 miles.
And some stupid miracle could still happen.
This is Georgia football.
Mitchell makes the catch. He breaks away. There's the punt. We block. It's Marshall Long. So long, everybody. What a sweet move. Hot girl.
He's running through people, running over people.
Oh, they make it look easy. It's 5, 10, 6. Can we catch it? Yes, Michael Bennett.
You have got to be kidding me.
This is the Bulldogs Sports Network from IMG.
They lost the ball. It's in the end zone, and we fall on it.
Today's game is brought to you by Aaron's. For furniture, electronics, appliances, and computers. You don't need credit. All you need is Aaron's. By Southwest Airlines. Cooper Tires. Life's a road trip. Come on, let's go. Marathon. Fueling the American spirit. By BB&T. Sharing knowledge for a brighter direction. Member FDIC. By Walton EMC Natural Gas. Kicking it for charity. By your local Sherwin-Williams. Paving questions? Questions? Ask Sherwin-Williams, Cook's Pest Control and the Centricon system. The unbeatable combination for termite protection. Regions Bank, official bank of the SEC. Reese's Peanut Butter Cups. Reese's, perfect. Publix, where shopping is a pleasure. Georgia Power, official power source of the Georgia Bulldogs. By Nature's Own, the official bread of UGA. By SunTrust Bank. Bank how and when you want with SunTrust Mobile Banking. Visit suntrust.com/mobile. The Georgia Lottery. Today could be the day. By ServPro, fire and water damage cleanup and restoration. ServPro, like it never even happened. And by State Farm. For auto, home, life, and banking, get to a better state. Get a quote at 1-800-STATE-FARM or statefarm.com. Now, alongside former All-American quarterback Eric Zier, here's the voice of the Bulldogs, Scott Howard.
They're getting riled up here at Jordan-Hare Stadium in Auburn, Alabama for the Bulldogs and the Tigers coming up in less than 15 minutes. This is the BB&T countdown to kickoff. And let's take a peek now at the Georgia Power starting lineups for the Georgia Bulldogs. Official energy partner of helping you save money, Georgia Power. You can visit georgiapower.com to learn ways to save energy, find out about available rebates, or take a free online energy checkup. Well, the offense looks like this today for Georgia. The Bulldog offensive line, John Theus and Canarius Gates, the starting tackles. And again, these are probables. Theus, a sophomore, 6'6", 298 from Jacksonville, Florida. And Gates at left tackle, a 6'5 senior, 327 from Grantville, Georgia. The guards, Dallas Lee and Chris Burnett. Lee, one of those three seniors in the starting lineup across the front line, a 6'4", 295-pounder from Beaufort, Georgia, and Burnett from just up 85 in LaGrange, Georgia, 6'2 senior, 314 pounds. And it's anchored by the center, David Andrews, boss at 6'2", 295, a junior from Johns Creek. Arthur Lynch back from his rib injury, practiced well this week and is ready to go today in the starting lineup. The 6'5 senior from Dartmouth, Massachusetts, in at the tight end. And the split ends, as we are told, Rantavius Wooten and Michael Bennett, the split end and the flanker. Wooten, a senior, 5'10", 176 from Belglade, Florida, and having one of his finer years as a Bulldog. 19 catches and 4 touchdowns already for Woot. Michael Bennett is nearing 100%, although he says he is 100% with that knee again. 6'3 junior, 205 from Alpharetta. Bennett, the second leading receiver on this team this season with 24 catches, also 3 touchdowns. We'll see Chris Conley today, or at least we are expecting to, back from the ankle injury that he sustained on the final play in the loss to Vanderbilt almost a month ago. Conley, the leading receiver, with 30 catches and 4 touchdowns. And then there's Todd Gurley and Merritt Hall in the backfield. Gurley, the third leading rusher by average, 104 yards a game for the Bulldogs this season. Merritt Hall gets to start at fullback, and Aaron Murray is the quarterback, the SEC's all-time passing and touchdown pass leader. Senior, 6'1", 208 from Tampa, Florida. That's how the offensive probables look. We'll check the defense when we come back. It's our countdown to kickoff. Georgia and Auburn coming up here on the Bulldogs Sports Network from IMG.
Nothing matches the excitement of Georgia football. The tailgating, the roaring crowd, the on-field action. But if you can't make it to Sanford Stadium to root the Bulldogs on to victory,
and you find yourself enjoying the game from the comfort of home, Georgia Power is committed to delivering reliable power to make your game day experience even better for you, and all at a price below the national average. Visit georgiapower.com to learn how you can save money and energy. Georgia Power, official energy partner of Game Day, official energy partner of you.
At AT&T, we know that more is better than less. And right now, we have a deal that gives you more of what you want. A lot more. Get a free Samsung Galaxy Tab 3 when you buy a Galaxy S4 or a Note 3 this holiday season. That's right, a free Samsung tablet. So you don't have to choose between a hot new smartphone or a slick new tablet. AT&T. Rethink possible. AT&T reminds you to never text and drive. It can wait.
Offer ends 11/23/13. Supplies are limited. Each with new 2-year agreement and qualified service while promo supplies last. Activation, early termination, and other fees and conditions may apply. Offer subject to change. Visit att.com for offer requirements.
Don't go anywhere. The Dogs are coming right back. You're listening to the Bulldogs Sports Network from IMG.
Let's be honest. Anything that says one size fits all never fits anyone just right. It's because we're all a little bit different with our own preferences and peculiarities. That's why Delta.com gives you the flexibility to personalize your flight with easy upgrades to economy comfort and trip extras like Wi-Fi passes, priority boarding, Delta Sky Club access, and more. You control all the details of your trip because whatever makes you you also makes your flight your flight. Delta. Keep climbing.
At BB&T, sharing financial knowledge is our responsibility, our privilege, and our legacy. For more than 140 years, BB&T has been sharing the knowledge our clients need to move in a brighter financial direction. We also share a commitment to our community, supporting our schools, arts, and sports programs, helping businesses grow and families become homeowners. Because when you share knowledge, you share so much more. BB&T, sharing knowledge for a brighter direction.
Member FDIC. Loan subject to credit approval. Equal housing lender.
Mostly cloudy here in Auburn, Alabama. Georgia and the Tigers coming up in less than 10 minutes. Our temperature right now, 70 degrees. Very pleasant. The winds are calm, and the humidity is right around 75% today. Only a 10% chance of rain between now and when this game would be expected to end around 7:30 or so Eastern time. We'll check the Georgia defense on the other side, the probable starters, as the Auburn band continues through its pregame performance here. And then it's time for kickoff in about 8 minutes for the Georgia Bulldogs and the Auburn Tigers. Tigers number 7 in the country with a record of 9-1, 5-1 in the SEC. Georgia comes in at number 25, 6-3 overall, and 4-2 in Southeastern Conference play. Back in a moment on the Georgia Bulldogs Sports Network from IMG.
After a year looking for the right job, I'm a proud full-time employee with a steady paycheck and a lot less time on my hands. So I got a checking account from SunTrust. Mobile features let me manage my money how and when I want. And it's easy to avoid fees, so I keep what I earn. I may still be figuring things out, but it feels great knowing I'm on my way.
SunTrust Checking lets you go mobile with features like mobile deposit and bill pay. Plus get a MasterCard check card with no monthly usage fee. Visit suntrust.com/mobile. Terms apply.
I'd like a Coke Zero, please.
Coke Zero, huh?
Real Coke taste and 0 calories. 2 amazing things combining to make one super amazing thing. If they can do that, then anything is possible. Let's have a waiter who tells us the specials and gives us game updates.
Tonight, gentlemen, we have the New York Strip, and the point guard hits a deep last-second three to win the game.
How about a hostess who takes you to your seat and drives you home?
Hi, ready to go?
Anywhere.
Coke Zero. Enjoy everything.
This is the Bulldogs Sports Network from IMG.
We're back with the post-game injury report, and you had kind of a scare, right?
Yeah, I was watching the game over at a buddy's house. Dogs went over the top. Big bomb for a touchdown. I jumped out of my seat to scream, and it hit me. I could barely breathe. Felt like a big old elephant was sitting on my chest. My buddy, he knew the signs of a heart attack. He called 911 and asked for Athens Regional. He knew if I needed open heart surgery or just one of those little balloon things. Athens Regional is the place to go. Now I'm feeling better, and I'm ready to cheer those dogs on again.
Athens Regional, for the fans.
So, 1 million lawyers, 1,000 plumbers, and 6,000 rabbis walk into a bar. One of the lawyers says to the bartender, "Wow, this place is starting to feel like the YP app." And the bartender replies, "Actually, the YP app has more than 18 million businesses, from pharmacies to florists." And then a termite walks in and says, "Excuse me, is the bartender here?" Anyway, just wondering if you'd heard that one. Download the app and visit YP.com today. YP, the new way to do. Search results may vary.
Continuing with the Georgia Power starting lineups, probable starters for the Bulldogs on defense today, and you've got, a mixture of at least 4 guys that could be in the starting lineup. Chris Mays has started the last 2 games at nose tackle. Mays is a 6'4", 320-pounder redshirt sophomore from Griffin, Georgia. Garrison Smith, of course, has started all season. The senior, really the emotional defensive leader for the Bulldogs, a 6'3", 300-pounder from Atlanta. And then you've got Ray Drew and Sterling Bailey at the ends Ray Drew, Georgia's sack leader right now, 6'5 junior, 276 from Thomasville, Georgia. Sterling Bailey on the other side, a redshirt sophomore, 6'3", 282, and he is from Gainesville, Georgia. And then the linebackers, probables today for the Bulldogs, Jordan Jenkins and Leonard Floyd on the outside, two very good pass rushers. Floyd with 5.5 sacks, second on the team in that department, and Jenkins leads the team in tackles for loss. Leonard Floyd is a 6'4 freshman, 225 from Eastman, Georgia, and Jenkins a 6'3 sophomore, 246 from Hamilton, Georgia. And then inside, two of the leading tacklers in the Southeastern Conference, including the leader in tackles in the SEC, Ramik Wilson, the 6'2 junior linebacker, 232 from Tampa, Florida, and Amarlo Herrera, fourth in the league in tackles, second on the team behind Wilson, 6'2 junior, 244 from College Park, Georgia. In the secondary today, a little bit of a change in the fact that Trey Matthews is back in the starting lineup today, the 6-foot freshman, 196, just up the road, about an hour away in Noonan, Georgia. And Josh Harvey Clements, the other starting safety, a 6'5 sophomore, 212 from Valdosta. The corners, Shaq Wiggins and Damian Swan. Wiggins, a 5'10 freshman, 165 from Tyrone, Georgia. And Damian Swan, a 5'11 junior, 178 from Atlanta. So those are your probable starters on defense for the Georgia Bulldogs. Both teams out of the locker rooms now as Auburn comes out from our right and Georgia came out from our left. The captains are walking to the middle of the field, and it's time right now for the Georgia's Own Credit Union coin toss, brought to you by Georgia's Own Credit Union. It's your future, own it. And we go down to the field to Chuck Dowdle. Chuck.
Thanks a lot, Scott. Captain shaking hands. Aaron Murray out here. Marlo Herrera out here. I see Sterling Bailey, and I see Garrison Smith, and Penn Wagers is the referee. He's shaking hands with all the Bulldogs right now. He'll be here's Penn with the instructions.
Hey, does it get any better than this? No. It don't get no better. All right, we're going to have a good time out there today, right? Yes, sir. You're going to play your hearts out. All right, well, we got everybody here. That's tails. Heads and heads. See, they never get to see this, so we're going to let them see what we're doing. What are you going to call them? Tails. Tails is the cause. All right, we'll back up a little bit. Tails is the cause. You won the toss.
We're going to defer the second half.
You're going to receive. Which goal do you want to, how you want to kick this way?
All right, there you hit it. Aaron Murray calling tails. Tails it was. The Dogs defer. So Auburn going to get the football to start this game. But Penn Wagers, you heard it. It don't get no better than this. Scott, you got to love Penn Wagers. He nailed it.
That was awesome. I enjoyed that. It don't get no better than this. We're going to play a good game. You guys are going to behave yourself, basically. That's what he was saying. That's a nice moment. And so, you know, the official's into it. He's ready to go, too. He understands the magnitude of this.
Yeah, no question. It's hard not to be into it. The stadium absolutely electric right now. What a difference 1 year makes. We came here last year, and the Auburn Nation was completely downtrodden, struggling through just an abysmal year. This year, number 7 in the nation, a top 10 football team. Hopes are absolutely high. The stadium, you could just feel the electricity. When I played in this stadium 25 years ago, I guess it was the loudest stadium I had ever played in throughout my football career was, and it just keeps getting louder every year when you come back here. And Auburn has got a team that is as good as this team is playing right now. This place gets loud, it gets electric, and the players are going to feed off of it.
Dogs will be in the white road jerseys today, white shirts, silver pants, red helmets. Auburn in their traditional navy blues, white pants, and white helmets. All their coaching staff members and personnel on the sidelines wearing that bright orange. Kind of blinds you to look at. In fact, there's a lot of them mostly orange around the stadium here, and just little pockets of red and black in the far corner and in the upper deck here at Jordan-Hare Stadium. We're almost set for kickoff as they roll the highlights on the big scoreboard here. Georgia will kick things off from left to right. So the sun will be at the Bulldogs' backs as Marshall Morgan prepares to tee it up and kick it away. Auburn will receive. Quan Bray and Trey Mason will be the deep receivers. Corey Grant last week was the return guy in Knoxville and had a 90-yard kickoff return for a touchdown for the Tigers. Mason back in there. As we told you earlier, he had a 100-yard kickoff return in the season opener against Washington State, which seems like eons ago now. So the Dogs will be kicking from left to right, and we're almost set to go as the stadium rocks here at Jordan-Hare Stadium. Bulldog football is brought to you by Aaron's. For furniture, electronics, appliances, and computers, you don't need credit. All you need is Aaron's. Marshall Morgan, semifinalists for the Luke Rose Award this year, has it teed up. The 6'3" sophomore from Fort Lauderdale ready to kick it away as the football falls off the tee. So he'll have to reset it. Georgia's kick return unit from left to right here, all from the near hash to the far sideline. Nobody from the near hash to this sideline. Morgan's ready to go, and so are Mason and Bray back deep. Here's the kick. It's a low little punch. It's going to bounce on the 26. It's picked up on the bounce by Quan Bray. Bray across the 35 and pushed out of bounds, driven into the Auburn bench around the 37-yard line by Josh Harvey Clemens. So the Dogs just punch it to keep it away from the dangerous return men, but Auburn will start in good field position, Z. And, does that stuff kind of backfire on you sometimes?
Well, it did there. Bray did a good job coming up and building that football. We pushed it to where nobody was on the field, but Bray able to get a hold of that football after one bounce and had a nice lane to run through. So obviously not what you want to do is give this offense the football on the 44-yard line.
Here's Nick Marshall in the shotgun as they actually line up on the 39, 1st and 10. So they fake it to Mason, and Marshall's going to run it to the near side. He slows down as he gets to the sideline, and then he's undercut by Moore and Swan right in front of the Auburn bench. But Nick Marshall will pick up a handful of yards to the 44-yard line, or just shy of it, almost a full 5 yards on the carry. 2nd down and 5 for the Tigers. Auburn moving to our left. Sun is back out here at Jordan-Hare Stadium. And this time they will give it to Trey Mason, and he runs right into the arms of Rameek Wilson across the 45 to the 47-yard line. Wilson leads the SEC in tackles, and he just add another one to his count as he closes in on 100 for the year. On the 47, a gain of 3. It'll be 3rd down and a couple for the Tigers as they are up at the line calling the play and ready to go.
This is exactly what Auburn wants to do, is get themselves into 3rd and short positions where they can continue to just pound the football and run at you. They've been successful doing it all year long.
They bring Uzama in motion. From left to right, hand it off to Mason, runs straight ahead, runs into a pile, and it's going to be close on the measurement. He's still moving. The pile is still going. They don't blow the whistle, and I think they let the pile move, and he got the 1st down on 3rd, 4th, and 5th effort. Usually you run into a pile of players like that, and they blow the whistle, but they let it go this time, and Auburn gets the 1st down out of it, close to the 50.
Yeah, Scott, you're exactly right. I'm shocked they didn't blow that play dead. He may have had the 1st down anyway, but that momentum just carried him beyond the 1st down. The Dogs right now lining up man-to-man, getting the extra guy in the box, determined here to slow down this running game.
4 receivers set, but they run it to Mason straight ahead. He breaks the tackle at the Georgia 47 and is down to the Bulldog 41. Rameek Wilson with the stop, but Mason with 9 yards on that carry, and Auburn quickly into Georgia territory. They'll run it again. Mason straight ahead. Not as much running space this time. Across the 40 to the 39-yard line. Pickup of 2. Floyd and Jenkins, the linebackers, make the stop. It's a 1st down for Auburn, however, at the Bulldog 39, see?
And the Tigers there in that 2nd and very short just had a stock play that they were going to go into. They are up-tempo anyway, but the time lapse between that 1st down play and 2nd down play, lightning quick.
3 receivers set, 2 right, 1 left. Marshall fakes it to Mason. This time keeps it, rolls around the right, tries to get to that corner. He's turned back by Matthews and Herrera. Trey Matthews hit him first, the freshman. And then Marlo Herrera came in to get a piece of the tackle as Nick Marshall is stopped just shy of the Georgia 37-yard line. They'll give him about 1.75 yards. Call it a 2-yard gain, 2nd and 8 for the Tigers. They're moving to our left, 1st quarter. Not quite 3 minutes in, and Auburn on the move.
Several Dog defenders there right up on Nick Marshall.
Play fake Marshall wants to throw down the middle, and it's caught by Coates, and then he dropped it. Is that a fumble? They're ruling it a fumble. Swan's going to pick it up out of the end zone and try to run it out. They grab his shirt tail at the 9. They called that a catch and a fumble. They never blew the whistle. The official was standing right there. He let the play continue. They'll most likely review this, but Georgia right now, as it stands on the field, has the ball at their own 9-yard line after Swan and an apparent fumble recovery. We'll check in with Chuck Hondo on the sidelines. Cook's Pest Control. Chuck.
Yeah, Tony, I got to tell you, Scott, he had the ball, definitely had possession of the ball and then coughed it up. They may review it, but I believe that's going to stand. That's a fumble in Georgia's football.
Boy, and that is a huge break there for the Dogs as well. We're man-to-man, just a post run there by Auburn. Going to be very, very difficult to defend. It was hard to tell from the angle up here, Scott. It looked like he definitely controlled the football, but what was hard to tell is that the ground caused that fumble.
Penn Wagers, the referee, he just made an announcement. I think he just said that they were going to check it upstairs. They're going to review the play. I couldn't hear exactly what he said, but that's what they're doing as he will head to near the Auburn sideline at about the 18-yard line and put on the headsets. And they'll take a peek at the play as we try to find a monitor in our booth to look at as well. And we can look at the big screen, I guess. We don't have the individual monitors. There we go. As we take a look at it, and Coates did make the catch. He's on the ground when that ball came out.
Yeah, Damian Swan got his hand in and looked like he was trying to punch the football, but I don't think they ever lost control of it. It looked like clearly the ground caused the fumble, but if you go back even to last week, we had a number of our reviews of plays that we thought for sure would go one direction and went another.
Well, you're right about that. You can't predict these things because you just don't know. Our replay official today is Gerald Hodges. Again, the referee is Penn Wagers. And they're all consulting right now, taking a look at it. We'll take a moment to tell you that Bulldog Football is brought to you by BB&T, sharing knowledge for a brighter direction. Member FDIC. Scott Howard, Eric Zier here in the Georgia's Own Credit Union booth as we stand by on the replay of our first key play of the ball game.
After further review, the ruling on the field is an incomplete pass. It's third down.
Well, there you go. That works out for everybody, doesn't it?
There you go. That's exactly right.
They compromised. The great compromise. Penn Wagers and Gerald Hodges. All right, so an incomplete pass, as you heard the referee say, and it'll be third down. Back on the Bulldog 37-yard line. Let's we go down to Chuck. Did he have something for us? No, we're good. Okay.
Well, I'll tell you, Scott, you just take a look again. The Auburn fans don't like it. I tend to agree with them. It looked like Coates had that ball for a couple of steps and had control of it going down. So maybe a break there for the good guys in red and black.
Well, Auburn's up to the line, ready to go. Now the umpire moves away from the ball. He'll let them play. We got 3 receivers right and 1 to the left. Auburn moving left here on third down. And 8 yards to go from the Georgia 37. There's the snap to Marshall in the pocket. It's being squeezed. Now he escapes, rolls to the near side. 40, 35, 33, 31, and down just shy of the 30-yard line, short of the first down. And Sterling Bailey pursuing Marshall and chased him right into the arms of Rameek Wilson, who hit him right in front of the Auburn bench. And so the Tigers now 4th and a yard, just shy of the Bulldog 30-yard line. They're going to go for it here.
Yeah, they are, but exactly what you want to see there for Georgia. Get Auburn in third and long situations where they have to throw the football for the first time today. We drop back in zone and able to get pressures. We've seen quite a bit from our defensive line, able to pressure quarterbacks without having to bring linebacker pressure or safety pressure. Did it there, but the athleticism from Nick Marshall able to get out and make something out of that play.
4th and 1. They bring a man in motion. Handoff goes to Mason. He gets the first down, I think. Let's see. He got across the 30 to the 29. He needed to get to the 29. And the official stops the clock. Are they going to measure or are they giving it to him? From this direction, from this angle, rather, it looks like he got the first down. The ball looks like it got across past the 29-yard line of Georgia. He may have made it by about a half a yard, perhaps, but they will measure. So the official stops the clock. They'll bring the chains from the Georgia sideline across the way and measure for the first down. Lowe's Home Improvement is a sponsor of Georgia football. Lowe's, never stop improving. And he did get the first down. So 1st and 10, Georgia at the Dogs' 29-yard line. First and 10, Auburn. Thank you. I wish it was 1st and 10, Georgia. Well, maybe it will be if the defense comes up with a big play. 2 receivers on the near side, 1 to the far side. Now they shift Mason into the backfield. And Marshall will fake it to him and keep it and run to the near side. Inside the 25, down to the 23. He just gets little bites of yards, Z, before we were able to stop him. Damian Swan hit him first, and then Herrera and Wilson finished off Marshall around the 22-yard line. But he got about 7, just kind of picking his way down the field.
Yeah, and a very good ball fake there by Trey Mason on the read option. Nick Marshall obviously very skilled at it, but off the play fake, it pulled a number of dog defenders over toward Mason and just allows enough room for Nick Marshall to tiptoe his way. And next thing you know, he's picked up 6 or 7 yards.
First possession of the game for Auburn. Well, for either team. We're almost 5 minutes in. Tigers with the football. Mason runs straight ahead. Boy, he got shoved back at the 19-yard line. He ran into a wall there and just bounced 2 yards back. Marlo Herrera driving Mason back to the 21 to 22, but they're going to give him forward progress at the 19-yard line, and that's going to be, again, close to a first down, as Trey Mason will get about 3.5 yards on the carry. Are they going to measure again? They will.
Well, that's a pretty generous spot there for Auburn on that play. Mason had a nice gap to run through, but Marlo Herrera came up and, like you said, was just a stone wall that Mason ran into. If he gets this first down, that is a shot that he is going to remember through the course of this football game.
Nose of the football beyond the yard marker. He got the first down. Now, okay, earlier now when that pile was still moving, they didn't blow the whistle, and they spot the ball at the end of the pile after it just kept moving and moving. Now here, he runs into a wall. He bounces back. The play's still alive. He stopped at the 22, but they give him forward progress.
I've got that firmly in the complaints section of our checklist. I just started it.
Play number 12 coming up for Auburn. This started at their 39-yard line. 9:55 on the clock, first quarter. And this will be Ricardo Lewis around the near side, around the left end, trying to get to the sideline. Tackled by Marlo Herrera inside the Bulldog 10 down to the 7. 15-yard pickup by Ricardo Lewis, who came in motion from the far side, took the handoff, and got to the near edge.
Yeah, Scott, and they like to get Ricardo Lewis involved in the running game, averaging over 9 yards a carry.
And Marshall will fake it and run to the near side and dropped for a loss this time. Corey Moore, the safety from Griffin, Georgia, drops Marshall for a loss back on the 8, a loss of 1. It'll be 2nd and goal from right there at the 8-yard line.
Dogs just manning up, playing assignment football, so we have got somebody, whether it be a linebacker or whether it be a safety coming down into the box, eyeing Nick Marshall and going wherever he goes.
3 receivers right for the Tigers, 1 to the left, pistol formation. Now Mason shifts off to Marshall's right. They hand it off to Trey Mason. He runs straight into the line of scrimmage and hops across to the 5-yard line for a 3-yard gain. Herrera again, another stop. The linebacker out of College Park makes the tackle. 3rd and goal, Tigers from the Georgia 5-yard line. Coca-Cola, an official sponsor of the Georgia Bulldogs for today's game. 8:45 on the clock, first quarter. We're scoreless. Auburn's had the ball for the extent of the game at this point, almost a full 7 minutes, as this drive started back on the Tiger 39-yard line. Moving left, Auburn now shifting around. Play clock at 9. Into the pistol. Nick Marshall looking to the sideline. Now they ask for a timeout.
Auburn, first timeout of the half.
So the Tigers will call a time on 3rd and goal from the 5, and we'll take it with them. 8:24 to go, first quarter. We're scoreless in Auburn, Alabama, on the Bulldogs Sports Network from IMG. Back in the Georgia Zone Credit Union radio booth here at Jordan-Hare Stadium. Georgia and Auburn are scoreless. Dogs haven't had the ball. Well, we did for a couple of minutes while they reviewed a play upstairs after what was called a fumble on the field. Turned out it was an incomplete pass. Gave the ball back to Auburn, and they're now 3rd and goal from the Bulldog 5-yard line. They're ready to move. Snap to Marshall. Sets up and throws. Pass is broken up just across the goal line by Damian Swan. Trying to go to C.J. Uzama, the junior tight end from Suwanee, Georgia. And Damian Swan got in front of him, got a hand in there to break up the pass. And it's 4th down Tigers, and they'll send on the field goal unit.
Just a quick hitch there on the outside. Nick Marshall threw that football about 2 yards inside. Really fortunate Damian Swan wasn't able to come up and make an interception on that pass, but that has got to go to the outside shoulder. It ended up a couple of yards to the inside.
Here's Cody Parkey to try a 22-yard field goal just inside the near hash. The snap is good. The kick is away, and it's good, and Auburn has the lead. 3-0 on the 22-yard field goal by Cody Parkey, who is now 11 of 14 for the year. Auburn leads it 3-0. Timeout in Auburn. 8:15 to go. Quarter number 1. Dogs get the ball when we come back on the Bulldogs Sports Network from IMG. Auburn leads Georgia 3-0. 22-yard field goal by Cody Parkey. And before we kick it, or they kick it to us, let's pause for station identification on the Bulldogs Sports Network from IMG. Here in the Georgia Zone Credit Union booth, we send it down to the field. Chuck Dowdle with a Cook's Pest Control report. Chuck.
Scott, feeling over here on this Bulldog bench is that was a win for the Dogs defense. They got down in that red zone. Dogs bowed their neck, forced that field goal. That's a good effort by the Georgia Bulldogs.
Here's the kickoff by Auburn. Sheldon Dawson is the deep receiver, and he'll let it land over his head. It bounces on the back line of the end zone for the touchback. And the Dogs will start their first possession of the game on their own 25-yard line. So we'll see that Bulldog offense now. Aaron Murray and company. Todd Gurley. Wooten and McGowan and Bennett will be the receivers in this set. Lynch is in there as well, along with Andrews and Burnett, Lee, Gates, and Theus. So there's your 11 as they walk out onto the field.
And Chuck mentioned a win there for the Bulldogs, holding the Tigers to 3 points. Auburn this year offensively been in the red zone 42 times, 31 touchdowns. So indeed it was a win for the Bulldog defense.
Run out of the shotgun. Todd Gurley runs straight ahead. He's got a yard before the blocking breaks down, and the defense stacks up the pile. Oh, they're not going to give him anything. He got across the 25. They spotted on the 25. He clearly got across the 25. Oh, my goodness. Going to be one of those days, folks. All right, they call it no gain. 2nd down and 10 from the 25. Murray's in the shotgun. 2 receivers left, 1 to the right. Georgia moving right. Play fake. Murray, pressure from behind. He's sacked. The ball is loose. We fall on it with a lineman. One of our linemen, Burnett, fell on the ball. Murray got hit from the near side on the 20 by Ladarius Owens, a defensive end from Bessemer, Alabama. Lost the handle, and it's going to be a 5.5-yard loss as Burnett fell on the loose ball back at the 19.5.
Aaron never had a chance on that one. We got beat off the ball immediately. The Tigers defensively played a bracket coverage. They were man-to-man outside, but went bracket coverage on our inside slot receiver there.
12th sack allowed by Georgia this season. Murray in the shotgun, jumps and throws, and it's almost intercepted. The pass was behind Todd Gurley, the intended receiver, on a crossing route from right to left, and it was almost picked off low by Auburn around the 30-yard line. Dogs go 3 and out and now have to give it right back to those guys that just hogged the ball on the opening drive, holding it for 6 minutes and 45 seconds on a 16-play, 56-yard drive that resulted in a field goal.
Yeah, and again, tremendous pressure there from Auburn off the edge. Again, we just get beat. Nothing at all that Aaron Murray could do. It was D. Ford coming off of the edge. We had absolutely no chance.
Here's Barber to punt it away. Auburn comes after it. They got a piece of it, I think. No, Barber is down. He's hurt. And the ball's going to bounce on the 40-yard line. Now there's a flag down. The way that ball came off his foot, it was spinning backwards like Auburn had gotten a piece of it. But that's going to be a penalty on the Tigers as Barber hobbles back to the sideline. Penn Wagers, the referee, dropped it right on the spot at the 9-yard line. Now, did he call roughing or running into? I didn't see his initial indication. Or running into the kicker will only be a 5-yard penalty. It won't be a first down. If it was roughing, it would be a first down.
Running into the kicker, number 24, on the receiving team. The penalty declined. First down.
So the Dogs will take what they have, the punt dead at the 37-yard line, and that's where Auburn will start on offense. And I see TV's going into another timeout with 6:49 to go. It was a 47-yard punt and no return. That explains why you decline it and don't do it again. 6:49, first quarter. Auburn 3, Georgia nothing. Timeout in Alabama. Back in a moment on the Bulldogs Sports Network from IMG. Scott Howard, Eric Zier from the Georgia's own Credit Union booth. Our spotters, Chris Schiavone, Neil Williamson. Statistician, Jay Black. Producer, engineer, Tony Schiavone, Cabell Philpott in our network studios as our host there. And Chuck Dowdle manning the sidelines. Bulldog football brought to you by BB&T, sharing knowledge for a brighter direction. Member FDIC. Colin Barber's punt stood after they ran into the kicker, knocked him down, and penalized 5 yards, but Georgia declined the penalty. They took the 47-yard punt, no return instead. Auburn still with decent field position to start this possession at their own 37-yard line as they lead it 3-0 with 6:49 to go. But Georgia did not look good on that offensive series. 3 and out and a loss of 5 yards.
Yeah, 3 and out. You have to Auburn coming out of the gates here, very physical defensively. And really, it was the D Ford show in that first series. 2 times in a row, just beat us with a speed rush off the edge. We could absolutely go nowhere. Fortunate that the sack fumble didn't result in a turnover.
Here goes Auburn, 1st and 10 on the 37. Play fake. They throw it to Uzama out on the far edge. He makes the catch at the 40 and then heads upfield across the 50 into Georgia territory to the 45. But wait a minute, there's a flag on the play. Trey Matthews made the tackle on the Georgia side of the 50. And there's a flag at the Georgia 40 near where the tackle was made. Damian Swan is indicating that the penalty is going to go against Auburn as the officials confer in front of the Georgia sideline.
Well, it was just a quick out route there by Uzama. Trey Matthews saw it all the way, got in position. Uzama just strong enough to fight that ball away from Matthews to make the catch.
Holding, number 4 on offense. 10-yard penalty.
They got Quan Bray for holding, the LaGrange, Georgia product, a junior. 5'10", 186, one of the wide receivers. And that'll back the Tigers up to just inside their own 45-yard line. So they still get a gain on the play, but just not as much of a gain because they started at the 37. But the holding came near the end of the play.
Yeah, and chunks of yardage here on first down, just what Auburn wants to do. They've got the entire playbook now at their disposal in these short yardage type situations. And, of course,
they go out of the shotgun. Nick Marshall stands on the 40, takes the snap, drops back to the 36. Here comes pressure. He avoids Floyd. Now we chase him, and he fires up the far sideline, and it's caught by Marcus Davis, freshman receiver from Delray Beach, Florida. Tackle made by Trey Matthews, but Auburn gets it right back where it was at the Georgia 38-yard line, and that's going to be a gain of 17 yards and a first down. They throw it to the near side, set up a receiver screen. Davis to the near side on this play, and he makes the catch and will go down at the 35-yard line, tackled by Marlo Herrera, who's loading up on stops today for the Bulldog defense. A gain of almost 3, call it a full 3, I guess, at the 35. It's second down and 7.
Yeah, Davis there, just a quick little bubble screen to the outside. Had nice room to run once he caught that pass.
Man in motion near side. Marshall will throw it. They've got Coates on a crossing route. He's hit around the legs by Matthews at the 21-yard line, but it's another first down as the Tigers are just picking up chunks of yardage, 14 more on that pass play to Sammy Coates, who's their leading receiver. That's his 27th catch of the year.
And if Nick Marshall keeps throwing the football like this, it's going to be a long afternoon for the Dogs defensively.
He started out 0-2, but he's completed 4 straight now. They move Mason around. Marshall in the shotgun. Here comes Floyd again, trying to get from behind him. He pump fakes, and now Nick Marshall running to the near sideline, chased out by Rameek Wilson at the 21-yard line. Marshall just stands firm in that pocket for the most part. Leonard Floyd's getting a pretty good outside rush, Z, but he went wide and tried to come in from behind, and Mason just got enough of a block on him to allow Marshall to escape the pocket.
Yeah, and I'll tell you, with our defensive pass rush right now, Marshall's a good enough athlete to get outside. He's done it a couple of times. We've got to find a way to keep him in the pocket.
They go quick, and they hand it off to Grant, and he runs wide to the right. He breaks the tackle to the 10, to the 5. Another broken tackle in the end zone for a touchdown. He left Corey Moore face down at the 3-yard line after he ran right through him. 21-yard touchdown run by Corey Grant, the 5'11 junior from Opelika, Alabama. And that is his 5th rushing touchdown of the season, and the Auburn Tigers lead it 9-0. And now they have lined up, look like they want to go for 2. And now they'll shift. And they'll go for the extra point. Parker was out one of the receivers in the original formation, wide to the right. They had 2 or 3 on this side and a couple more on the other side. Now Parker shifts into the extra point formation. There's the snap and the hold and the kick, and it is good, but hang on, there's a flag at the line of scrimmage. All that shifting may have been a problem. We'll see if or some sort of an encroachment call as the officials will discuss it. Don't go away yet. And Penn Wagers, our referee, will let us know what's going on. They dropped the flag is down at the 5-yard line. Line of scrimmage at the 3.
Disregard the flag.
Okay.
There's no foul on the play for illegal formation.
That was a waste of time. 10-0 Auburn over Georgia. Timeout, Bulldog Sports Network from IMG.
If you're like me.
A 21-yard touchdown run by Corey Grant has given Auburn a 10-0 lead. Get from point A to point B wherever may be. Southwest Airlines now offers new nonstop service from Atlanta to San Juan. You can book online only at southwest.com. We are Southwest. Welcome aboard. Let's go down to the sidelines. Chuck Dowdle with a Cook's Pest Control report. Chuck.
Well, a little bit scary there, guys, because Eric, you nailed it. You start. Look at the first drive. He was 0 for 2 passing, was Marshall, but that drive, he was 4 for 4, and you're right. The Dogs, they were doing a good job containing that run, but Mark Richt tried to tell us all week, if Auburn needed to throw it, they've shown they can throw it.
Cody Parkey with a long line drive kick on a sail about 3 yards out of the back of the end zone, another touchback. And Georgia will take over on the 25-yard line. Dogs have only run 3 plays. We've got 4:29 in the first quarter, and Auburn's already outgained us. They've got 129 total yards. Georgia stuck at -5 on that first possession.
Yeah, we're going to have to get this turned around pretty quick. This Auburn offense, absolutely legitimate. We knew they were very good coming in. They're more impressive in person than what you see on tape or on TV. So offensively here, have to find a way to put together some kind of a drive.
Illegal substitution on Georgia. 12 men into formation. 5-yard penalty, first down.
Well, it's just not going good at all here in the first 10-11 minutes of the game. Dogs penalized for illegal substitution. Ouch. Turn off that microphone. Thank you, referee Wagers. Back on the 20 now. It's 1st and 15. Dogs penalized 5 yards, run out of the eye. Gurley straight ahead with a blocker. Breaks through the line of scrimmage up to the 24 and close to the 25. Still moving now. They blow the whistle. And we'll see if they give us a good spot this time. Holland and Alexander, linebackers for Auburn, make the tackle. They call it a 4-yard gain. 2nd and 6. 2nd and 11 now. Dogs were penalized 5 yards moments ago. 2 receivers to the left. Rump and Conley. And Gurley in the backfield. Out of the shotgun. Murray sets up. They set up a screen. He threw it behind Gurley, who tried to catch it with one hand while he was backpedaling. Couldn't keep the hand on the ball and couldn't bring it into his body. And that's going to go incomplete, and it'll be 3rd and 11 now for the Dogs.
And Aaron just a little bit flustered right now, maybe after that first series. That's just a simple little inside screen that he threw pretty far behind Todd Gurley. The Tigers actually dropped back into a two-deep zone, so Auburn defensively giving us a lot of different looks right now, not just coming out and playing man-to-man. We've seen bracket coverage, we've seen two-deep, we've seen some three-deep as well, so multiple looks and maybe cause a little bit of confusion.
4 receivers. Murray going to keep it and run. 25, 27, zigzags, can't get to the 30, and he's well short of the first down. He tried to cut back to the right between the hash marks and goes down at the 29-yard line. Ryan White, safety, senior from Cordova. Ryan Smith, excuse me. There's 2 Ryans as safeties, one Smith and one is White, and it was Smith that made the stop. But it's 4th down for the Dogs, and they'll have to punt it again as, again, Georgia goes 3 and out. And here's Colin Barber to punt it away. Chris Davis back deep to receive. Top return man in the punt game in the NCAA. Here's the punt. It is a long, beautiful spiral. Hanging. Davis going to take it at the 20. Puts his hand on the ground, trying to keep his balance. He'll get about 6 yards on the return before the Dogs pile him up at the 26-yard line. A 51-yard punt by the Bulldogs. And Auburn will have, at least in this quarter, its worst field position to start a possession of the game at their own 26-yard line.
Go back to that Georgia offensive series. Again, we are getting beat off of the line of scrimmage. Right now, it's not even close. Aaron Murray, no chance whatsoever to set back and even analyze and take a look at the defense, is having to move his feet, move up into the pocket right away.
Tigers with a 10-0 lead here, first quarter. Marshall in the shotgun. They hand it off to Mason. Mason runs straight ahead. Chris Mays was kind of riding off the block, and he just moved his feet to the left and ran into the hole and stops Mason with a little bit of assistance. But Mason got to the 29-yard line, a gain of 3. Second down at 7 for the Tigers.
And we brought linebacker pressure there in the form of Josh Harvey Clemens that just got him up into the backfield.
They run out of the pistol. Marshall looking to the Auburn sideline for the play. 2 receivers to the far side for the Tigers. Now they shift Prosh to the near side, put him in the slot. He's the H-back, and 2 receivers at both sides now. And they'll run it with Mason. Starts straight, breaks out to the near side. Going to be wrapped up by Ramik Wilson around the 32-yard line. Damian Swan also over on the sideline to make sure he went down. But Mason is stopped. Where will they spot it? 32, perhaps. It's going to be short of the first down. It's 3rd and a little bit of work to do for Auburn. 3rd and about 3.5, maybe 4.
And the Dogs right now, against just the vanilla zone read, look very well disciplined and prepared coming into this football game. Where we struggled here against Auburn in this first quarter is when they've been able to throw the football. But just against the bread and butter from what Auburn does, we're playing pretty well.
Passing down, Marshall will throw, and a sliding catch caught by Davis on the far side, sliding towards the Georgia sideline, right at the first down marker, it looked like. He made the catch at the 37 or so. Did they call it incomplete? Okay, the receiver behind the play over there, or the referee, gave no indication that it was incomplete, but now they have ruled it incomplete. And the ball goes back to the 32. And one Auburn coach on the near side is irate. He's ripped off his headset and is about 5 yards out on the field. I don't know if he was upset at the officials or his team out there on the field. Now Auburn will have to punt it for the first time with Stephen Clark, who is a semifinalist for the Ray Guy Award.
Previous play is on the further review. The ruling on the field is an incomplete pass.
And that was Penn Wagers, our referee that you just heard. So they'll take a look at that one again. And they'll have to run all the way down to the other end of the field, the 25, to put on the headsets and review the play up here in the booth with Gerald Hodges. Let's go down to the sidelines. Chuck Dowdle standing by for a Cook's Pest Control report. Chuck?
Well, I understand he's a little biased, but Amarlo Herrera was right on top of that, and he was signaling incomplete immediately, almost as a natural, like that's an incomplete pass. So, we'll wait and see. I don't want to guess what the officials are going to rule on this.
Further review. The ruling is confirmed.
So it is incomplete, and it's 4th down for the Tigers, and they will send the punt unit back out there, I would assume. Tires Plus is proud to support Georgia Bulldogs football. You can get an oil change in less than 30 minutes, guaranteed with an appointment, or the next one's free. We're watching this from the Georgia's own credit union booth, and it'll be Clark punting and Rhett McGowan, the deep man for Georgia.
And fortunate there on that third down play for the Dogs because Davis had 4 or 5 steps on Herrera just on a quick out route, but a poorly thrown pass there from Nick Marshall.
Here's Clark as we send a man over the top. Almost got it, Big John Taylor. Long, high, hanging kick, fair catch waved for by McGowan, and he makes the grab at the 21, but check a penalty flag down on the other end. They called a personal foul on Georgia. They may have done that for diving over the pile there on Big John Taylor, perhaps. Or was it Floyd?
Personal foul. Number 94 on the receiving team. Leaping the protection shield. 15-yard penalty. First down.
Leaping the protection shield. You cannot leap over a man to attempt to block the kick.
I'm not sure if he, at 6'4", 336, is going to leap anything. That was more, I'm going to jump up in the air, and then I got blocked and fell over the shield.
Some of these things just amaze me. I mean, you can run full steam ahead at 320 pounds into another guy, but you can't lift yourself off the ground and try to get by the guy because that might injure him. So Auburn gets a key first down on the penalty on Georgia and the ball up on the 47-yard line. Oh, things are not going Georgia's way here in the first quarter. Handoff, Mason runs straight ahead, slowly picking his way through. Now the pile is moving, and he just gets in line and falls long to the Georgia 45, 44.5-yard line.
Boy, that's a couple of times that we have just seen the entire pile move about 3 or 4 yards with Mason in the middle of it. We had 3 or 4 Georgia Bulldog defenders right there in the mix, just couldn't get him down.
Corey Moore made the stop, but already Auburn back in Georgia territory. About an 8.5, 9-yard gain. 2nd 1, they'll call it, for the Tigers. On the move again. They shift Grant, hand it off. Grant breaks to the near side. Floyd chases him, and now Rameek Wilson will push him out of bounds. Be careful. You don't want that flag to come out again as Grant is shoved out of bounds at the 41-yard line of the Bulldogs. A gain of 4 and a first down for the Tigers. Georgia already down 10-0. Can ill afford to give up any more points here as we end near the end of the first quarter. Less than a minute to go.
Good job there by Leonard Floyd forcing Grant to veer backward some and continue to veer outside while help came.
Out of the pistol, Mason lined up behind Nick Marshall, who's 4 yards behind the center. Now they look to the sideline. Check the play. Play clock at 4. There's the snap. Handoff. Mason straight ahead. Not much there. Piled up at the 39.5. He got across the 40, said the line judge. Garrison Smith piling up the hole and making the tackle. The senior lineman from Atlanta. And he'll head to the sideline now with Chris Mays as Georgia substitutes on defense. And that may be the last play of the quarter as Auburn will let the clock run out there in the first 15 minutes. And that one was definitely dominated by the Auburn Tigers, ranked 7th in the country. They lead Georgia by a score of 10-0. Academy Sports and Outdoors is a proud corporate partner of UGA Athletics. Right stuff, low price every day. 10-0, Auburn leading the Dogs. We go to quarter number 2 here in Auburn, Alabama. Now this on the Bulldogs Sports Network from IMG. PGA champion and Auburn alum Jason Duffner being recognized here, and apparently they have named a street after him. He held up a big street sign, Jason Duffner Drive. So apparently he wrote a big giant check.
I'm sure that he did. Good for him. He is quite a talent on the golf course. There's no question about that, and has got quite a following here around the Southeast as well. And great ovation for him here as he was recognized.
We go to the second quarter. Auburn leading Georgia 10-0. Make the perfect play this season with Reese's, the official candy partner of the NCAA. Stock up on enough Reese's peanut butter cups to get you through every game. Reese's, perfect. And Bulldog football is brought to you by Texaco with Techron, helping to keep vital engine parts clean. Texaco with Techron, keep humming along. First quarter were totally dominated by Auburn. 149 total yards of offense. Georgia had 4.
Yeah, and the domination that you get a little surprised by is the defensive domination that Auburn is showing right now. And they are winning the battle up front at the line of scrimmage, getting off the ball, not allowing us any room.
They switch quarterbacks and bring Johnson in the ball game. He'll fire a pass to Melvin Ray down the middle, and it's caught at the 25-yard line. Jeremy Johnson, big 6'5" freshman from Montgomery, Alabama, went in for one play and now sprints back to the sidelines, but down to the 25-yard line, a gain of 14 and a first down for the Tigers. Their 11th first down of the game. Georgia has none. Handoff, Mason runs left side. He waited. He was patient. He waited for the hole open at left tackle, and then he gets about 5 yards on the play, close to the 20, maybe just inside it, as Auburn is driving for more points. They already lead 10-0.
Yeah, and again, it looks like absolutely nothing is there. Mason patient, and then good drive and good burst.
Timeout. Georgia.
Now Georgia has to burn a timeout as the defense trying to defend the goal line, but Auburn just keeps pecking away. They're on the Dogs' 20. Second down coming up, and a timeout here at Jordan-Hare Stadium. Early second quarter, 14-17 to play in the half. It's Auburn 10, Georgia nothing. Now this on the Bulldogs Sports Network from IMG. Dogs called a timeout, each team with 2 remaining in the half. Auburn 10-0 on the Bulldogs. Bulldog football is brought to you by Surf Pro, fire and water damage cleanup and restoration. Surf Pro, like it never even happened. Tigers football on the Georgia 20-yard line. They're moving to the right now. Jam-packed sellout crowd here at Jordan-Hare Stadium on a cloudy afternoon. And now the wind is starting to pick up a little bit, and temperature drops just a smidge. But Auburn's offense still red hot as they have dominated the half so far. Second down and 5 to go for the Tigers from the Georgia 20. Auburn moving to the right. Georgia defense slowly moving around. Mays and Smith down linemen, and then Floyd and Jenkins on the edges. Nick Marshall will fake it and keep it and dance around behind the line of scrimmage and just dart forward and try to get what he can. He's tackled by Leonard Floyd, who had his arms stretched out. He's got quite a wingspan, and Marshall had nowhere to go, so he just kind of jumps into the turf, and Floyd gets the tackle for no gain. It'll be 3rd and 5 for the Tigers from the 20.
Yeah, and I think for one of the few times today, a poor read for Marshall on the zone read. He would have handed it to Mason. Huge gap there. As you said, Leonard Floyd up in very good position, kept contained. Really a read that Nick Marshall needs to give that football off.
Ray Drew back in at defensive end. Marshall looks downfield, throws it at left flat now to Grant. Grant makes the catch low around the 19 and then is knocked out of bounds right there on the spot at the 18 is where they say he went out. Swan hit him low and Rameek Wilson hit him high on the far side of the field. It's 4th down as the gain is only about 1.5 yards. It'll be 4th down and 3 for the Tigers, and they'll send Cody Parkey back out to try another field goal here from the far hash, kicking to the right. They will hold it just across the 25-yard line, about a 35-yard kick here for Parkey, who's got one already. There's the snap and the hold. The kick is away, and it is good. So 35-yard field goal adds to the total for Auburn, and they now lead 13-0 with 13:07 to go. So moral victory for the defense there. You'll take the field goal. Dogs still right in it. Got to get the offense moving, and we'll try to do that right after this timeout. 13-0 Auburn on the Bulldogs Sports Network from IMG. Tigers lead 13-0. Stop at Flash Foods for all your game day needs. Plus, learn how you can receive instant fuel discounts with the Go Blue card. Visit flashfoods.com to go blue and save green. Well, the Auburn scoring drive, 11 plays, 56 yards, took 4:55 off the clock. Second field goal of the afternoon for Cody Parkey. This one a 35-yarder, but the possession kept alive. You may have forgotten, it seemed like so long ago, back in the first quarter on that personal foul penalty on the Auburn punt. They called it on John Taylor for diving over the blocking shield, and that kept it going for Auburn as Parkey sends a line drive. Did he send that one through the goalpost?
I think that's another 3 points.
Yeah, it should be. Why not? Boy, he really gets some leg on that football. That thing went zooming way out of the back of the end zone. Dogs ball, 1st and 10 at the 25 after the touchback. Well, the Dogs have had the ball a whopping 2 minutes and 53 seconds, and Auburn's had it for 14 minutes as we play with 13:07 to go here in the second quarter.
And Colton Houston now in the football game for John Theus. Theus has had his hands full here starting off the game on the first couple of drives.
3 receiver set. Gurley the lone setback. Murray play fake, rolls on the bootleg to the right, and there's Bennett wide open, catches it at the 40, to the 50, far sideline 40, stops at the 35, tries to avoid him, and they grab him around the ankles and bring him down around the 33. That's Jonathan Jones, the Dogs' first down of the game, and a big play to get deep in Auburn territory immediately as the sun just breaks from behind the clouds on that play. 42-yard gain, 1st and 10 for the Dogs at the Auburn 34. Quickly up to the line, handoff Gurley, breaks through the line, tries to rip through a defender at the 28. He drags him a yard or two down to the 26-yard line, and that'll be a gain of 7. Jermaine Whitehead, the free safety, made the stop. Dogs moving quickly, trying to get on the board. They trail 13-0. Quickly down to the Auburn 26-yard line already.
Sometimes that's all it takes to get going, just one big play. Hopefully we get into a little bit of a rhythm.
Murray, quick throw to the right, pass hit at the line of scrimmage, caught by Gurley on the tip, and he'll be tackled right there at the 26-yard line, right at the line of scrimmage. D4, the defensive end, a 6'2 senior from Odenville, Alabama, is the player that tipped it. And that ball went high in the air, and Gurley alertly caught it, but they tackled him right there.
Boy, D4 having a heck of a football game there. Finally got stonewalled a little bit up front. It was actually Todd Gurley that came up with the block on D4. And once that ball got tipped, Gurley able to see where it was and haul it in.
3rd and 3, we run out of the shotgun. It looked like Auburn moved early. Murray fires on a quick slant. It's caught by Rump on a diving effort for the first down at the 19. Flags down. We may wave that one off because it looked like Auburn's left end was way off sides on the play. And we should take the play and the first down on the catch by Rump at the 20. Let's go down to the sidelines. Chuck Dowdle, Cook's Pest Control Report.
Yeah, not only was he off sides, but he had a few words for Aaron Murray when he got up there, and Aaron followed him, but as he walked back to the Auburn side, letting him know that he didn't appreciate it.
Result of the play is the better option.
Is that Ford who jumped off sides? D. Ford it was. He's the one jawing with Murray. Dogs will take the first down at the 20 on the catch by Rump and a gain of 6.
Well, D. Ford right now a one-man wrecking crew. We've just gotten the tight end over to the side of D. Ford as well, just to give a little bit of help and maybe chip him.
Out of the shotgun, Murray will throw it into the turf, and here comes Big Gabe Wright to get into his face, and here's another flag on the play, and now Gurley's mixing it up with Ford again, who's doing more jawing, knocking away the hands of the officials. Now Auburn's back over there running their mouth a little bit more, and Georgia backing up.
False start, 75, offense, 5-yard penalty.
Boy, Ford's just giving us fits over there, isn't he?
He absolutely is, and we brought Artie Lynch over there too to help Chip, but he is a presence right now and is impacting this game more than anybody else on the Auburn defensive side of the football.
Bulldog football brought to you by Athens Regional Health System for the fans. 1st and 15 now after the 5-yard penalty. Ball back on the Tiger 25. Dogs with their first serious scoring threat of the game. We trail 13-0. Sun is out here at Jordan-Hare. The shadows are long. Murray's in the shotgun. Takes the snap, drops back. He throws it down the field, sails it over the head of the intended receiver, Michael Bennett. Between the hash marks around the 3 is where Bennett was when the ball went sailing over his head. But again, Auburn with good pressure on Murray, and that pocket was being squeezed.
And here's what the pressure from the down 4 lineman has been able to, what it's allowed Auburn to do is sit back in a cover 2 shell, get pressure on Aaron Murray just with their 4 down linemen. It's the same kind of defensive looks that we have struggled with.
2nd and 15 from the Tiger 25. Dogs go to the I. Hall's the fullback. Gurley's the tailback. Bennett and Wooten are to the near side and Rump to the far side. Play clock at 2. They get the snap off. Hand it to Gurley. Straight ahead. Gurley 20. Gurley 15. He carries a man down to the 10. And I think he got the first down. It'll depend on the spot. He may be a little bit short. The spot may not be good. Whitehead made the tackle. They don't give the Dogs the spot on the what should have been a first down. Now it'll be 3rd and very short. Dogs quickly up the line. Murray will just keep it, and that line gets a good push, and they surge down close to the 8-yard line. It'll be 1st and goal there for the Bulldogs.
Boy, what a run on the 3rd down play there by Todd Gurley. Got into the open field, and then just one little head move on safety Ryan Smith from Auburn allowed Gurley to get past that last level and continue to carry people down close to the first down. Great individual effort by Gurley.
Gurley's run was 15, and Murray gets a 1-yard push to the 9. 1st and goal. Here's Gurley. Straight ahead. Breaks the tackle. 5, 4, 3. Touchdown, Todd Gurley. He just ran right through Ryan Smith and into the end zone for the score. The Dogs are right back in it. It's 13-6.
Boy, I'll tell you what, after just a dominating first half by the Auburn Tigers, the one big play on the bootleg, we take advantage of the aggressiveness from the Auburn defense. We hit Michael Bennett on the big play, and then it becomes a Todd Gurley show as he starts running the football, and when he gets going, this offense begins to click on all cylinders.
Gurley with his 7th rushing touchdown of the season, as the point after try is good by Marshall Morgan. Dogs on the board. That Georgia touchdown brought to you by Southwest Airlines, connecting more people to more places. Southwest now with new nonstop service from Atlanta to San Juan. Book only online only at southwest.com. Dogs spend a few minutes in the Red Baron red zone, pick up a Red Baron pizza before the next game, get a taste of the tradition. They get on the board with 7. It's 13-7 Auburn. Now this on the Bulldogs Sports Network from IMG. Dogs go 75 yards, 8 plays, 9-yard touchdown run for Todd Gurley. Todd's 9th touchdown of the year, his 7th rushing touchdown. And that drive summary is brought to you by Cooper Tires. Life's a road trip. Come on, let's go. And down to the sidelines we go. Chuck Downo, Cook's Pest Control Report. Chuck.
Scott, Eric, one of the great things about being on the sideline, you get a sense of what's going on with these players. And you could tell that offense when they hit the field, they were feeling bad about leaving their defense out there so much. And the defense had come up big with 2 big stops, forcing field goals. That offense, when they took that field, they knew they had to get something going. That play, as Eric pointed out to Bennett, really ignited the bench. You could tell the players got behind it.
Yeah, the 42-yard pass play and then the running of Gurley. And that was a pretty good-looking drive of 75 yards. Mason and Bray are the deep men, and Morgan punches it high, end over end. Going to come down on the 4 to Mason. Straight ahead to the 10, to the 15. Dances a little bit at the 20. Cuts and hesitates at the 25, and will go down at the 27-yard line as the Bulldogs have a player slow to get up. Mauger and Vavalis made the stop on special teams, and Sheldon Dawson is the injured player for the Bulldogs, and he remains on the turf right now as he's being tended to by the training staff. That'll stop the clock with 10:02 to go for an injury timeout. 13-7, Auburn leads Georgia second quarter, and a timeout. We're back in a moment on the Bulldogs Sports Network from IMG. Sheldon Dawson able to walk off the field on his own as Auburn gets set to go at it from the 27. 1st and 10. 13-7. Tigers leading the Dogs here in the second quarter. Let's check in with Chuck on the sidelines. Cook's Pest Control Report. Chuck.
Aaron Murray came off that time with a little cut on the inside of his left thumb. They put a Band-Aid on it. He took it off. He's throwing. He's fine. Yeah, by the way, Sheldon Dawson looks like he's got a little bit of a cut lip or something with his teeth. I couldn't tell for sure. But they're working with him over on the bench.
You know, I mean, what's football without a little blood on the ball, man?
That's right. That's
exactly come on. Right. This ain't basketball.
Listen, it's his left hand anyway. He's fine.
1st and 10 for the Bulldog, or for Auburn rather, coming up from their own 27-yard line. Fans, if you want to score a little something extra with your Bulldog tickets, you should sign up for StubHub Fan Rewards before you buy. You'll get at least 2% back on your tickets, plus the chance at complimentary seat upgrades, perks, and preferred access events. StubHub is the official fan-to-fan ticket marketplace of the Georgia Bulldogs. All right, Auburn on the 27. Dogs just went 75 yards in 8 plays, 9-yard run by Todd Gurley to get Georgia on the board. They'll put 3 receivers to the left side. Auburn moving to the right. It's a 4-receiver set, and they'll throw to the left on a screen pass to Lewis. Ricardo Lewis makes the catch, and he shakes and bakes up the field, and he fumbled the football right in front of the Georgia bench, and there's a big pile. Georgia's whole sideline erupted as the pile formed right on the loose ball over there. Coach Mark Richt looking as they try to unstack the pile. No indication yet from the officials, but apparently it was a loose ball, and Georgia thinks that they have the ball. Let's see, they're still looking. Penn Wagers is down, squatting down, looking in the pile. They're trying to unstack everybody. It's right in front of the Georgia bench at the 38-yard line, and Auburn football, says the official.
Boy, from the reaction of the Georgia bench, it looks like we had a real good, clean shot at it because the bench erupted. Everybody started pointing that it was our football. Down in the pile, a lot of things can happen, and they come up with it. It was a well-designed play and well-set-up play there by Auburn. Just a bubble screen out to Lewis. They had a great block thrown in front of him and had plenty of room to run. Just poor ball security. We're able to knock it out. Unfortunately, can't come up with it.
Boy, Mark is hot. He is laying into Penn Wagers. He's out on the field, and they just threw a flag on him. Oh, my goodness. He was hot. Let me tell you.
The ruling on the field was a fumble. Player was on the ball and had possession of it. It's a first down. Unsportsmanlike conduct on the Georgia bench. 15 yards. First down.
And he is still going at it.
He is. I mean, they're trying to keep him on the sideline, and he wants none of that. He's fighting off everybody. He is just laying into this officiating crew. And there have been some spotting questions here in the first half. I couldn't tell from that who had the ball and who didn't, but Auburn was awarded the football and then 15 yards.
And I'll tell you what, Mark Richt just again out past the numbers, yelling at the defense, telling them to get fired up and get going. And a little spark. If we were at home, the Georgia faithful would be going absolutely crazy.
Well, Auburn's got the ball on our 48 after all of that, and it's a 1st and 10. They run it to Grant this way. He gets a block on the corner across the 45 down to the 40 and the 38-yard line. Rameek Wilson on the tackle along with Matthews. But Grant, he comes in motion from the far side. Kind of a power sweep, I guess, if you want to look at it like that, as the Tigers get the first down at the Georgia 37-yard line, a gain of 11. 1st and 10, Tigers. Handoff Mason. He dances in the hole. Now he kicks to the outside. He's being pushed by the center, Dismukes. And they'll push him down to the 31-yard line. 6 more. Wilson and Harvey Clemens make the tackle for the Georgia defense. Auburn ready to go. They're lined up and ready. Quick snap. And Marshall going to fake it and keep it and roll around the left end down to the 20-yard line for 11 more yards. Let's go down to Chuck quickly on the sidelines. Chuck?
Guys, I got to tell you, as hot as Coach Richt is, Garrison Smith, who's now coming out of the game, seemed even hotter. He was really going at it out on the field.
Well, I'd like to see an explanation of that fumble that wasn't, that Auburn recovered allegedly. They give it to Mason. He's going to break to the outside, to the sideline, to the 10, to the 5. No, they say he stepped out of bounds where? At the 7. Swan was the last man to kind of force him wide. Trey Mason steps out of bounds at the 7-yard line, and it'll be 1st and goal there for the Tigers.
Boy, just big gaping holes on those last 3 runs by the Auburn Tigers. On that last play, we just completely had the right side of our defensive line collapse.
Marshall fake. He's going to run it into the end zone on the right side. We miss a tackle with Josh Harvey Clemens, and it's a touchdown.
Well, I'll tell you what, the 15-yard penalty, you really thought there for a second that it would just inspire and fire up the Georgia defense, but 4 big, gashing, gaping runs by the Auburn Tigers. They find themselves in the end zone. Going to have to come back to the sideline and regroup.
Point after try by Cody Parkey. There's the snap and the hold. The kick is good by Parkey. And it's 20-7 Auburn. They lead by 13, 8:32 to go in the 3rd quarter. 7-yard touchdown run by Nick Marshall caps a 73-yard drive in 6 plays. So the Tigers answered quickly. When we thought we had the ball, that was quite a turn of events. We a fumble, and we thought we had it. Immediately our bench erupted as if we did. And then not only do we not get it, but we get a penalty on the bench that costs us 15 yards, and Auburn moves 1st and 10 on our side of the 50.
Yeah, I tell you, we know and we've seen how quickly momentum and things can change just on one play. If we get a turnover there, momentum would have been fully on our side. And from here in the booth, it was hard to tell exactly what happened. But the Georgia bench thought it was our football. Coach Mark Richt, I don't know if we've ever seen him that adamant or fired up on the sideline, gets the flag thrown on him. And then where you thought that there would be a little bit of fire in the belly of the Georgia defense, that was completely shut down by a few just crushing runs by this Auburn offense. And find ourselves now where we've got to come back and answer the bell again. Still plenty of time in this half, but the way Auburn's moving the football, you can't lose serve more than what we've already lost it here. We've got to claw our way back into it.
Nick Marshall with the 7-yard touchdown run, his 8th touchdown of the year for the Auburn quarterback. It's 20-7 now. Bulldog fans, GeorgiaDogs.com is your first and best source for Bulldogs news, scores, highlights, interviews, and behind-the-scenes video. You can also buy authentic Dogs gear in the G-Shop or bid against each other in the exclusive online auctions. Visit GeorgiaDogs.com today. And don't forget to tune into Bulldogs Game Day each week live for home games from the Georgia Center. You can also tune into our post-game show Dog Talk Live after home games from the Georgia Center as well. Today's show will be live from Jordan-Hare Stadium here in Auburn, Alabama after today's game. There was no replay on that fumble on the in-house feed. Yeah, we never saw a replay. They didn't, and they never announced that they checked with the booth. It was just, they just determined that Auburn got the ball somehow in that pile, and Georgia's bench was certainly not happy about it. And now it's 20-7. Here's Cody Parkey with a kick. Long and deep again, will sail on the back line of the end zone. And J.J. Green back deep this time after Sheldon Dawson was shaken up earlier. So J.J. Green takes the touchback.
Yeah, he missed that one a little bit. That one only landed outside of the end zone, didn't go into the stands like his previous one.
All right, well, let's see if the Dogs can get back at it, shake off what just happened, and go right back down the field. They trail 20-7. Bulldog football is brought to you by Aaron's. For furniture, electronics, appliances, and computers, you don't need credit. All you need is Aaron's. 1st and 10 on our 25. Dogs moving to our left. They're in white. Auburn's in blue. Handoff Gurley looking for a hole. It's not there. He goes down at the line of scrimmage. Twisted down by Montravius Adams, a freshman from Vienna, Georgia, 6'4" and 305. Big recruiting battle for him was won by Auburn. And he makes the tackle there on Todd Gurley. May have lost about the length of the football. It'll be 2nd down and about 10 and a few inches.
John Theus back into the football game. Colton Houston came in on that last drive. Theus back in the game on this series.
Theus at right tackle, Gates at left. Snap to Murray. He'll throw it on the near side to Gurley and flags down. We may have moved early. It may have been Canarius Gates. Got a false start, I believe.
False start, 72. Offense, 5-yard penalty.
And Scott, we've seen this happen a couple of times this year when we get into hostile environments where the crowd's really into it. We've had a number of illegal procedure penalties. We're moving too quick outside of the tackle positions, and we've seen it today already where we've been beat off the ball on a number of occasions.
Ball back on the 20 now. Carter and Adams, Lawson and Sanders across the front line for Auburn. We're in the shotgun, 2nd down and 15. We trail 20-7. Handoff to Gurley. He's looking for room on the right side of the line of scrimmage. There's nothing there. And they'll drive him into the turf at the 20-yard line. Anthony Swain, linebacker, a sophomore from Gadsden, Alabama, with the tackle. And it's going to be 3rd and 15. No gain for Todd Gurley on that carry.
Well, we are just losing the battle up front and on the edges right now. Success where we've had it running the football has been right over our center and guards. See if we go back to that. It's not going to happen here. in a third and long situation, though.
Now Ford, Daniel, and Igwe in as they substitute their linemen, keep fresh bodies in there. Murray with time dumps it off over the line to Gurley, to the 30, to the 33. He stutter steps up close to the 35, and he got close. Well, they bring it back now on the 34. So he's going to be shy of the first down by about a yard. Therese and Frost, the linebackers, make the stop for Auburn. And it's fourth down and about a yard, and now Georgia will send on the punt unit. Ball on our own 34-yard line. We trail by 13 with 6:29 to go. Clock moving here in the second quarter.
Yeah, not a time to panic right now. Still a lot of football left. Flip the field position and see if your defense can go to work.
Colin Barber set to punt, and Davis is the deep man for Auburn to receive the kick. The punt is away. High, but not long. Very short, actually. It's going to come down on the 35 and take an Auburn bounce. And it's fielded at the 43-yard line by Mike Thornton. Well, that gave Auburn about 8 more yards on the bounce. Only a 23-yard punt for Colin Barber that time.
Boy, and that one hurts, too. The way this Auburn offense has just been churning through the yards. And they've had great field position through this first half.
Only a 23-yard punt. Auburn will line up first and 10 on its own 43. Yeah, you give these guys a short field to work with, you're just asking for trouble. First and 10, Auburn. They lead 20-7. 6 minutes to go in the half. Nick Marshall at quarterback in the shotgun, shifting players around in the backfield. Hands it off to Mason. Mason finds a hole at right guard, and we'll get to the 45-yard line. Rameek Wilson on the stop for Georgia, gain of 2. Thanks to Subway Restaurants, home of the $4 daily special. Subway, eat fresh.
What this spread option forces you to do is it forces one-on-one situations where you've got to make tackles. Rameek Wilson filled the hole perfectly there, did a good job of wrapping up.
Floyd, Smith, Mays, and Drew across the front line for Georgia. The linebackers, Herrera and Wilson, and now Moore creeps up from safety. Marshall will fake it, roll out to the left, and then throw it on the run. And Ricardo Lewis shakes the first tackler. We should have had him right around the line of scrimmage, but Shaq Wiggins missed the tackle, and then Lewis up the far sideline, and where they spot him out of bounds at the Georgia 44-yard line. He got 11 yards on that play and a first down when he should have had nothing.
Boy, creativity there on offense as well. Faking the zone rig. Nick Marshall was actually running downhill before he threw that pass.
And he gave it to Mason at left tackle. Mason bullying his way across the 40 down to the 39-yard line, and that'll be 5 more for Auburn as they move quickly. Chris Mays, the nose tackle from Griffin, makes the stop for Georgia. Dogs shuffle players off onto the far sideline. Second down coming up. Auburn with a quick snap. Marshall keeps it, rolls to the right. Looks like he wants to throw. Now he breaks 2 or 3 tackles. He's still on his feet. Twisting down to the 30, the 25, down inside where? At the 21-yard line. What a run by Nick Marshall. We couldn't get the guy on the ground. He ran through about 8 of our guys and got a hand on him. And it's finally Matthews and Herrera that make the stop. But a first down Auburn.
Yeah, that's all Nick Marshall right there and his athletic ability. You're right. He wanted to throw that football again off the zone option read.
They give it to Mason. Mason veers to the left as Auburn smells some more points, driving towards the Georgia end zone as Mason will get about a yard or so. Marlo Herrera makes the tackle. Second down, they give him 2. Second down and 8. And the ball is on the 19-yard line of the Bulldogs. Auburn moving quickly again. 4:16 to go in the quarter, and they already lead 20-7. Pistol formation for the Tigers. They look to the near sideline for the signals. Play clock at 15. Marshall's still looking. And now I think we're going to get a timeout
Auburn,
for the Tigers.
Second timeout of the half. 30-second timeout.
Auburn calls a 30-second timeout to discuss matters with 4:04 remaining in the second quarter. It's the Tigers 20 and Georgia 7. Auburn has already racked up 266 yards on offense. Georgia has 98. Tigers have 18 first downs. Georgia has 3. This in-game recap brought to you by Regions Bank. Regions is the official bank of the SEC. Looking at some of the other numbers individually, Nick Marshall has 57 yards on the ground on 10 carries and a touchdown. Trey Mason with 66 yards on 16 carries. He hasn't scored today. Marshall 6 of 9 passing for 63 yards. For Georgia, Aaron Murray 4 of 7 for 62. Todd Gurley 7 carries, 34 yards, and a touchdown. And there have just been some moments in the game that certainly haven't gone Georgia's way and that have, quite frankly, just kind of hacked us off on the sidelines. We lost our cool once, got a 15-yard penalty on the bench after a fumble that we thought we recovered. Then when they came out of the pile, it was awarded to Auburn, and we never did see a replay on that, or at least I didn't.
No, but the story of the game right now is at the line of scrimmage, this Auburn team is winning on both sides of the football. They're opening up enough holes when they're running the football for these very talented runners, whether it be a quarterback or running back, to find some seams and find a little bit of space. And then on the defensive side of the ball, have just got us rattled right now. Aaron Murray not able to set back up and review anything down the field. He's hitting the last step of his drop, and he's having to move almost immediately. They've reined in Todd Gurley outside of the one drive where we did score points, and anything that we're doing trying to get outside on the edges has just been very, very difficult. We're going to have to at some point here man up, run straight down the hill, but what you worry about is if Auburn puts points on the board right now, all of a sudden you're down by 20. Can you keep and stay committed to running the football? A lot of time left in this football game, but you don't want to dig yourself too big of a hole.
We've got to check the play clock, malfunction.
Auburn's already rushed for 189 yards here in the first half. It's still 4:04 to go. As Penn Wagers, you just heard him, they're checking a clock malfunction. Georgia fans, if you want in on all of Hibbett Sports' hottest deals, then you need to text MVP to 57758 to opt into Hibbett Sports messaging service, and you'll get sent. You'll be sent all the great deals right there on your phone. 2nd down, 8 for the Tigers. From just inside the Georgia 20, handoff to Mason. He jump stops at the line of scrimmage, pops to the left, and is tackled by Josh Harvey Clemens, who came around from behind to grab Mason and pull him down around the 18-yard line. Looks like where they'll spot it. No, back on the 19, so no gain. 3rd down and 8 for the Tigers from the 19-yard line.
Nice play there by Josh Harvey Clemens, getting into that interior line of scrimmage and able to make a nice tackle.
Auburn offense up, ready to go. Now Marshall looking to the near sideline for the signals. They've got guys holding signs and flashing in signals. Now they shift Mason to the left. Marshall in the shotgun will throw it. He lobs it up towards the end zone, and it is broken up by Damian Swan. Tried to go to Coates. Swan got in front of him and made a very nice play in the front left corner of the end zone to bring up 4th down.
Another good play there by Damian. Just a fade route to Coates. Nick Marshall a little bit late in letting that football go, and no different than the hitch route that Nick Marshall tried to complete on the other side of the field into the end zone. Again, that football thrown way to the inside. If that ball is thrown on a line outside, it's probably 7 points for the Tigers.
36-yard field goal try by Parkey. We blocked it. It was low. We blocked it. It never made it there. Georgia with its 2nd blocked field goal of the season. And the Dogs' defense or special teams comes up with a big play right there with 3:10 to go. They blocked the Parkey kick, and the score remains 20-7.
Boy, you just don't know how big that is. It just shut the crowd up. That's for sure. But Auburn just looked like a juggernaut moving up and down the field to hold them without points right now. Just an excellent job by the defense and the special teams. Now let's see if this Georgia offense can answer, get some points on the board before we go into halftime.
We're trying to see who blocked it, but we're getting no replays anywhere in the stadium or in the booth. So unfortunately, I'm sorry we couldn't tell. And now Colton Houston moves early.
Just jumped off sides again. How many times have we started in a 1st and 15 situation today?
There's another time our right tackle moved early, and there we go, 1st and 15. And they'll march us off. That just really saps your momentum that you just built from blocking the field goal. Back on the 15-yard line now. Georgia 1st and 15 from the 15. Its own, moving to the left, or trying to. Here's Murray in the shotgun. Drops back, sets up with time, throws, and caught by Lynch down the middle at the 32, and he's upended at the 35-yard line. One of the Auburn players lost a helmet. Ryan Smith, Jermaine Whitehead, the safeties, made the tackle on Lynch. But the gain is to the 35, a 20-yard pickup. It's 1st and 10 Georgia. That was Ben Bradley, a defensive tackle, that has to come out of the game for a play as he lost his hat.
And for the first time today, Scott, we protected Aaron Murray and allowed him time to look over the field and step up in the pocket.
Clock at 2:50. Murray feels the pressure, throws it deep. It's intercepted. He overthrew the intended receiver. It's picked off by Ryan Smith, who lost his balance and went down to a knee at the Auburn 38-yard line. Trying to go to Bennett, and the ball went sailing over Bennett's head, and Auburn gets it right back on the pick. D. Ford had pressure from the edge, and Murray was stepping up in the pocket, and he was probably thinking about that when he let that ball go.
Yeah, there's no question. And D. Ford forced Murray up into the pocket, and there was also pressure coming right up into his face as well. So as Aaron stepped into that football, got hit in the legs, was never able to step into that football, and it just sailed on him.
Auburn gets the ball back, and there's too much time on the clock, 2 minutes and 40 seconds, and that is the 12th interception of the year for the Auburn defense. And they'll have the ball on their own 39-yard line. And they'll run it with Ricardo Lewis to the near side and out of bounds in front of the Auburn bench all the way out to the 50.
Boy, and Ricardo Lewis can fly. He gets the ball coming around on the edge. We've seen him run it a couple of times today, but he gets to the edge extremely fast.
Pickup of 12, ball on the 50, first down for the Tigers. Clock moving at 2:23. Auburn leads at 20-7. We blocked the field goal, and then we turn it back over on the next possession. And Auburn runs it straight ahead to the 45-yard line of Georgia. Picks up 5 yards on the play. Ramik Wilson on the tackle as Trey Mason runs hard into the line of scrimmage. They move Uzama and Lewis out wide to the left, and Coates is to the right. 3 receivers set. Marshall's in the shotgun. We run Harvey Clemens up on the line of scrimmage to fake the blitz. Now he's backing away a little bit. 1:50 on the clock. Play clock down to 13. Auburn adjusting on offense. They lead by 13 points. Snap to Marshall. Quick throw out to the left to Lewis. Set up a screen again. He breaks the tackle. Shaq Wiggins can't get that guy on the ground. He broke loose from Wiggins' grip at the 48 and got 8 more yards, or 7, down to the 41 of Georgia. And it's near the first down, but short. Trey Matthews had to clean up the mess at the end of the play, stopping Lewis just shy of the first down. It'll be 3rd and less than a yard. And now the Dogs have a player shaken up. Matthews went down late, and he's struggling. They're trying to help him. Right in front, he's on the playing surface, but right in front of the Georgia bench. Trey Matthews shaken up late at the end of the play. He's the one that made the tackle. Now they've got his helmet off, and he's down on one knee as the training staff takes a look at him.
Yeah, and he was on the receiving end of a blow delivered there by Lewis, the ball carrier on that. And like you said, several times here, just that little bubble screen has been thrown out to Lewis on the outside. Shaq Wiggins coming up, not exploding through the tackle at all, kind of coming up and trying to wrap Lewis up, but just too big and strong. He was able to easily break Shaq's tackle, and as he made his way down the sideline, 2 dogs met Lewis, but it was really Lewis delivering the blow there, and Matthews shaken up from it.
Yeah, Wiggins is listed at 5'10" and 165, and Ricardo Lewis 6'2" and 215. As play is still halted for an injury timeout to Trey Matthews. Tires Plus supports Georgia Bulldogs football. From tires to oil changes, brakes to batteries, the Plus is in everything we do. 1:35 to go in the half. Let's check in with Chuck on the sidelines. Cook's Pest Control report. Chuck?
Well, it's a little late now. I've asked everybody that was on the field a while ago who blocked that field goal. Nobody knows, or nobody wants to own up to it. You'd think somebody would want to take credit for that, but I've asked everybody.
Well, normally you get to see a replay somewhere, but they show it on the board. We don't have any monitors in our booth that are functioning properly, so we couldn't see a replay either. It'll be 3rd down and less than a yard to go, and Jay Black says he thinks it might have been Chris Mays but he's not 100% on it. But we've already given the ball back after that, so now we've got to think about defense again. Minute 35 to play. Auburn 20, Georgia 7. We're in the second quarter. 1:35 before the half. Auburn's up ready to go. Trey Matthews has been helped to the sideline. Marshall hands it off to Mason, and he moves the pile enough for the first down and about 3 additional yards to the left. Garrison Smith makes the tackle for the Georgia defense. 1st and 10 Auburn at the Georgia 38 now.
First down for the 37.
They snap it. Marshall will fake it now. He'll pump fake on the pass and keep it roll to the right and get to the 25, the 24. Tackled by Herrera, Harvey Clemens, and Mauger. Nick Marshall to the 24-yard line, and that'll be a gain of 14. He just runs with such ease, and the next thing you know, he's got first down, first down, first down.
And he's doing that on a triple option. He can fake the handoff, fake the pass, and then run.
And here's Mason just running for daylight. He's going to run straight ahead into the end zone for the touchdown.
Not sure if he was ever even touched on that play. Just a dive right over the center. A huge hole for Mason to run through. Easily got to the second level, and nobody was there.
24-yard burst for Trey Mason. And the SEC's leading scorer scores his 17th rushing touchdown, his 18th TD of the season. And Auburn pulling away from the Dogs here with a late second quarter touchdown. The point after try by Parkey is good, and it's 27-7. Minute 7 to go in the second quarter. Academy Sports and Outdoors is a proud corporate partner of UGA Athletics. Right stuff, low price every day. So let's see. Mason has scored now. Marshall has scored. Grant has scored. Those are their big 3 in the running game. So they're divvying that up nicely. And they've rushed for 246 yards in the half. Wow. They average 320, and it's easy to see why they lead the SEC, but are only 3rd. I want to see those other 2 teams that run the ball better than Auburn.
Tell you what, they can hurt you just in so many ways, and so many different looks that they have in the running game. You go back to the it's almost a triple option look on the off the zone read, where Nick Marshall can either hand it off to Trey Mason. He then goes down the line, and he's got another option off of that where he can throw a lateral out to one of his receivers, one of his wide guys, and if that's covered up, if there's not support coming in from a cornerback, he'll keep it and turn it up the field. Awfully difficult to defend. We've seen reverses. We've just seen a number of different ways to run the football, and Auburn is executing all of them very well. We talked about before the game the need to protect the football and not turn it over. Auburn's been very good this year. Pass defense with interceptions. We throw one, they convert off of it. And boy, we've got some work to do now for the rest of this football game.
So Auburn converts the turnover into points as Ryan Smith came up with the interception, his 3rd of the year, and then Auburn goes 61 yards in 6 plays, a minute 33 on the clock, 24-yard run by Trey Mason, the junior 5'10", 205-pounder from Palm Beach, Florida. And Auburn laying a licking on the Dogs here in the first half, 27-7. You're still not, completely dismantled. I mean, there's still a whole half to play, and you've got a minute 7 to work with here. If Georgia could quickly move down the field and get any kind of points here, you'd feel a little bit better going into the locker room, but it's been a long half for the Bulldogs so far. Here's the kickoff by Auburn. Parkey booms another one, and Dawson is back in to receive the kick, but he lets it sail over his head and bounce out of bounds for the touchback. And the clock remains at 1:07, and the Dogs will have the ball at the 25. Now let's see if we can get first down off without a 5-yard penalty before they snap it, because we've had at least 3 of those today to start
starting off
first
the drive.
and 15.
That's right.
Auburn's run 50 plays in this half. 50. Georgia's run 19. thanks to Jay Black, our statistician. Here's Murray, throws a little dump pass, a middle screen to Gurley, but not a lot of space there. Makes the catch and gains about 4 on the play to the 29, and clock stops. Did Georgia call a time? They did.
Timeout.
I don't know how much time ran off the clock, if any extra.
Timeout of the half. 30-second timeout.
It's at 55 right now. So the Dogs have the ball on the 24 now after a 4-yard pass play.
Yeah, and Auburn right now.
Clock to 59 seconds. 59.
Auburn defensively just all over anything that we're trying to do, and really what spurred that, as we've talked about, is the pressure they're getting with their 4 defensive linemen. But anything that we try to do, they've got men around the football 2 to 3 deep and just giving us no space to breathe.
Ball for Georgia on the 29. I may have said the 24. It'll be 2nd down and 6. Tailgaters, you can show your Bulldog and Publix spirit by throwing the ultimate tailgate party on game day. You can be selected as the Publix tailgater of the game and win a $100 Publix gift card. Publix, where shopping is a pleasure. Dogs on their own 29-yard line, trailing 27-7. Less than a minute to go here in the second quarter. Murray in the shotgun, Gurley in the backfield. Murray will throw it. Quick slant to Rump. Makes the catch at the 36. They try to strip it, and then they tackle him around the 38-yard line. First down for the Dogs. The clock will stop momentarily. Frost and Davis make the stop on Jonathan Rump, the JUCO transfer from Mississippi. Murray in the pocket, throws it again. Quick dump over the middle to Gurley. Makes the catch on a crossing route and speeds towards the Auburn sideline to scamper out of bounds, and he's pushed out by Chris Davis at the 46-yard line.
And still the time for Murray right now to push the football down the field vertically, just not there. Auburn in this 2-minute drill, sitting back in cover 2 primarily, not trying to disguise, still able to get some heat on him.
That was an 8-yard gain, 41 seconds to go. Murray throws it to Bennett. He makes the catch in traffic. And it's a first down for the Bulldogs in Auburn territory, right on the logo at the 47-yard line. And that's going to be a gain of 7. Here goes Georgia quickly. Clock at 33 seconds. Snap to Murray. In the pocket with pressure. Here it comes. He throws it, and it's caught. But Gurley is hit right where he catches it at the 44-yard line, and Georgia will stop the clock with another timeout, and that'll be the final timeout for the Bulldogs of the half. Chris Frost makes impact with Todd Gurley and brought him down.
Timeout.
Frost hurt his shoulder on the tackle.
And D. Ford again just laid a whooping on Aaron Murray. He's made a living right now in the backfield of the Georgia Bulldogs and is just beating Aaron up.
Dogs use their final timeout with 24 seconds left, and the ball across the 50 in Auburn territory. When play resumes, we'll be snapping from the Tiger 44-yard line. Even if you could just come down and get in field goal range and
just
get 3 on the board.
That's right.
I mean, certainly the lead is not insurmountable at this point, but you got some adjustments to make at halftime.
Well, there's no question you do, but we get the football coming out at halftime as well. So if we can put points on the board, we've got a chance here really to climb our way back in the football game. But we've got to score here, and we've got to score coming out at halftime.
Bulldog football brought to you by Georgia Power, official energy partner of helping you save money. Visit GeorgiaPower.com to learn ways to save energy. 2nd down, 7 for the Bulldogs. 24 seconds to go in the half. Murray in the shotgun, throws it wide open in the flat. Gurley makes the catch. Gurley at the 35-yard line. He leaps out of bounds ahead of the first down marker. It is a first down, and they'll spot the ball just outside of the 35. Chased out by Jonathan Jones, the cornerback from Carrollton, Georgia. And Gurley to the 35 for all intents and purposes. A 9-yard pickup for the Dogs. Stops the clock with 17 seconds.
Dogs here out of timeout, so can't really throw anything into the middle of the field.
4 receivers. Murray scrambles to his right, fires. There it is into the middle of the field, but we got a first down. The catch by Conley makes his first catch of the game to the 20. That'll stop the clock with 10 seconds. Dogs get up to the line. Chris Conley with the catch there, back from the injury in the game against Vanderbilt. 1st and 10. The clock is moving at 6. Murray will throw towards the end zone. There's Conley, can't adjust. It's incomplete, and the clock stops. Well, now they let the final second tick off. There may have been 1 second left, and then the final second ticked off. Now Auburn's heading into the locker room. Georgia coaches are questioning it. They may look at it to see if there's a second left on the play clock, as the pass was incomplete to Conley in the end zone. And let's see what's going on. Now Auburn stops running into the locker room for halftime. And there's one Auburn player in the middle of Georgia's huddle.
Concerning how much time is on the game clock.
Trying to jaw with him a little bit. That's Ryan Smith, and the official has to tear him away. So Penn Wagers tells us that they're going to look at the review to see how much time should be left on the play clock. And remember, you've got the new spike rule that would be, it would be ineffective at this point. But if there's time left on that last incomplete pass, we'll see how Georgia wants to play it, if there is any time at all. It looked like when the ball landed in the end zone on the incompletion to Conley, looked up at the scoreboard, there was still a second left. And then maybe the officials didn't get the clock stopped in time, and it ticked down to 0. Let's check in with Chuck on the sidelines. Cook's Pest Control Report. Chuck?
Yeah, clearly a second. Aaron Murray even held up. He had the 1 second up, the one finger up. It was a second left. Georgia's going to get an opportunity for a field goal here.
After further review, there are 2 seconds left on the game clock. Please put 2 seconds on the clock.
So the Dogs will go reaching for some points here with Marshall Morgan, who's been perhaps the most reliable kicker in the SEC this season. This will be about a 37-yard field goal from the far hash, kicking to the left. Erickson is the holder. Theus is the snapper. There's the snap in the hold. The kick is away. It's very high. It's end over end, and it's good. So in your face, Tony Schiavone. I heard you in my headset. I did not jinx them. The field goal is good. And Georgia gets points, and with that field goal, Walton EMC Natural Gas just donated $500 to their Kicking It for Charity campaign. Go to 770gasheat.com/Bulldogs for more details. So the Dogs go in on a bit of a high note, 27-10. They get 3 on the final play of the half. See?
Yeah, the big points there. Fortunate there to get a couple of seconds left as we don't clock that football, but it all worked out. Those 3 points big. If we can come out and critical that we score on this drive coming out at halftime, where we've struggled some this year, but we do that, we are right back in this football game.
All right, it's 27-10. Have we got the coach downstairs? Is Chuck able to? Let's send it down to Chuck. Chuck?
Ball, we just got to believe in ourselves and keep banging away. We'll get the ball to start it out, and it's a long way to go yet.
All right, there you go. And he's right. There's a long way to go, and you cut it down to 17. But obviously, Eric and Scott, I think you both guys have nailed this one. You know, it's that line of scrimmage is where Georgia's really having problems, and that's on both sides of the football.
All right, Chuck, thanks. And as Coach said, the Dogs get the ball to start the second half. That's the Delta halftime interview brought to you by Delta Airlines, the official airline of the Georgia Bulldogs. Delta, keep climbing. Auburn 27, Georgia 10, intermission at Jordan-Hare Stadium in Auburn, Alabama. Hondo and the gang got your halftime next here on the Bulldogs Sports Network from IMG.
At a college football game, you don't always know who the people next to you are, but you know all the same cheers and celebrate the same traditions. The loyalty you share says more than anything else, like who you are or where you're from. You love your team. Hyundai drivers love their cars enough to be ranked #1 in customer loyalty. Join us as we celebrate fans and their loyalty at theloyaltyreport.com.
Based on 2013 Brainke's Customer Loyalty Engagement Index. Think of all the great reasons to visit Athens, Georgia. The University of Georgia Bulldogs, America's #1 college music scene. Championship caliber golf, one-of-a-kind shopping and sightseeing. And in the heart of it all, the UGA Hotel and Conference Center at the Georgia Center. Southern hospitality, delicious dining, and conveniently located on South Lumpkin, across from Stegman Coliseum. Learn more about the UGA Hotel at ugahotel.com.
The Dogs are heard right here. This is the Bulldog Sports Network from IMG.
Let's be honest. What's 3 to 4 inches compared to traveling thousands of miles on a plane? Unless it was a few more inches of seating space in economy comfort to open your laptop fully and write, or read, or fall asleep researching, or break from PowerPoint with cats hazing cheeseburgers, or whatever, more comfortably and productively. In that case, a few more inches would probably go a long way. Well, that case is this case, thanks to economy comfort from Delta. Keep climbing.
Around the corner can be a physical place or a state of mind. BB&T is there, firmly rooted in our community. For more than 140 years, we've been sharing financial knowledge with our clients, our neighbors, our friends, and that's how you can bank today. More informed and more confident in your decisions so you can move in a brighter financial direction. BB&T, sharing knowledge for a brighter direction.
Member FDIC.
Welcome to the BB&T Halftime Show. BB&T, sharing knowledge for a brighter direction. Anchoring our coverage, here's Neil Hondo Williamson.
Hi, everybody. The Redcoat Marching Band out on the field here at Jordan-Hare Stadium. We always travel our full band down here, and it's always a nice tradition. Auburn brings theirs up to Sanford Stadium as well. 27-10, Auburn leading Georgia here at the half. We're happy to be here with the BB&T Halftime Show. BB&T is proud to support the Georgia Bulldogs. BB&T sharing knowledge for a brighter direction. Member FDIC. Well, Aaron Murray in the first half trying to drag those dogs back into it on that last drive, and as we mentioned, we'll get the ball first in the second half, and hopefully we can get a touchdown drive going on that one, get some more points on the board. Aaron set his third SEC record last week, and Steve Bell has our halftime profile of Aaron Murray, your State Farm Athlete of the Week.
At 6'1" and 208 pounds, Bulldog quarterback Aaron Murray has left an indelible mark in both Georgia and Southeastern Conference history. With many accolades and honors yet to come, Aaron told me each and every moment this season is special.
It's been great. A little sad that it's come to an end pretty fast, but it's been an unbelievable 5 years here. Really have enjoyed my redshirt year, then obviously the 4 years I've been able to start here. It's been something that I would never trade for anything. It's been a pleasure.
How much more confidence do you have on the field today than you did those first few games when you were the first starter?
A lot more. I mean, there's a lot more confidence in the guys around me. There's a lot more confidence in myself and my understanding of the playbook. But also there's confidence from Coach Bobo in me.
How much have you changed as a man since you first came here?
Oh, I've grown up a lot. That's something that I give a lot of credit to Coach Rick and his staff. I mean, they don't just come here to develop football players. They really want to develop us as men that are able to be successful outside of football, that are ready to get a job, that are ready to have a family and support them.
Currently in graduate school, Hondo, Aaron tells me he will eventually complete his doctorate in industrial psychology. I'm Steve Bell with Aaron Murray, helping the Dogs get to a better state. Aaron Murray is your State Farm Athlete of the Week.
All right, thank you, Steve. Get from point A to point B, wherever B may be. Southwest Airlines now offers new nonstop service from Atlanta to San Juan. Book now online only at southwest.com. We are Southwest. Welcome aboard. Well, Cowboy Philpott is standing by in the Bulldog studios. He'll bring you an update on scores from around the nation. Don't forget that in 1994, Georgia trailed here 23-9 and battled back to tie the Tigers 23-all. In 1996, the Dogs were down 28-7, battled back and won in the first overtime game in SEC history, 56-49. We went to 4 OTs that day. Lots of hope left for the Dogs. It's only 27-10 here at the half. More with the BB&T Halftime Show after these words on the Bulldogs Sports Network from IMG.
State Farm, this is Jessica.
Hey, Jessica, Jerry Newman. Does State Farm offer more discounts to more drivers?
Yep, like the good driver discount.
So it's a discount for good, but not great drivers.
No, Jerry. We also have accident-free discounts.
You give people one free accident?
Not quite. There's also the multi-line discount.
For calling from multiple lines while driving.
You should never use a phone while driving.
I only make calls from my car when I'm stuck in a ditch or something.
Are you in a ditch?
Yes, I am.
State Farm offers more discounts to more drivers than any other insurance company. Get to a better state. Call 1-800-STATE-FARM today.
Sherwin-Williams asks, what is the color of speed? Is it the ice blue flame of a jet engine? Or the blurred green of grass as your eyes try to keep up with the running back that just blew through the secondary? Maybe it's the bright blast of white from a fastball. Or the sleek red of a stock car racing through the final lap. Speed has a color. Find it at your neighborhood Sherwin-Williams store or sherwinwilliams.com.
Don't go go anywhere. The Dogs are coming right back. You're listening to the Bulldogs Sports Network from IMG.
Watching sports on Xfinity from Comcast is like having a front row seat to the biggest moments. With NFL Red Zone, ESPN Goal Line, and the Watch ESPN app, you always have the best seat in the house. You won't get all that with satellite, so sign up for the Xfinity HD Premier XF Triple Play or ask about other bundles starting as low as $99 a month for 12 months. Call 1-800-XFINITY today. Offer ends 1/5/14. Restrictions apply. New residential customers only. After promotion, regular rates apply. Equipment, installation, taxes, and fees extra.
Hey, Bulldog fans, LG Electronics, proud partner of the Georgia Bulldogs and NCAA football, wants to help you do game day right. Get great savings by visiting your local electronics store this NCAA football season for great offers on LG televisions, home theater systems, and Blu-ray players. Plus, for a chance to win a pair of 2014 Georgia Bulldogs season tickets, visit lgusa.com/Bulldogs. That's lgusa.com/Bulldogs. With LG, it's all possible.
Welcome back to the BB&T Halftime Show. Now a check of the college football scoreboard, presented by Sherwin-Williams. Painting questions? Ask Sherwin-Williams. From inside the IMG Network studios, here's Tabo Philpott.
Welcome back to the BB&T Halftime Show. Fans, BB&T helping you achieve more confidence in your financial choices every day. BB&T sharing knowledge for a brighter direction. Member FDIC. Halftime at Jordan-Hare Stadium, and after a sluggish first quarter from the Dogs, they were finally able to get on the board.
First and goal, here's Gurley. Straight ahead, breaks the tackle, 5, 4, 3, touchdown, Todd Gurley. He just ran right through Ryan Smith and into the end zone for the score. The Dogs are right back in it.
That the lone touchdown from Georgia as Auburn leads it at the break, 27-10. As we take a look around the rest of the SEC this afternoon, the Charter On Demand scoreboard. Earlier it was Ole Miss looking for their fourth straight victory out of conference, hosting Troy. Rebs wasting no time putting the Trojans to bed as Bo Wallace 4 touchdowns lift Ole Miss to the 51-21 victory. Elsewhere in Nashville, Vandy looking for their 6th win of the season, which would send the Doors bowling for the 3rd straight year, all under head coach James Franklin. Despite 4 interceptions by Wildcats quarterback Jalen Whitlow, the game was tight with Vandy holding on to the 9-6 advantage through 3 quarters. But then the Commodores able to shut the door with under a minute left in regulation.
Pass to Quintera for the touchdown.
Wow.
They went for the home run. They did the fake. Kentucky sold out on the run. And Robinette tossed the jump pass to Quintera for the score.
Joe Fisher on the Vanderbilt IMG Sports Network with the call. They're happy in Nashville tonight. Vandy beats Kentucky 22-6 and haven't lost in the month of November since 2011. 2 games to preview this evening in the Western Division. Top-ranked Alabama coming off their convincing win at LSU last week takes a step down tonight against Mississippi State in Starkville. Over their current 5-game winning streak against the Bulldogs, the Tide hasn't allowed Mississippi State to score more than 10 points in any of those contests. Up in Columbia, the 10th-ranked Gamecocks looking to set a record for consecutive wins at Williams-Brice Stadium as they host Florida. The Gators hold the nation's longest bowl appearance streak. That in jeopardy as they have to win out if they're going to make it to a bowl or win 2 of their last 3, rather. They play South Carolina tonight, Georgia Southern next week, followed up by a trip to Tallahassee and Florida State for the Gators. At a 7 o'clock tip between Florida and South Carolina at Williams-Brice. Top 25 scoreboard, number 2, Florida State shutting out Syracuse 44-0 midway through the 3rd quarter. 6th-ranked Oregon at the break, leading Utah 17-7 in Eugene. Number 24, Texas trailing 12th-ranked Oklahoma State 28-13 midway through the 3rd quarter in that game. Number 16, Michigan State up 20-7 over Nebraska midway through the 3rd. And number 23, Miami trailing Duke 28-20, 11:50 to go in the 3rd quarter in Durham, North Carolina. Our score at Jordan-Hare Stadium, 7th-ranked Auburn up on number 25, Georgia, 27-10. When we return, we'll send it back down to the loveliest village on the plains. Hondo and the guys will have the first half stats and the second half call. That's all coming up right after these messages on the Bulldog Sports Network from IMG.
Nothing matches the excitement of Georgia football. The tailgating, the roaring crowd, the on-field
Sanford Stadium to root the Bulldogs on to victory.
And you find yourself enjoying the game from the comfort of home. Georgia Power is committed to delivering reliable power to make your game day experience even better for you, and all at a price below the national average. Visit georgiapower.com to learn how you can save money and energy. Georgia Power, official energy partner of game day, official energy partner of you.
How do you get in touch with your inner bold side? Tame a tiger?
Don't look him in the eye.
What? Walk on hot coals?
Hot! Out of the way! Coming through here! Oh, thank you.
Or simply embrace your bold side with a new Sriracha Chicken Melted Subway, made with spicy Sriracha sauce for our boldest flavor yet, and part of the Fiery Footlong collection, which is much easier than, say, skydiving.
Wait! Do I hold this handle? Ah!
Subway. Be bold. Eat fresh.
Limited time only at participating restaurants.
This is the Bulldogs Sports Network from IMG.
We're back with the post-game injury report, and you had kind of a scare, right?
Yeah, I was watching the game over at a buddy's house. Dogs went over the top. Big bomb for a touchdown. I jumped out of my seat to scream, and it hit me. I could barely breathe. Felt like a big old elephant was sitting on my chest. My buddy, he knew the signs of a heart attack. He called 911 and asked for Athens Regional. He knew if I needed open heart surgery or just one of those little balloon things. Athens Regional is the place to go. Now I'm feeling better, and I'm ready to cheer those dogs on again.
Athens Regional, for the fans.
At AT&T, we know that more is better than less. And right now, we have a deal that gives you more of what you want. A lot more. Get a free Samsung Galaxy Tab 3 when you buy a Galaxy S4 or a Note 3 this holiday season. That's right, a free Samsung tablet. So you don't have to choose between a hot new smartphone or a slick new tablet. AT&T. Rethink possible. AT&T reminds you to never text and drive. It can wait.
Offer ends 11/23/13. Supplies are limited. Each with new 2-year agreement and qualified service while promo supplies last. Activation, early termination, and other fees and conditions may apply. Offer subject to change. Visit att.com for offer requirements.
Halftime with the Dogs trailing Auburn 27-10. Hi, everybody. Welcome back to the BB&T Halftime Show. BB&T cheering on our community for more than 140 years, sharing knowledge for a brighter direction. Member FDIC. Neil Williamson, Eric Zier. Z, it's been the line of scrimmage and Auburn's domination up front that's really made the difference. Let's talk about what they're doing on defense first and what the Dogs need to do.
Yeah, it was really D Ford on the defensive line that disrupted our offense right from the first snap, and he's been doing it all game. A couple of things that we can do to slow him down. Get a tight end over the top of him to chip. When we've done that, however, he's gone inside. We can continue to slide protection to him. We've done a few things to try to slow him down. Not really been successful with it yet. Another thing we can do is just run the football right at him as much as we can. Try to take his legs out.
Try not to jump offside on that silent snap.
Well, listen, that would help. Stay at a 1st and 15, and we're in a lot better position.
It's been painful 3 times so far in this game for the Dogs. All right, on the other side of the ball, Auburn's offensive line, is that what's made the difference, or is it just the scheme and the skill players?
Well, the scheme is very good. The skill players are very good. None of that goes if the offensive line is not doing their job and moving the pile. We've seen a few times today where Auburn running backs have been in the middle of the pile, and that pile moves 3 or 4 yards forward. That's the offensive line continuing to churn. So their offensive line has done a very good job. We've got to continue to win on 1st and 2nd down. When we do that and we get Auburn pushed back into those 3rd and longer situations, we're going to be fine. We just can't allow big chunks of yardage early.
The Tigers returned 4 starters to their offensive line this year, and it shows so far in the first half. 27-10, Dogs trailing Auburn. Long way to go, though, as Coach Mark Rick said. We hope that you will stay with us here on the radio for the Bulldogs' epic comeback. Not the first one we mentioned earlier. You were part of one in 94. 23-9 we were down. Came back. You tied them up.
That's right. Tied them up. They were undefeated and had won, a ton of games in a row.
20 games in a row.
20 games in a row, and we hit a long post late in the game to tie them up.
Very good. And then 2 years later, Georgia came back from a 28-7 deficit with Mike Bobo at the helm, tying things up at the last second. A TD pass to Corey Allen, and then winning that one in 4 overtimes. Lowe's Home Improvement is the supporting partner of today's Georgia Bulldogs football game. Lowe's never stop improving. That's going to do it for your BB&T halftime show. Scott Howard and Eric will come back with second half adjustments, and then Chuck Dowdle will rejoin us down on the sidelines for all the second half action from Scott Eric and Chuck. On the BB&T halftime show, Auburn leading Georgia 27-10 on the Bulldogs Sports Network from IMG.
Keeping up in today's fast-paced world means having the most innovative technology out there. That's why I use the new Flash Foods mobile app to save time and money. I can search for the lowest gas prices at over 172 Flash Foods locations, earn points using the rewards program feature, and get awesome deals on the things I need most. Plus, Flash Foods is the only place that lets me fuel up and pay for my purchases with my smartphone. The Flash Foods mobile app is the first app to let me securely pay at the pump with a unique code sent to my phone using the Go Blue payment feature. Then my receipt is emailed to me in a flash. And when I use my exclusive Flash Foods mobile app, I save 5 cents on every gallon. That's money toward those new shoes I've had my eye on. Flash Foods mobile app is now available on your iPhone and Google Play. Download the app today and be part of the in-crowd that has everyone saving money.
Why use layaway when you could take it home today with Aaron's 120 days same as cash? That's right, at Aaron's, when you start a new lease ownership agreement, unlike layaway, you can have it in your home that day and take up to 120 days to pay the everyday low price, plus tax and Aaron's Service Plus on any scheduled payments. You deserve the very best, and Aaron's makes it friendly, fast, and easy to get the good stuff, the top brands, with a great selection of furniture, electronics, appliances, and computers. Remember, you don't need credit, you don't need layaway. All you need is Aaron's to take it home today.
Spend less time depositing checks. Have more time to balance your life. With mobile check deposit from BB&T, just download the app on your smartphone, snap a picture of your check, and hit deposit. It's safe, it's secure, and it's easy to deposit checks anytime you'd like. Quick as a flash, your to-do list just got shorter. Discover the ease of mobile check deposit at bbt.com/mobile. Member FDIC. Fees from your mobile or data carrier may apply.
Scott Howard, Eric Zier back here at the Jordan-Hare Stadium here at in Auburn, Alabama, getting ready for the second half. Time for the Ford keys to the game in the second half. And see any quick bullet points the Dogs need to adjust here to erase a 17-point deficit?
Well, listen, on offense, we've got to get the football out of Aaron Murray's hands, and that doesn't mean just a quick pass game. We can still push the ball down the field vertically, but we've got to do it on time, do it outside, but we've got to get this defense stretch of the University of Auburn, or of Auburn University here. Stretch the football down the field, and then on the defensive side of the football, we've got to continue to get guys up in the box and see if we can slow down this rushing attack.
Well, they've run for 246 yards, Auburn has, which is more than Georgia's allowed in an entire game this season, and they did that in the first half. So the numbers, 327 yards of offense for Auburn on 50 plays. They almost doubled up Georgia. I mean, the Dogs only had the ball for 27 plays and 174 total yards. That field goal by Marshall Morgan as the first half expired. We'll see how fruitful that turns out to be for this Georgia team as we trail by 17, getting ready to start the second half. Dogs will receive the ball to start the third quarter. Auburn will be kicking from right to left. Tigers trying to go to 6-1 in the SEC. Then they're off a week, and they've got Alabama coming in here in 2 weeks. Georgia trying to go to 5-2 if they can come from behind and win this ball game, stay alive in the East race. And they go home to host Kentucky next Saturday night at 7 o'clock.
And how big is this drive coming out at halftime? It's been an area all year long that we've struggled, but can't afford to struggle here. If we want to claw our way back into this one, points here will go a long way to do that.
Parkey's got it teed up on the 35-yard line. He'll get set to kick it to the left, where the deep receiver for Georgia is Sheldon Dawson. He stands about 4 yards deep in the end zone. Here's Parkey's kick. He's boomed them. Line drives long and deep all day long, and he does this one again. It skips into the end zone 5 yards deep and then skids out of the back of the end zone for the touchback, and Georgia will start at the 25, and that's the way the second half cranks up here in Auburn, Alabama. 27-10, Tigers lead the Dogs.
Aaron Murray, 12 out of 17, 138 yards in the first half. Did have the one interception that led to Auburn points. It's been a tough road here for number 11, though. He just hasn't had much time to do anything.
They'll work out of the shotgun. 3-receiver formation, 2 right and 1 left. Murray will throw. It's caught by Wooten on a quick slant from the outside. He catches it at the 35. Tackled by Chris Davis at the 39. 14-yard pickup for the Dogs and a good start to the second half.
Yeah, it is. That's a quick passing game that we've talked about. Just a slant outside. We got single safety, easy pitch and catch.
3 receivers left now. No one to the right. We work on the near hash, moving to the right. Murray in the shotgun. Quick throw again. It's caught by Bennett. Coming in from the left side, he goes low to catch it around the waist at the 45-yard line. Therese makes the stop for Auburn. It's a gain of about 7 to the 46-yard line. And it'll be second down and 3.
Auburn's come out of the gate, gone single safety, so we're one-on-one outside. You can see here after those first 2 plays, Auburn immediately switches. It looks like they're going to go cover 2 shell.
Wooten, Bennett, and McGowan, the 3 receivers in this formation. Flag down, pass is caught by Wooten. He sidesteps one man, then twisted around at the 42. But let's check a flag back at the line of scrimmage. McKenzie may have been offsides for Auburn. Casanova McKenzie. Oh, he made the tackle. I'm sorry.
On defense, penalty decline. The result of the play, first down.
Well, Auburn was offside, so we got half of it right there.
Yeah, we pulled D. Ford offside. D. Ford's been timing that snap count the majority of this football game. Good use of hard count there by Aaron Murray.
Dogs with the ball on the 43 after they declined the penalty. 1st and 10 on the Tiger 43. Now we move again, and flags are all over the place. Gates moved early, I believe.
Boy, and that has just been the kiss of death for us in the football game today. How many times have we been in 1st and 15 situations, and we haven't been able to overcome any of them because of the pressure that this Auburn defensive line has been able to apply.
They called that one on Lee, and then Gates moved right after him. And that's our 7th penalty for 55 yards, and now it's 1st and 15. The ball back on the 48. Murray will throw it on the left side to Bennett. He's coming across from the left, catches it on the logo, and will be tackled at the 45 by Nosa Igwe. So it's only a 3-yard gain. Second down and 12 to go for Georgia from the Auburn 45-yard line.
Well, good recognition by Igwe there. Coming, got Stone there on the pass rush. It was just a middle screen that we were trying to throw. Igwe got stopped on that initial pass rush and recognized they're able to turn and wrap Bennett up.
Murray takes the shotgun snap with time in the pocket, fires it over the middle. It's caught by Rhett McGowan in traffic at the 35. About 1.5 yards shy of the first down. McGowan with the catch, the senior from Calhoun, Georgia. And let's see, it should be 3rd and short.
Boy, and I'm not sure if there's been anybody better on the Bulldog squad this year catching passes in traffic. Rhett McGowan does it again, a couple people around him.
And this time Murray just keeps it on the sneak, runs it straight ahead into the line of scrimmage, and he should have the first down. And he does. They'll move the sticks. Murray down to the 33-yard line. And the Dogs trying to move here, opening possession of the second half, trailing 27-10. Let's check in with Chuck on the sidelines. Chuck?
Yeah, Eric, Dogs throwing everything, those quick slants right in the middle of the field. Why is that?
Well, right now we're trying. If you have a quick slant on, it's good against single safety. It's good against a 2-deep look. We know we've got to get the football out of our hands, so just going to something we know we've got an outlet to.
We throw it to Conley on the right side. Conley makes the catch, makes his way to the sidelines. He's helped out of bounds by Robinson Therese. And they'll mark it around the 25-yard line. Might be a gain of 8 on the play. Should be second down and 2. Dogs moving here. 12 minutes to go, third quarter, 27-10. Tigers leading, but Georgia has marched from its 25 down to the Auburn 24.5 so far on this possession.
Yeah, Scott, what we still haven't seen yet is us throwing the football upfield vertically. This is a good part of the field to do it. We're hurting them right now with the quick game. See if we take it up top.
3 receivers left. Murray will look that direction and then throw. It's caught by the tight end at the 20. Big Lynch coming from left to right. Makes the catch between the hash marks. Therese on the tackle. Big Artie Lynch, who's back after that rib injury sustained a couple of weeks ago in the Florida game. And it's a first down for Georgia at the 15-yard line, or make it the 16. That was a gain of 8 for the Dogs on that pass play. 1st and 10 from the 16 of Auburn. Dogs moving to the right. Gurley's in the backfield. He's yet to touch the ball on this possession. Murray looks left, now scrambles out of the pocket, rolls right. He fires in the direction of the front right corner of the end zone, Jonathan Rump. And the pass is short as he tries to catch it right on top of the pylon there, and it's incomplete. Double teamed was Rump as Chris Davis, one of the men in coverage, along with Ryan Smith, the safety. So the incomplete pass stops the clock. 11:08 to go, third quarter. Dogs back up to the line. 2nd down and 10 from the Tigers' 16-yard line. Andrews, the center, up over the ball. Now they look left to the Georgia sideline for the play.
We've got Jonathan Rump down here, one-on-one. We'll see if we go to him.
Play clock at 5. They get the snap off. Murray will keep it and run. Straight ahead, 15, 10, breaks the tackle. 5, 4, 3, touchdown, baby!
Boy, what a gutsy call right there. That was a check at the line of scrimmage. I think it came from up in the booth. What Mike Bobo saw changed that play to a quarterback draw. Aaron Murray, nifty running too. Getting through the line of scrimmage, made a couple of people miss. Found pay dirt, and the Dogs right back in this football game.
16-yard run by Aaron Murray. And that's the 6th rushing touchdown of the season for the Georgia senior quarterback. Here's the point after try by Marshall Morgan. It's good, and the Dogs take the opening possession of the second half and march 75 yards with it. 16-yard scoring strike from Aaron Murray with his feet that time, and that Georgia touchdown brought to you by Southwest Airlines. Southwest now offers new nonstop service from Atlanta to San Juan. Book online only at southwest.com. 27-17, 11:01 to go, third quarter. Tigers leading the Dogs. We're back in a moment on the Bulldogs Sports Network from IMG. Dogs score first here in the second half. They go 75 yards in 10 plays. Aaron Murray with a 16-yard scamper up the middle to make it 27-17. That drive summary brought to you by Cooper Tire. Life's a road trip. Come on, let's go down to the sidelines. Chuck Dowdle with Cook's Pest Control Report. Chuck.
I'll tell you what was unique about that drive. The only rush of the entire drive was Aaron Murray's touchdown scamper. And now the defense coming over, they're all congratulating the offense. They're getting ready to head out, and they ought to be well rested, guys. They haven't been on the field for over half an hour.
Let's hope so, as Auburn rushed for almost 250 yards in that first half. We'll see if the Georgia defense up to the task of slowing down that Tiger running game. We're down 10, 27-17. Marshall Morgan ready to kick it away to the Auburn deep receivers. They've got Grant and Lewis back there deep now. Morgan's kick is high, going to come down on the 4 to Corey Grant, to the 10, to the 15, breaks to the outside the numbers, to the 20, and taken to the turf at the 23-yard line. As TJ Stripling made the tackle for the Bulldogs on special teams, his first tackle of the game. And Auburn will have the football, 1st and 10 from its own 24-yard line, leading Georgia 27-17, but the Dogs just went 75 yards in 10 plays.
Well, and just as important as that opening drive for the Dogs to get back into this game, so was this drive as well. First drive for both teams coming out from halftime. We don't want to give up the ground that we just made.
Auburn offense ready to go. Marshall's in the shotgun. Mason in the backfield. 2 receivers to the near side and 1 to the right. Snap to Marshall. Play fake. He looks to pass. He flings it downfield to the near sideline, and it's caught by Bray. Out of bounds. Incomplete. Working against Shaq Wiggins. Just pinned up against that near sideline. Bray made the catch, but he was out of bounds. And it'll be incomplete. It'll be 2nd down and 10 for the Tigers. But Marshall, he really laid it in there.
Yeah, he did. Well thrown football there. That really is on Bray. Bray's got to push that route up more and closer to the numbers to give his quarterback some room to drop that over his outside shoulder. Nick Marshall threw that exactly where he needed to, but Bray was right on the sideline.
Play fake again. Marshall will zing it. He throws it complete to Coates at the 35. He's dragging Swan to the 40, to the 43. Swan was trying to tug him on his waist and pull him down, but Coates was too strong. He got 8 extra yards. after initial contact. It's a first down for the Tigers. They're up to the 43. Handoff to Mason, inside running. Mason back and forth across the 45, about the 48-yard line. And that should be a gain of about 5. Jordan Jenkins, the tackle for Georgia.
Second down 5. You know, Scott, we've been playing outside technique on these Auburn receivers all game, and we've really been hurt inside. Anytime that we've forced anything outside of that, Auburn's thrown anything outside, they've really struggled in the passing game.
Marshall going to keep it. Mays just rips his head off and twists him back the other way. Tackled him up high. He didn't get a face mask or anything, but he tackled him up around the neck and just slung him back the other way. Marshall maybe to the line of scrimmage. Ball just shy of the midfield stripe. It's 3rd down and 4 for the Tigers as they work on the logo in the middle of the field. Big 3rd down here for the Georgia defense. Clock at 9:36, 3rd quarter. Auburn with a lead. They play fake twice. Now Marshall's going to go deep down the middle of the field. He's got a man open, and it is caught at the 10. Ricardo Lewis.
Boy, and we were beat right off of the snap. Ricardo Lewis on the deep post. He had 2 or 3 steps on Damian Swan from the line of scrimmage there.
Down to the 7-yard line, a gain of 44 yards. 1st and goal for Auburn. They're up to the line quickly. 1st and goal at the Georgia 7. And Marshall hands it off to Mason. He drives down to the 4. 3 more yards on the play. It'll be 2nd down and goal from right there. Wilson with another tackle for Georgia. Let's check in with Chuck on the sidelines. Cook's Pest Control. Chuck.
Yeah, guys, just before that big pass play, there was confusion on the Georgia defense. They were still looking over to the sideline, trying to get the call. Damian Swan was the last one to get turned back around. And by that time, it was too late.
They bring the ball back a yard, put it on the 5, 2nd and goal from there. And Marshall will fake it and keep it and run to the near side, then cut in at the hash and score a touchdown. He started wide to the near side, then just cut in, and he just had an open alley right down the lane.
Boy, Scott, we were confused again. Damian Swan was in man-to-man. Auburn sends a receiver across the formation. Damian Swan went with him halfway and then stopped to try to come back to get in on the play, and by then overran the play again. So 2 times in a row, confusion by the Georgia Bulldogs defensively.
2nd touchdown of the game for Nick Marshall. The point after try by Parkey is good, and Auburn answers quickly. They go back up. Georgia had 7, then the Tigers tack on 7 more, and it's 34-17. 8:47 to go in the 3rd quarter. Timeout at Auburn. Back in a moment on the Bulldogs Sports Network from IMG. Tigers lead the Dogs 34-17 with 8:47 to go in the 3rd quarter here at Jordan-Hare Stadium. Let's pause for station identification on the Georgia Bulldogs Sports Network from IMG. Fans want to score a little something extra with your Bulldog tickets? Sign up for StubHub Fan Rewards before you buy. You'll get at least 2% back on your tickets, plus the chance at complimentary seat upgrades, perks, and preferred access events. StubHub is the official fan-to-fan ticket marketplace of the Georgia Bulldogs. Well, the Tigers marched 77 yards. They answered Georgia's 75-yard drive. It only took the Tigers 2 minutes and 6 seconds to move 7 plays. Nick Marshall, the quarterback, with a 5-yard touchdown run, his 2nd rushing touchdown of the game, and the Tigers push the lead back up to 17. It's 34-17. Tigers Z with 404 yards rushing today, 259 rushing, 404 total. But on that particular drive, it was more the passing of Nick Marshall that did the damage.
Yeah, it was. And anytime they've been able to throw the football effectively, boy, it has really hurt. And Scott, when the Tigers have moved over that 30-point mark, they've won 85 consecutive games. The last time they lost when scoring 30 or more was 1996 against Georgia. Let's see if we can repeat history here.
Kick is long and deep. Dawson will let it bounce on the back line or near the back line of the end zone, and it'll be another touchback for the Bulldogs. And along those lines, Auburn is 13-1 against Georgia when they do score 30 or more all-time in the series. And that one loss was, as you pointed out, the very first overtime game in SEC history back there in 1996. Otherwise, they're 13-0 against the Dogs when they've scored this many points in regulation.
Yeah, we're right back into that same spot we were coming out at halftime. Still plenty of time on the clock. But, again, have to score now every time we touch the football.
1st and 10 from the 25. 3 receivers set. Gurley's offset to Murray's left in the shotgun. We throw a quick slant to Bennett. Bennett makes the catch and gets to the 35-yard line where Jake Holland, the linebacker, makes the tackle. A gain of 10 and a first down.
And we're going to go to it. Sorry, Scott. We're going to go to it until they stop it right now. Another just quick slant, inside slant there to Michael Bennett.
Now they shift Gurley to the right side of Murray in the shotgun here. 3 receivers set, 2 left, 1 right. Murray will throw it, and it will be broken up. Trying to go to Rump, and broken up by Chris Davis, the cornerback. It's incomplete around the 41-42-yard line. That'll bring up 2nd down and 10. Clock stops with 8:18 to go in the 3rd quarter.
Well, in that time, Auburn, a little better job jumping on the slant. The ball, however, was high. If that ball is in the belly of Rump, it would have been another completion. Auburn is allowing us inside release, so clean release on that slant, clear lane to throw the football.
We load up on the left side, and Murray tries to set up a screen to Rump, and he just threw it low. He threw it around his ankles, and the big 6'5" Rump tried to go low to catch it and couldn't keep his hands on the ball. That was not a good throw from Aaron, and it's incomplete, and 3rd down and 10 now from the 35.
And Scott, I'm not sure how much room we really had to run, even if Rump's able to catch that football cleanly. That was pretty well defended by this Tiger defense.
Loud and Jordan Hare, and they're asking for more noise. 3rd and 10 from our 35. Dogs trail 34-17 to the number 7 Auburn Tigers. 3 receivers left, 1 right. Andrews snaps to Murray. In the pocket. Now he rolls to the near side, directing traffic, throws it downfield, and it was almost picked off. He had Bennett behind the defense, but it was knocked away by Jermaine Whitehead. Almost picked off. In fact, it should have been. Both guys in full stride, and see if he gets that ball over the defender to Bennett. Bennett's long gone for the end zone.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. Good job by Aaron Murray moving in the pocket. He had all kinds of pressure around him, so hard to see. I'm sure he just saw a flash of white going downfield, but if he put air into that football, Michael Bennett would have scored. Very difficult to see, however, for Aaron with all the duress that he was under.
Colin Barber to punt it on 4th and 10. Davis is the deep man for Auburn. Colin, plenty of time to kick it. Doesn't get a lot on it. It's going to bounce on the 31-yard line, bounce straight up and roll a little bit to the left, and we fall on the football right there around the 29-yard line. Nathan Theus downs it for Georgia. Only a 36-yard punt for Barber. Down on the 29-yard line, no return. And that'll stop the clock as we have an official timeout with 7:55 to go in the 3rd quarter. Auburn ball when we come back. Tigers leading the Bulldogs 34-17 on the Bulldogs Sports Network from IMG. Football fans love a great drive to the end zone, and drivers love a great drive on the road. So always fill up with Texaco with Techron for great performance you can count on the road. Texaco with Techron, keep humming along. 34-17, Tigers with 30 or more points for the 7th consecutive ball game this season. Let's go down to the sidelines. Chuck Dowdle, Cook's Pest Control Report. Chuck.
Yeah, Scott, you wonder how many times you can keep asking your defense to please come up with a stop. Obviously, the Auburn offense working at a very high level. Witness the 34 points they've already got on the board, and yet we keep putting the defense out there, hoping that they can somehow or another come up with a stop or a turnover to get our offense back out. Our offense has got to start to put together consistent drives.
Here's Auburn starting at its own 29-yard line. 1st and 10. They lead by 17, 34-17 with 7:55 to go in the 3rd quarter. Tigers moving left, handoff Mason. He runs it right tackle and will be stacked up around the 30, maybe the 31-yard line. He took off like he was shot out of a cannon running to that right side as he angled right into Garrison Smith over there. And Big Smith makes the tackle. They gave him a couple. So ball on the 31, 2nd down and 8. Auburn ready to go. Kind of a false move there as Auburn was ready. And then they looked to the sideline to get the signals, and then they get ready all over again. Marshall back in the shotgun and will fake it and keep it. He runs around the near side and will be tackled by Ramik Wilson, but not before he gets close to the 45-yard line. And a 14-yard pickup for the Auburn quarterback with Wilson tackling him up around the shoulder pads. They move the sticks. It's 1st and 10 Auburn at their own 44.
Yeah, that was an easy read there for Nick Marshall.
Mason gets the handoff. Still squirming for more yards as he crosses the 45, works his way onto the logo, and got about 2 more. Well, they gave him the yard, so he wasn't just squirming on the ground. He was actually still moving. Josh Harvey Clements with a stop for Georgia, but Mason gets to the 48-yard line. And he got 3.5, 4 yards. 2nd down and 6, they'll say. Man in motion to the near side. He gets the handoff. That's Lewis with blockers this way, but the blocking breaks down, and Lewis goes down behind the line of scrimmage at the 47. Trey Matthews up to make the stop for the Bulldogs.
Really well defended there by Georgia. We had 3 or 4 people not fooled by the reverse at all, never lost contain, and had good support coming alongside to help as well. So 3rd now here in 5 or 6 yards. Much better position than we've been in for much of this football game, where the Auburn Tigers have just made a living at 3rd and 2 or 3.
And Ramik Wilson is down, Z, as the training staff out to tend to him. One of our guys was going to try to help him up, and he said no, he wanted to lay there. So they're going to take a look at him, and they've taken an official timeout for the injury. 6:14 to go in the 3rd quarter. It's Auburn 34, Georgia 17. We'll be back in a moment on the Bulldogs Sports Network from IMG. Ramik Wilson goes out of the ball game as he was able to walk off the field. He's got 14 tackles to lead Georgia in that department. Southwest Airlines is connecting more people to more places and now offers new nonstop service from Atlanta to San Juan. You can book online only at southwest.com. Southwest, welcome aboard. 3rd down, 6 for the Auburn Tigers. They're on their own 48-yard line, moving left, and they lead 34-17 over Georgia. Marshall in the shotgun, Mason in the backfield. Swan kind of creeping up on the line of scrimmage. Now here he comes. Marshall with time, steps up above the blitz, throws it deep down the near sideline, over the head of the intended receiver, Sammy Coates, and he was out of bounds anyway. We brought a corner blitz that time, but Auburn did a pretty good job of picking it up, but it's 4th down, and they'll have to kick it away.
Well, we brought the corner blitz. That forced Corey Moore to come over in coverage. Auburn knew they had it picked up and just sent Coates down on a go route and had Corey Moore beat by 3 or 4 steps. Just a poorly thrown football there by Nick Marshall, or that would have been another 6 points.
Stephen Clark to kick it away. He's had one earlier, but there was a penalty on it, so it wiped it out. So this will be Auburn's first punt if it goes through. And Clark, oh, wow. A beautiful hanging high spiral. McGowan just gets out of the way. And look at that. The ball just bounces sideways. It just rolls right across the field like you drew a line from this sideline to that one, and it rolled right along that line, and it's dead on the 4. What a punt by Clark. 48 yards, a couple of weeks on the hang time, and then it's dead inside the 5. Oh, my goodness. That's a weapon. 5:36 to go in the quarter. Dogs will get the ball backed up on their own 4-yard line, trailing 34-17.
Scott, I do remember a 99-yard touchdown pass earlier in the season from pretty close to the same position on the field. That wouldn't be all bad if we could dial something like that up right now. And I'll tell you, we haven't pushed the football down the field vertically. I'm not at all opposed to trying to do that here.
Oh, we get something quick. Energize that sideline a little bit. Here we go. Handoff Gurley. He runs in the end zone to the left. Now to the 5, to the 10, to the sideline, and angles out of bounds at the 11. Whitehead pushes him out. A gain of 7 on the play. Andrews and Lee leading the blocking as they sweep it around to the left side. Charter on demand scoreboard. Florida State 59, Syracuse nothing in the 4th. Ohio State scored 60 as they clobbered Illinois 60-35. That was the final. We'll get some more scores momentarily. Dogs 2nd and 3 from the 11-yard line. Murray works from under center, handed off to Gurley. Runs left Boy, started to get a big hole. Looked like he was going to step right over a blocker and take off, but he got hit right as he was stepping over the blocker. Jonathan Mincy from East Atlanta out of Southwest DeKalb High School came up and hit Gurley and kept him right on the line of scrimmage. It's third down. No gain on the play. May have even lost a little bit. Ball just across the Dogs' own 11-yard line. Third down and 3 to go for a first down. Less than 5 minutes to play in the quarter.
And the scoreboard is asking the Tiger faithful to get loud. They oblige.
We drop back into the shotgun. 4 receivers in the formation. Murray, pump fake, then throws it incomplete over the middle. Nobody there. Wanted Gurley maybe, but there's a flag down. Check a flag dropped in the vicinity of the 13-yard line. Michael Bennett says it's going to be against Auburn, and so does Aaron Murray.
Offside, 27 on defense. 5-yard penalty results in a first down.
Penn Wagers, our referee, says Robinson Therizi was offside, so that helps matters a lot. That'll be a first down for Georgia. Ball on the 16-yard line now.
Boy, does that ever help. And very rarely do you see a defensive back ever line up offside. Auburn came up in bump coverage and did a good job in coverage. Maybe part of the reason is they were not allowing any release.
That's only their second penalty of the day. They're the least penalized team as far as number of penalties in the SEC. First and 10 for Georgia. Murray going deep. There's Wooten down deep down the middle of the field. Oh, what a catch! He stretched out and caught it at the Auburn 43-yard line, and he's shaken up on the play. Jonathan Jones was right there with him. What a catch by Rantavius Wooten, 41 yards. Boy, he really sacrificed his body as he just laid out, and he probably fell on the ball when he landed.
Boy, did he ever. That. If you've ever seen Lynn Swann and some of the old highlights stretching out and just making just a beautiful diving catch on a post route, that's exactly what that looked like. Banged up, of course, here. May have just gotten the wind knocked out of him. Hopefully that's what it is. But we dialed up that post route against exactly the right defense. Auburn hasn't shown much quarters look, so 4 across with safeties today. They go to it there. Aaron recognizes it and goes right over the top. Perfect play into that kind of coverage. If Aaron had anything to do over again, he would lead Rantavius more into the middle of the field. He kind of threw him upfield, which is what forced him to dive for it, but still a big play getting us out of a hole.
And that's the third catch of the day for Rantavius Wooten. And that's his 22nd of the year, and that did get him out of a hole and into Auburn territory on the 43-yard line of the Tigers. First and 10 there. Murray looks to pass again in the pocket, steps up, throws on the run. Short dump pass across the line of scrimmages. Dropped or broken up. Trying to go to Jonathan Rump, and Jake Holland was there defending. And he either got a hand on it or Jonathan couldn't hang on to it. It's incomplete either way. It'll be second down and 10 with the clock stopping at 4:02 here in the third quarter. And the Dogs desperately playing catch-up down 17.
Well, very few times today has Georgia been able to push the football downfield. We just saw one, but for the most part, coverage has been pretty good, and pressure's been such that we don't have time to push it down the field.
Brendan Douglas in the ball game. We go to Bennett the other way, coming in from the left. Quick slant for Michael Bennett. He makes the catch and tackled by Igwe at the 40-yard line. And it's only a 3-yard gain. Bulldog football brought to you by Athens Regional Health System for the fans. Third down play coming up for the Dogs offense. We've gotten down to the Auburn 40-yard line, and it's 3rd and 7. We started at our own 4. We stacked the left side of the line of scrimmage here. We go to Douglas the opposite way. Douglas trying to get to the corner on the near side. He runs into 2 blue shirts, and they usher him out of bounds at the 39-yard line. Holland leading the charge for the Auburn defense, the linebacker. Brendan Douglas got his money's worth there. He just ran with a full head of steam right into the Auburn defense on the near sideline. He didn't get the first down. The Dogs are going to go for it here.
Well, on third down, you might ask, why do you run that football play? We were predetermining that we were going to go for it here on 4th down. We wanted more out of that play than what we got, that's for sure.
We only got a yard. It's 4th and 6. Murray in the shotgun. Gurley's back in. Murray with time. He throws. He zings it, and nowhere near. Miscommunication. Wanted to go to Rump. Rump was 5 yards downfield. The ball went 5 yards upfield behind him. And the ball turned over on downs. Auburn will take over at their own 39-yard line as the drive stalls and dies right there.
Boy, not sure what happened there. Miscommunication, obviously. but not even sure where Jonathan Rump was trying to go. Maybe he got confused on exactly where the sticks were, but it looked like it was intended to be just a fade stop, back shoulder throw right at the sticks. But Jonathan Rump 3 or 4 yards beyond where he needed to be.
So Auburn sends its offense back out on the field. 423 yards of offense today for Auburn, 316 for Georgia. And the Tigers lead it 34-17. 1st and 10 from their own 39. They move left. They shift Mason into the backfield. Marshall in the shotgun. Quick throw down the line to Quan Bray. Caught at the 38. Bray to the sideline and tumbled out of bounds, covered up by 3 or 4 guys. No flags yet. They just momentum carried all of those guys out of bounds. There were no flags on the play, and we think, was Coach Rick taken out? Was he hit on the sidelines over there? He's okay. He's got a bad hip. Trying to make it a good hip. You got to watch out for that. He had a hip replacement earlier in the year. You don't want to have to go back under the knife again. Here's Marshall flinging it to Bray. Same play. They changed sides, but flags down and whistles blowing.
False start. 21. Offense. Penalty 5 yards. Second down.
That'll back up Auburn. The offense not quite as crisp here in the second half. They've had a few mistakes, although they still lead by 17. You can stop at Flash Foods for all your game day needs, plus learn how you can receive instant fuel discounts with the Go Blue card. Visit flashfoods.com to go blue and save some green.
Yeah, Auburn, while not quite as explosive here maybe in the second half as they were in the first half, anytime they've been able to go out and throw the football effectively, they have really marched right down the field on us.
Ball back on the 39 of Auburn. Marshall fumbles the snap, picks it up. Now he's scrambling, running to the near side, looking for blockers. Cuts upfield, hit at the 40, the 41, and crawls to the 42. Took a pretty good shot there as he crossed the 40-yard line. Josh Harvey Clemens hit him first, and then Jordan Jenkins got a piece of him as well. But it's 3rd down for the Tigers. 3rd down, they'll spot the ball on the Tiger 42-yard line, so it's 3rd and 7, and it was a gain of 3 as Marshall tried to make something out of a broken play where he fumbled the snap.
Yeah, and he did too. I mean, that ball was on the ground. He was able to pick it up, reverse his field, and ran about 20 yards to pick up those 3, but that could have been a disaster for him.
Marshall looks to the sidelines. 3 receivers lined up right for Auburn and 1 to the near side as they move to our left. Marshall, quick throw on a slant. Coates makes the catch, ducks under the tackler. It's caught, and Coates will be dropped shy of the 50. Damian Swan.
But I'll tell you what, Coates
got
was
the first down.
Yeah, Coates was going down and actually reached the football out beyond the first down marker. Really a smart heads-up play by that young man to give them the first down.
He got the 8 yards that he needed, and they spot the ball right on the 50, and the drive stays alive, and that's kind of been the bugaboo for the Georgia defense this year. On 3rd down, they can't get off the field. 34-17, only a minute 12 to go in the 3rd quarter. Mason shifts from the near side into the backfield and takes a handoff from Nick Marshall and will be tossed to the turf by Josh Harvey Clemens as he crosses the 50 and will be tackled at the 49-yard line. Mason over 100 yards today. Trey Mason with 112 yards rushing on 24 carries. He has a touchdown. And that guy just continues to rack up yardage. This is his 6th 100-yard rushing game of the season. 2nd down, 9 to go from the Georgia 48-yard line. And they give it to Lewis again on that speed sweep to the near side. Lewis has got all kinds of running room down inside the 30, the 20, and ridden to the turf at the 16-yard line by Rameek Wilson. We haven't defended that one at all today, Z, as Ricardo Lewis comes in motion, has a full head of steam from right to left, and just hits the corner, and down the field he goes.
Yeah, Auburn does a great job of sealing it off. Really gives them a wall to run behind down the sideline. And the other thing with Lewis is when he's run the football, he has been extremely physical. He's broken numerous tackles on us through the game, and he's inflicting pain when tackles are indeed made.
32-yard pickup for Auburn and a 1st down as the Tigers let the rest of the time run off the clock here in the 3rd quarter. They'll have it 1st and 10 on the Dogs' 16-yard line. They're smelling blood now. 34-17 as we go to the 4th quarter. And we're back in a moment on the Bulldogs Sports Network from IMG. Dog fans, if you want the most coverage of Georgia sports, you want GTV, the online destination for exclusive audio-video coverage, features and highlights of Bulldogs athletics. The best way to get there, go to georgiadogs.com/all-access, and the best way to follow the Dogs is GTV. Let's go down to the sidelines as we get set to start quarter number 4. Chuck Dowdle with the Cook's Pest Control Report. Chuck.
Scott, during the changeover of the quarters there, Coach Mark Richt had the entire team gather around him, all take a knee. His message was short, but it was extremely animated. Now the defense goes back out there, challenged to come up with some kind of miracle stop here on this high-potent Auburn offense.
Yeah, it's been a tough challenge for this defense today. Auburn nearing 500 yards of offense, 316 rushing yards, 473 yards. That's the most the Bulldogs have allowed all season. The previous high was the 467 that Clemson ran up in the season opener. But Auburn has surpassed that. 1st and 10 on the Dogs' 16-yard line. They give it to Mason. They stick it right in his belly, and he just runs right into the belly of the Georgia defense straight ahead, and he pushes his way to about the 12 or the 13-yard line.
Yeah, and even when it looks like there is nothing there and not much of a hole, it's the push of the offensive line that just drives right now the defensive line for Georgia back 4 or 5 yards, and just big chunks of yardage continuing to pile up here for this Auburn offense.
He got 4, 2nd down and 6 from the 12. Marshall looks to the near sideline. 2 receivers right, 1 to the left, and Mason, who's gone practically the entire way. There's Lewis again. Goes in motion quickly, and now flagged down as
start number 5 offense.
Tigers moved a little bit early.
5-yard penalty, 2nd down.
Well, maybe that's how he gets that quick start. Ricardo Lewis, the sophomore from Miami, who's had success with that speed sweep, got a bit of a head start there. He never came set, said Penn Wagers, and that'll back him up 5 yards. So the ball back on the 18-yard line, or the 17 actually, and it's 2nd down and 11 for the Tigers there at the Georgia 17. Snap in the pistol, and a play fake for Marshall, who's going to curl around and roll to the near side. We try to sack him and fall off of him, and he throws it deep into the end zone, and it's broken up. He just shook off Jordan Jenkins. He couldn't get him to the turf. Jordan trying to tackle him up high, and he just shook him off. But there's another flag down at the 14-yard line back in the Georgia secondary.
Well, on the back end of that play, as we wait for the call here from Penn Wagers, the back end of it, Josh Harvey Clemens went up high to knock that football out of bounds. Nice effort by him.
An elbow receiver, number 50 on the offense. Penalty declined. 3rd down.
Should have had the sack back around the 25, but Jordan Jenkins couldn't get Nick Marshall to the ground. Marshall 6'1", 210, but apparently a little bit stronger than his body size reveals when compared to the Bulldog linebacker anyway. 3rd down, 11 for the Tigers on the Georgia 17-yard line. They break the huddle quickly up to the line, looking to convert on 3rd down. Hand it to Grant on the near side. Grant to the 15, to the near sideline. 10, and another flag down at the 11. Grant out of bounds around the 5-yard line on the near sideline as he came in motion, took the handoff, and got to the near corner. But it may be holding on the Tigers. We'll see if it's brought back.
Yeah, that one's got to be holding there on the outside as they were holding. I believe it was Damian Swan.
On offense, 10-yard penalty from the spot of foul. 3rd down.
Called it on Melvin Ray, a wide receiver on the near sideline. That'll be a 10-yard penalty and a walk-off against the Tigers. And they get another crack on 3rd down, but now the ball is back across the 20 at the 21-yard line.
Boy, and if you can force a mistake right here, we've done a good job of bowing our neck and making the treading very tough for this Auburn Tiger team. 3rd and long situation. See if we can force some kind of mistake here.
3rd down, 15. Marshall will throw it left side to Mason in the flat. He gets by Jenkins once, but Jenkins recovers and drags him down from behind around the 17-yard line. Well short of any 1st down. And it'll be 4th down for the Tigers, and they'll send Cody Parkey back out on the field to try another field goal. Bulldog football brought to you by Serve Pro, fire and water damage cleanup and restoration like it never even happened. That's Serve Pro. Parkey already with 2 field goals today. He'll try this one from, it looks like the 22-yard line on the far hash, a 32-yard effort. Kicking to the right. There's the snap and the hold, and the kick is away, and the kick is good. We blocked one of them today, but he boots his third through the uprights, and the lead is 20 now for the Tigers. It's Auburn 37 and Georgia 17. 12:39 to go in the ball game from Jordan-Hare Stadium in Auburn, Alabama. Timeout on the field. Back in a moment. Bulldogs Sports Network from IMG. Back here in Auburn, Alabama, time for a Regions Bank recap brought to you by the official bank of the SEC, Regions. Cody Parkey's 32-yard field goal just moments ago has added to the Auburn lead. It's 37-17. That's the third field goal of the game for Parkey, which matches his season best. He also had 3 against Washington State and 3 more against Mississippi State. We blocked one. That block was credited to Leonard Floyd, I believe. But Parkey's been good from 22, 35, and 32 yards in that order. And, of course, the Tigers have just kind of moved at will on the ground today with 489 total yards of offense, 326 of that on the ground, led by Trey Mason with 118 yards, and Nick Marshall with 93, as Parkey will once again kick it out of the back of the end zone for a touchback. And the Dogs get the ball with 12:39 to go in the game, and we're down 20. We'll start from our own 25-yard line. Fans, you can tune into our post-game show, Dog Talk, live after tonight's game, right here from Jordan-Hare Stadium. At home, Dog Talk is live at the Georgia Center, and our post-game show is brought to you by the Georgia Center. During home games, be sure to take a post-game break at the UGA Hotel at the Georgia Center in the heart of campus. 25-yard line for the Bulldogs as we start this possession here late in the ball game. Early, however, in the fourth quarter. Handoff to Gurley, runs straight ahead and into the pile and falls into it. Around the 27-yard line, perhaps. Maybe a 2-yard pickup for Gurley, who was kind of removed early on from any kind of a serious rushing attack. He never really got into a rhythm because the Dogs fell behind so early, had to start throwing the football.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. I think we've thrown the football 33 times now with almost all the fourth quarter remaining here. So he's been taken out of it, never been able to get into rhythm.
Murray throws it to Gurley. Nice catch on the right side of the field as he catches it and turns all in one motion and then gets out of bounds at the 34-yard line, just shy of the first down, a pickup of 7 yards. And Gurley caught that one on his fingertips as he was twisting around and trying to find his vision downfield. 3rd and 1 for the Dogs. As the Tigers put 4 men down on the line of scrimmage, we bring a man in motion. Bennett, he stops now behind the left tackle. We'll give it to Gurley, and he finds a seam and gets across the 35 for the first down. He found just a little bit of a gap and dove in it and got the first down. Holland with the tackle for Auburn. 1st and 10, Georgia. Dogs move the sticks, and the clock continues to move, and we're still down by 20 points.
Well, but that's the story of the game there for Todd Gurley as well. Even though he's been taken out of the game when he's had opportunities to run the football, Auburn defensively has really done a good job against him.
Murray throws it to Gurley again on the same side of the field. The right side, makes another catch and backs his way to the 40-yard line. Chris Davis, the tackle for Auburn. A pickup of 4 yards, 2nd and 6 from our own 40-yard line.
And this Dog still today, very rarely have we thrown the football down the field. We've taken a couple of shots. We hit the big post route to Rantavius Wooten. But everything has been quick. That's been dictated in large part because of the pressure that Auburn's been able to get on us.
D. Ford shaken up on the play, limps off the field. He comes out of the ball game. 2nd down, 6 for the Dogs from our own 40-yard line. Murray up, changing the play. Plenty of time on the play clock. Back in the shotgun. Gurley takes the handoff, runs wide to the right, breaks a tackle, and they look like they grabbed his face mask at the 45. Now there comes the flag. Gurley kept running. Another flag is out. 3 or 4 flags now on the turf. And Gurley was finally brought down around the 48-yard line. A nice run on the toss to Todd Gurley as he twisted his head off.
Number 9 on the defense, added on it in the run. 1st down.
And that was a check there by Aaron Murray. He saw that Auburn had overloaded towards our trips receiver side, went up, changed the play. That one was all on number 11. Very nice call there and a good run. Finally, Todd Gurley getting into space.
12-yard gain for Gurley, then add 15 more, and the Dogs have the ball on the Auburn 33. Murray, all kinds of time to pass, finds Douglas complete at the 28, spins away from a tackle, still on his feet, down inside the 20, down to the 16, maybe the 17-yard line. Nosa Igwe made the tackle way downfield for the Auburn defense, but a first down on the pass to the freshman from Augusta, Brendan Douglas. Dogs up to the line on the 18-yard line, a gain of 15 on that pass play. Handoff, Douglas. No, Murray's going to keep it, and he lowers his head and his shoulder, and his contact is made at the 15-yard line with Ryan Smith, the safety. Now Smith will come out. Murray may have paid a little bit of a price for that one. That was a hard hit going low.
Yeah, it was really good. Play fake there by Brendan Douglas. Fooled a number of people, but not enough there on the Auburn side of the ball. And you're right, Scott. Aaron went in, ducked his head, and took a nice little blow.
Got 2.5. He keeps it on the fake to Gurley. Murray running straight ahead down inside the 5-yard line. It's going to be a first down, first and goal. Threezy takes down the Bulldog quarterback. And Murray feeling that hit, too, I think. He's bending over at the waist as they try to reset. The Dogs in the Red Baron red zone. Pick up a Red Baron pizza before the next game. Get a taste of the tradition. First and goal at the 5-yard line. Back-to-back running plays by Aaron Murray. Now 2 receivers wide right, 1 to the left. Gurley's offset to Murray's left in the backfield. Moving left here, trying to get a little bit closer to Auburn. We're down 20. Shotgun snap. Murray looks, throws on the far side of the field. It's caught. Yes. Wooten. Yeah. Touchdown right on the goal line. Rantavius Wooten made the catch. He had a man draped all over him. And the Dogs get on the board with 6 more. It's 37-23, and the crowd is not booing in the far corner. They're saying, woo.
That they are, and that's a great pass there by Aaron Murray. In a lot of traffic, had to get that football low. Wooten goes down and able to secure it amidst just a tremendous amount of traffic. Had somebody crawling all over his back as well.
Point after try by Marshall Morgan. He punches it up through there. That Georgia touchdown brought to you by Southwest Airlines, connecting more people to more places. Southwest now offers new nonstop service from Atlanta to San Juan. You can book online only at southwest.com. We are Southwest. Welcome aboard. Well, Dogs make it interesting. It's 37-24 now. Auburn leads here in the fourth quarter with 9:35 to go in the game. And a timeout at Jordan-Hare Stadium. We're back after this on the Bulldogs Sports Network from IMG. Georgia covers 75 yards in 9 plays, 5-yard touchdown strike, senior to senior, Murray to Wooten to make it 37-24 with 9:35 to go. That drive summary brought to you by Cooper Tires. Life's a road trip. Come on, let's go. Send it down to Chuck on the sideline for Cook's Pest Control Report. Chuck.
Yeah, Scott, Aaron Murray just came over to the defense. You don't see this very often, but slapping them all hands, pleading with them, imploring them, please get the ball back for him. He can feel it. They're down 13, and what a weapon number 3 is, huh?
Indeed, as Auburn was expecting a short kick, as Morgan kicks it deep to the 1. Bray has to backpedal 10 yards to catch it at the 1. Then he takes off running, and here comes a late flag as Bray is brought down at the 21-yard line. Tackle was made by Costavavlis and Ryan Rankin, a freshman linebacker. And now the officials will discuss the penalty marker, which came flying in from about the 35, thrown towards the where the tackle was made at the 21. George is saying it's going to be against Auburn. Officials will make up their mind and make the announcement. Here's pin wagers.
Run, holding, number 44 on the receiving team. 10-yard penalty, first down.
Charter on demand scoreboard. Duke 45, Miami 30. 5.5 minutes to go in the ball game. Boy, they're going crazy in Durham. That's going to be Duke's 8th win. My goodness.
Oh, this goes back to my pick. The poor Canes, as soon as I made that pick, they were done.
They mark off the penalty against the Tigers, put the ball back on the 11-yard line. 1st and 10 there. Tigers lead it 37-24, 9:29 to go. Dogs defense Needs a good series here. Marshall going to fake it and keep it. Now run laterally, and he gets to the edge. He got a piece of a block and got across the 10 to the 12, maybe the 13. Trey Matthews helping to stretch that one out and bring him down along with Josh Harvey Clemens. And they stretched it out all the way to the near sideline. They'll spot the ball where on the 14-yard line, a 3-yard gain for Nick Marshall.
Boy, big tackle there by Trey Matthews and a smart play by Josh Harvey Clemens. He got up right around his neck very easily, could have horse collared him, let him go, and then Trey Matthews came in and made a good play.
Auburn breaks the huddle quickly up to the line. 2nd down, 7. They toss it to Grant, wide side of the field, to the 15, 16, 17. Twisted down near the far sideline. Again, Trey Matthews. He made a tackle on the near side. Now he makes one on the far side. Stops Grant at the 18-yard line. A pickup of 4. It'll be 3rd down and 3 for the Tigers from their own 18.
Well, the difference in 1 year, just the basic execution from this Auburn team. Through a number of cut blocks there, just executed as well as you would ever want to see across the board on that offensive line. Nice job. A really good play there by Trey Matthews. He was the only one left to make a play on that one. Unfortunately for the Dogs, he did.
Big 3rd down coming up here for the Georgia defense. Auburn. Well, they ran into their own guy. They handed it off to Mason, and Lewis on that fake speed sprint to the far side ran right into Mason and knocked him down behind the line of scrimmage at the 15. Well, every little bit helps. His own guy knocked him down, made the tackle at the 15-yard line for a loss, and it is 4th down, and Auburn's offense is a bit stunned after that play.
Yeah, I'm not sure they know what to do. 3 and out doesn't happen very often, but exactly what the Dogs needed here. We're going to get the football, assuming everything goes as planned here, in really good field position.
Reggie Davis is back deep to receive the punt from Clark. Auburn with their first 3 and out of the game, and Clark hangs a beauty. Reggie Davis, fair catch called for. He lets it bounce near the Georgia sideline, and it will go out of bounds right there. It was right on the sideline, and Davis let it go, and it bounces where? At the 44-yard line. Dogs with good field position on a 41-yard punt. 7:15 to go. We're down 13. Don't go away. 37-24. Auburn leading Georgia here in the 4th quarter, and a timeout. We're back to Jordan-Hare Stadium right after this on the Bulldogs Sports Network from IMG. Georgia fans, if you want to score a little something extra with your Bulldog ticket, sign up for StubHub Fan Rewards before you buy. 2% back on your tickets at least, plus the chance at complimentary seat upgrades, perks, and preferred access events. StubHub, the official fan-to-fan ticket marketplace of the Georgia Bulldogs. Georgia at the 44-yard line after that punt by Stephen Clark, and this is Georgia's best starting field position of the night, and the first time they've started outside of their own 25-yard line. We trail by 13, 37-24, 7:15 to go. Let's see if the Dogs offense can go back to work. We run McGowan in motion to the far side of the field. Murray's in the shotgun. Gurley's in the backfield. Aaron back to pass, sets up a screen to the near side. Caught by Gurley with blockers to the 45, to the 50, to the 45. He hesitates, near sideline, 40, 35, 34, 30. No, 34 is where they spot him out of bounds.
Boy, and he got a great block by Chris Conley down the field to spur him. Dallas Lee initially got him out of the gates. Well-designed play. I tell you, Auburn dropped back into cover 2. It's not exactly the coverage that you want to run a screen into, but the blocking downfield just tremendous.
22-yard pickup, stops the clock temporarily. They set the chains, 1st and 10 from the Auburn 34. Dogs trying to move here. Moving to our left. Murray in the shotgun. Back. Sets up on the near hash. Looking. Steps up in the pocket and just zips one into the turf as he was running towards the line of scrimmage. And now they're mixing it up a little bit after the play. A couple of big linemen. One of our offensive linemen, I think. Maybe that was Gurley lined up with one of their defensive linemen. But the officials quickly to break it up, Z.
I think it was Gurley. Gurley was in on protection, doing a good job. I'm not sure what caused the skirmish, but there was something happening for sure.
Murray just got rid of the ball, running up into the pocket, just slung it downfield into the turf. 2nd down and 10, I formation from the Tiger 34-yard line. Now we look to the far sideline, get signals. Play clock down to 8. Noise gets louder here at Jordan-Hare. We're down 13. Clock moving under 7 minutes. Handoff Gurley, runs straight ahead. Gurley to the 30. Gurley trying to drag people down to the 25-yard line. He got 9. Going to be a yard short of the first down. Chris Frost went for a ride on the back of number 3, and he finally dragged him down at the 25 after a 9-yard gain. Dogs quickly up to the line, 3rd and 1. Murray keeps it. They push him from behind and get some line surge up front, and Murray, I think, has the first down. We'll see on the spot of the football. He got to the 24, and that's where he needed to get for the first down. Penn Wagers stopping the clock. And are they going to measure, or is he going to take a look at it?
Boy, it looked like up here that he easily got that first down. We've had a number of questions on the spot.
They're going to bring the sticks out and measure it for sure. Clock stopped at 6:18. Thanks to Subway restaurants over the $4 daily special. Subway, eat fresh. They stretched the chains out. Dogs got it. Tip of the football. 1st and 10, Georgia. Just inside the Auburn 24-yard line. Murray got a yard on that surge. Coming up after the game, we'll award the Children's Healthcare of Atlanta game ball. Stick around for that. We might have a big finish here. Clock is moving, 6:15 to go. And we're down 13, trying to tighten it up a little bit more. 3 receivers to the near side. We work between the hash marks, moving left. Murray, play fake. Gurley will throw it. There's Lynch, wide open, 10, 5, steps over a man. Touchdown inside the pylon on the far side of the field.
Boy, just a great play call right there. We went trips left, had Big Artie Lynch as the only receiver on the right side of the formation. Play action, completely pulled up the cornerback on the outside for Auburn. Artie Lynch was running down the field with nobody around him, just had the safety to beat. And it's tough to bring down Big Artie Lynch in the open field. He was able to step over, score, and the Dogs now very much in this game.
Point after try by Marshall Morgan is on the way, punches it up there. It's good. Look at that scoreboard. It's 37-31. Georgia down by 6 with 5:59 to go in this ball game. That Georgia touchdown once again brought to you by Southwest Airlines. Now with new nonstop service from Atlanta to San Juan. Book online only at southwest.com. Auburn 37, Georgia coming back 31 here in the 4th quarter. Don't go away. Timeout in Auburn, Alabama. We'll be back in a moment on the Bulldogs Sports Network from IMG. A 24-yard touchdown throw from Aaron Murray to Arthur Lynch, the tight end. Murray's 2nd TD pass of the game. Dogs go 56 yards in 5 plays. Down 6 now. The drive summary brought to you by Cooper Tires. Life's a road trip. Come on. Let's go. Down to Chuck on the sidelines. Cook's Pest Control. Chuck.
Yeah, you know, I can't say enough about Arthur Lynch. You know, he's got those bad ribs. Eric and I were looking at him warming up prior to the game today. He's wearing that shirt, Eric. He's got that big pad in that shirt underneath those right ribs.
Yeah, he does. And he was padded up and ready to go. And I don't care. When you have bruised ribs, I don't care how much padding you have there. You are in pain all of the time. And for him to get out here and play the way that he's playing just shows how tough he is and how valuable he is to this football team.
Murray now over 300-yard passing for the 11th time in his storied career. 28 of 40, 333 yards through the air. 9 of those going to Todd Gurley tonight for 72 yards. Aaron has 2 touchdown throws and an interception. Morgan has it teed up on the 35-yard line. It's Mason and Grant back deep to receive the kick from the far hash. A wobbly kick going to come down on the 7. That's Grant. Grant across the far side of the field, running laterally at the 19, and we drive him back with Blake Sailors. Sailors just drove him back from the 19-yard line all the way back to the 14, but they'll give him forward progress at the 19-yard line. 1st and 10 for the Tigers. Let's check in with Chuck once again. Chuck.
Hey, guys, listen, we talk about Todd Gurley's speed. You can talk about Reggie Davis' speed. Fastest guy on this team running for time is Blake Sailors. And he was down. Did you see how far down the field and how quickly he got there and hemmed it in and then finished it off with a great tackle?
Yeah, Chuck, and on top of that, had to fight off a couple of blocks and found a way through all of the traffic to make a big tackle. And Auburn again starting inside their own 20.
19-yard line, starting position for the Tiger offense. 5:52 on the clock. Auburn still leading 37-31, but Georgia's tightening it up. They chase Marshall. He runs out of the pocket and will sling it into the Auburn sideline as he rolled to the near side, chased by big Garrison Smith, who's jacked up. Leonard Floyd was in the area as well. Incomplete. Will bring up second down and 10 for the Tigers. Clock stops with 5:46 to go.
And the Dogs not messing around there. Went cover 0 and brought the house, trying to put pressure on Nick Marshall. Cover every single gap that you can cover. Putting the pressure on our guys outside right now. We're doing the same thing. No deep safety, straight man-to-man.
Snap to Marshall, fake to Mason, flings it down the field, caught and popped up in the air. Oh, Coates was hit by Swan, and that ball came just popping up in the air, and we almost dove for the interception. Boy, that was close. It's going to be an incomplete pass, but Swan with a good lick on Sammy Coates, and it's 3rd and 10 for the Tigers from their own 19.
Boy, that ball was thrown behind Coates and allowed Damian Swan to get his hat right in on the football. Boy, that would have been a nice interception.
3rd down and 10. Can the Dogs defense come up with a big stop here with the clock at 5:41 rather? Here's Marshall chased out of the pocket. Rameek Wilson got him, drag him down from behind. Rameek with a sack back at the 14-yard line. And look at that defense.
Boy, again we go. That time we go cover 1, so we did put a free safety, but still man-to-man. Again brought pressure. Rameek Wilson with a huge sack. I thought for a second he was going to be able to pop that ball loose from Nick Marshall's grasp, but Marshall held on to it.
Back on the 14-yard line, loss of 5. Auburn's going to have to punt. Stephen Clark will receive the snap just inside his own goal line. Reggie Davis is the deep receiver. Here's the punt. Oh, off the side of his foot. It's going right. It's going to bounce at the Auburn 35, take a Tiger roll, and it will roll dead at the 45-yard line. Right there. Holy smokes, what a time for a shanked punt. Only 31 yards, and he got about the last 12 or 15 yards on the bounce and the roll. Georgia will start this possession with a chance to perhaps go ahead with 4:47 to go. They will start it on Auburn's side of the 50 at the 45-yard line.
Well, in the Dogs right now, plenty of time. They found some success with a quick passing game. A little bit of confusion right now with who's going to be in the game. Chris Conley coming into the huddle late. 20 seconds on the play clock. Just have to watch it.
Plenty of time. You can use your entire arsenal in your offense with 4:47. We've got all 3 timeouts left. We're down 6. We were down 20 in this game. Snap to Murray. Will throw it. Short pass. It's caught over the line of scrimmage by Gurley. His 10th catch of the game and down at the 40-yard line.
Good decision there by Aaron Murray. Nothing open downfield. First down. Just get some positive yardage. And going back when there was so much confusion on who was going to be in the game or not in the game, it was Aaron Murray that calmed everybody down, made sure we got the right alignment in.
Got 5 yards on the pass play. Auburn sneaks up on defense. Murray's got time to throw. Out pattern to Wooten. He makes the catch, leaping in the air. Then he dropped it. Incomplete. He went up, looked like he had it, and then he came down and dropped it at the 31-yard line. They call it incomplete. Chris Davis with the hit on the Auburn sideline.
Well, Auburn brought the house on that one. We did a good job of picking it up. Todd Gurley, from his tailback position, did a good job stepping up and giving Aaron Murray time to throw the football. Well delivered, we just couldn't hold on to it.
Clock stopped with 4:15 to go. It's 3rd and 5 from the Auburn 40. Got to get to the 35 to keep this series alive. 3 receivers wide to the right. Murray's in the shotgun. No one to the near side. Snap. Fake to Gurley. Throw it out of the right flat to Michael Bennett for a screen on the wide receiver. No, that's Rhett McGowan. Excuse me. McGowan made the catch, and he sneaks down the sideline, got the first down, out of bounds at the 30-yard line. McGowan got 10 on the play and a first down, chased out by Ryan White, the safety.
I think it was Michael Bennett that threw the key block on that play to free up McGowan to get the first down.
1st and 10 Georgia from the Auburn 30. I formation. Gurley's the tail. Hall is the fullback. We've got Wooten and Bennett to the near side, and McGowan, the senior out of Calhoun, to the far side. He just got that first down catch. Clock at 3:50 and moving. Dogs down by 6 from the Auburn 30. Hand off to Gurley, straight ahead. Gurley pounds somebody at the 25, stays on his feet down to the 20-yard line. He got 10 on that run, and it may be a first down. Thurese, perhaps. Did he finally make the tackle, or is he the one they got run through? I think he ran right through Thurese.
It was more than a run through. He buried Thurese on that play. Got about 7 yards down the field and just laid the hammer down.
3:31 on the clock. Moving now less than that. McGowan goes out of the ball game. And we broke the huddle with more than 11 players, and there's a flag. Substitution.
12 men in the formation on the offense. 5-yard penalty.
Murray's pleading his case with Penn Wagers. He was saying that they can change. You could hear him. But Penn Wagers is not going to take the flag back. That'll back us up 5. Now we're faced with another 1st and 15. That's back on the Auburn 25-yard line.
Boy, and how many of these 5-yard penalties have we had today, and how many times have they hurt us? Maybe none more critical than this one.
Wooten to the right. Bennett and Conley to the near side. I formation. 1st and 15. Play fake. Murray sets up, throws down the middle. There's Bennett, a sliding catch inside the 10 down to the 8-yard line right in front of Jermaine Whitehead, who'll get the tackle for the Tigers. But the Auburn defense is backtracking as Georgia's offense is punching them in the gut right now down to the 7-yard line. It's 1st and goal.
Boy, great job by the offensive line there. We went play action. Huge pocket.
18 yards on the gain. I formation. 1st and goal from the Tigers 7. Dogs haven't led all day. Now Murray rises up from under center. Looks right, looks left. I formation. Merritt Hall tells Gurley something. 10 on the play clock. 2 receivers left, 1 to the right. Murray gives it to Gurley. Gurley runs straight ahead with power. Now he's backing his way to the 5. He got 2 on that carry, and they pile up Todd Gurley at the 5-yard line. Clock continues to move. 2:29, 2:28, less than that. 2nd and goal from the Auburn 5. We need a touchdown to tie and an extra point to take our first lead of the game.
And the Dogs can take their time here. They've got plenty of time on the clock. As a matter of fact, you want to see it. Click off as much as you can here.
Shotgun formation. 2 receivers left and 1 to the right. Gurley offset to Murray's right. He's in the shotgun. There's the snap from Andrews. They fake it. He throws. Ooh, broken up into the end zone. Trying to go to Jonathan Rump. He was in double coverage, and the ball got batted away about 2 yards deep in the end zone on the right side of the field. The incomplete pass stops the clock with 2:01 to go, and now it's 3rd and goal from the 5. Boy, that was risky.
Yeah, maybe back to the well one too many times. We wanted the play fake to influence the safety and get him away so Rump would open up on the screen pass, but the play fake didn't do anything to the Auburn defense and made it a very tight lane to throw it in.
Dogs with another appearance in the Red Baron red zone. 3rd and goal from the 5. Murray throws it, and it's caught and dropped by Bennett at the 4-yard line. He was hit by Holland first and one other Auburn defender. Bennett couldn't hang on, and now it's 4th and goal from the 5. And quite likely this is your ball game here with 1:56 to go. Auburn clinging to a lead now. They were comfortably in front at one time, up by 20. And Georgia's come fighting back. It's 37-31 with 1:56 to go. It's 4th and goal from the 5. 3 receivers near side, 1 to the far side. Murray in the shotgun. There's the snap. Murray looks. Now he runs. He will run. And Murray, I think he got there. Did he get there? Yeah! He broke the plane. He ran it straight down the far hash, and he got the ball across the goal line. It took a while for him to signal, but the line judge came running in and raised his arms, and there's jubilation on the Georgia sideline.
Well, no doubt this one's going to be reviewed, or I would imagine it would be reviewed, but I don't care what happens. An unbelievable individual effort from number 11.
They show a replay. They finally show a replay here. They haven't shown one the whole game. Dogs kick it. Here's the extra point. Now they're saying Auburn called a timeout. They want them to look at the play.
Prior to the timeout, we have a review. The ruling on the field is a touchdown. There is no timeout charged to Auburn.
Did you guys get a look at that? Did he get in or no? You seen a replay?
I haven't seen a replay.
He didn't get in. They're telling me he didn't get in. They're telling. They're telling me he was down before the ball got to the goal line. I don't know. We'll look at the replay. Yeah, did his knee touch down? He's climbing over Holland.
That's a touchdown.
And Holland was making the tackle. Now Georgia is reacting one way, and Auburn is reacting one way as they show the replay here at the stadium. Did Murray get in or not? You got to look at the other side. Because from the near side angle, it doesn't look like his body is down yet as the ball is trying to break the plane. Boy, this is going to be close. Holy smokes. They called it a touchdown on the field, so you got to have enough evidence to overturn it, or else the call will stand. Let's go down to the sidelines. Chuck, what do you have?
Boy, this is just one of those situations where a replay official is going to determine the outcome of a game. I mean, and that is so borderline close, even for down here on the field. But the Georgia players feel like Aaron had broken the plane with his initial surge. Is there enough video evidence to overturn that?
Well, boy, there's a lot on the line right here. They're taking a long look at it. The replay official is Gerald Hodges. Penn Wagers is the referee. They've shown it a dozen times here in the stadium after going most of the day without showing a single solitary replay in the stadium, and we've had nothing here in the booth for the most part.
He was in.
Boy, they're really taking a look at this one. The ruling on the field is a touchdown by Murray. It was 4th and goal from the 5. He couldn't find anybody open in the end zone, and he ran it in, apparently. Now, they've ruled a touchdown, but will they overrule it? And remember where we are, folks. We're in Auburn, Alabama. They're looking at now. It's a split screen on the big board here at Jordan-Hare Stadium.
Hey, guys, come back.
Looking and looking and looking. Let's go back to Chuck, Cook's Pest Control. Chuck.
You know, guys, all I can think of is, can you imagine the executives of CBS and the games they've had with the Bulldogs this year?
They've certainly been the cardiac team of this season. And there's still 1:49 on the clock.
Ruling on the field stands. Touchdown.
There you go. And that, folks, is the SunTrust shining moment of the game.
Yeah, and really just not enough. No view we had was enough to overturn that play. So jubilation right now on the Georgia sideline.
They'll try the point after again because they waved it off to review the play. Now here's Marshall Morgan for the point after try. Theus with the snap, Erickson the hold, Morgan the kick. It's good. 38-37. Dogs lead for the first time tonight with 1:49 to go in the game. Wow. Down 20 in this half. And now we lead by a point.
And Auburn, 1:49 on the clock. Outside of the last 2 series, they've been able to move the football up and down the field at will. Last 2 series, Dogs have just brought everything they could to bear down on Nick Marshall. And they 2 3 and outs. We'll see how they come out and play this. But, boy, what a football game.
We trailed by 20 in this quarter. It was 37-17 with 12:39 to go. Auburn just kicked the field goal to go up 20, 37-17. Wow. 38-37. The Dogs have quieted this crowd, but they'll rev up again in a minute with $1:49 to go in the contest, and one of the most high-octane offenses anywhere in college football will get the football and try to do something with 3 timeouts and 1:49 to go. And they're only down 1, so a field goal could win it.
Yeah,
Parkey's already got 3 field goals tonight. He's 3 out of 4. And his distance, he's never kicked a 50-yard field goal. His distance, his career long is 47.
Well, but Parkey's got the leg. We've seen it just with him kicking off consistently, booting it out of the end zone. We do have the 1 block. One thing that we've seen from Parkey on longer range field goals, or just with him kicking off as well, a lot of line drives. We did get the 1 block earlier in the game as well.
We're not even to that point yet. We'll see how it goes on the kickoff here. Georgia's go-ahead drive, covered 45 yards, 9 plays, 5-yard touchdown run for Murray. That's brought to you by Cooper Tires. Life's a road trip. Come on, let's go. Here's Marshall Morgan to kick it away. Mason and Grant are the deep receivers. No, Mason and Bray, excuse me. Mason and Bray. Ball falls off the tee. A little bit of wind gusting up. Blowing to our left as we view it here from the press box. Minute 49 to go. What a comeback by Georgia. Now the ball falls off the tee again, and we may have to have a guy that holds it. One of the officials is going to come up and he's going to say, yeah, it blows off again. We're going to have a guy put his finger on the ball. That'll be Sheldon Dawson. So Dawson, who's one of the gunners on the kickoff coverage unit, will have to put his finger on the ball and hold it on the tee. And Marshall Morgan will have to kick it away. The wind would not let the ball stay on the tee. Kicking to the left, here's Marshall Morgan. 38-37, Georgia's taking a 1-point lead. High, end over end, hanging, going to come down short of the goal line at the 7. To the 10, to the 15, to the 20. That's Bray, wrapped up by Connor Norman at the 21-yard line. Now the defense got to go to work. Minute 45 to go, and Georgia has a player shaken up. Dogs have an injured player on the field. Is that Vavlis?
I think it is.
It's Costa, yeah.
Yeah, it looks like his calf, his right calf, I think, is just cramping up. He went down immediately and started grabbing for it.
Auburn with the ball on their own 22-yard line as they try to save their season. They've had a miracle year trying to keep pace with Alabama in the West and set up a major showdown in 2 weeks in the Iron Bowl right here on this field. But Georgia trying to be the fly in the ointment tonight and keep their own hopes of an SEC East Division championship alive.
Boy, and the adversity that this Georgia team has had to fight back from in this fourth quarter, just unbelievable somehow after really getting beaten down the entire game on both sides of the ball. Found the strength in this fourth quarter to do exactly what they needed to. Every time they had the ball on offense, able to stick it into the end zone. And then defensively, we had to have 3 and outs, exactly what we dialed up. Now we need to call on our defense one more time.
21 straight points rattled off by the Bulldogs after being down 20 with 12:39 to go here in the fourth quarter. The Dogs got a 5-yard score on a pass play from Murray to Wooten, and then a 24-yard touchdown pass to Artie Lynch, and just moments ago a 5-yard touchdown run by Murray. Auburn's at the 22-yard line. They're on, moving right. Play fake. Marshall will roll out to the near side. Throw the run. Oh, nearly intercepted by Shaq Wiggins. He broke on the ball to broke up the pass play at the 30-yard line, trying to go to Quan Bray in front of the Auburn bench. And boy, Wiggins almost just lit the sideline on fire. He nearly had a pick. He was able to get 2 hands on it and break it up with a diving effort.
Yeah, he had to dive to go get that one. We played a soft cover too. Shaq had help over the top, allowed him to burst on that ball.
2nd and 10 from the Auburn 22. Clock stopped with the interception at 1:39. Marshall drops back. 2 receivers to the short side of the field. That's left and 2 to the right. Snap to Marshall. He flings it. It's caught at the 28, and it's going to be short of the first down. The tackle is made by Damian Swan, who grabs Marcus Davis around the waist and pulls him back. They give him up to the 31-yard line, a 9-yard pickup. 3rd and 1. Clock moving at 1:20. Shotgun to Marshall. Fake to Mason. He runs it. Runs straight ahead. Marshall keeps it and picks up 4 yards in the first down to the 35. That'll stop the clock temporarily at 1:14.
Well, the Damian Swan tackle on that 2nd down play, even though it was a 9-yard pickup, he kept him from getting the first down, so precious seconds ticked off the clock.
Floyd made that tackle for Georgia. Snap to Marshall. Flings it left to Coates. He's reversing his field, coming this way laterally, avoiding all the Georgia defenders. We're grabbing on his shirt. Now we're going to eat him up back on the 32-yard line. A true team tackle. We had 8 guys making the stop. Jordan Jenkins clinging to his jersey for life. Corey Moore came in and hit him, and they slowed him down. Coates went all the way across the field laterally.
30-second timeout.
The ball is on the 33-yard line. Auburn calls a time. 54 seconds to go. And it's going to be 2nd down and 12 for the Tigers.
Boy, would you just talk about individual efforts? Jordan Jenkins holding on to his jersey and just not letting go for anything. What a fantastic play.
Both teams huddling up around their coaches. Wilson, Moore, Jenkins All three of those guys involved in that tackle. Jenkins had a shirt tail, and Josh Harvey Clemens. As we said, it was a team effort to stop Sammy Coates. He caught it on the far side at the numbers on the far side of the field and immediately started running down the line of scrimmage trying to find a gap, and he never did. 33-yard line. That's the line of scrimmage. Second down and 12 for Auburn. They've got 2 timeouts left, 54 seconds. Georgia leads at 38-37. The Dogs have come back from 20 points down. Marshall's in the shotgun. They bring a man in motion. Now they line him up next to Marshall. He fakes twice, fakes the throw, fakes the handoff with time in the pocket, looking downfield. Now rolling to the right, he throws it downfield, and it's caught and dropped. And out of bounds on the near sideline, incomplete on every count.
Boy, he was there, too, and actually had the ball in his grasp. It was Corey Moore that came over and just delivered a big blow on the sideline to finally break it up.
That was Trevon Reed. First time they tried to go to him tonight. Yeah, Moore gave him a whack, and he couldn't hang on. Third down and 12 from the 33 for Auburn. Clock at 45 seconds. Marshall in the shotgun, looks to the near side. Auburn frantically sending in the offensive signals. 3rd and 12 for the Tigers. Calling for the ball, snap. Marshall looks downfield. Oh, we grabbed his leg, and we sack him back on the 26-yard line. We grabbed his leg. He was trying to pull away, and he could not escape the grasp of Jordan Jenkins, who grabbed his leg and hung on, and Floyd came over the top and ground him into the turf, and now it's 4th and a mile for Auburn, and the clock at 36 seconds.
Auburn, second timeout of the half,
36 seconds. Marshall shaking up on the play, a little bit slow to get up. Auburn might have one more play in the tank here. 4th down, 18 to go. Tigers back on their own 26-yard line. Let's check in with Chuck on the sideline. Cook's Pest Control Report. Chuck.
Well, this team, it's amazing standing over here. With these young men, they know they're one play away from clinching this game when they were dead and buried. And the enthusiasm, the energy over here right now is just palpable.
I want to know what Mark Rick said when he huddled up the team.
It was animated, I'll tell you that. I couldn't hear it. The place pretty loud, and I was standing fairly close, but it was short, and it was extremely animated.
4th down, 18 to go. Ball on the 26-yard line for the Tigers. Here's the ball game, folks. 36 seconds to play. Now Georgia will call a timeout as Auburn gets set to line up.
First timeout of the half. 30-second timeout.
And the Dogs came out with 3 defensive linemen. Looks like we were going to drop 8, try to keep us in front of the chains.
Both teams again will huddle up in front of their sidelines. 38-37. Georgia trying to pull off a miracle finish here. They were down 20 points with 12 minutes and change to go in the game. They have scored 3 unanswered touchdowns here to take the lead by 1. And Auburn's offense, which has racked up almost 500 yards of offense, has done very little here in the last 12 minutes of this contest. And Georgia's defense is hoping it can stay that way for one more play. Auburn up to the line. Defense getting set for Georgia. Official standing over the ball. 4th down, 18 from the Tigers' own 27-yard line. They're moving right. 2 receivers wide to the left, 2 men in the backfield, 1 receiver right, and Nick Marshall. They slide a man in motion. There's the snap. Marshall back, looking in the pocket. Going to go deep down the field, and that ball will be, oh my God, tipped and caught. Touchdown Auburn. Holy smokes, I don't believe it. We tipped it. We had 3 guys that tipped it. They had a man running in stride and caught the tip for a touchdown, but there's flags back on the field.
That's going to be on us for taking off our helmets just in disbelief. But I'll tell you what, that ball should have been intercepted. If we don't touch it, nothing happens on the play. We bounced it up in the air right into the hands, I believe it was Ricardo Lewis, wasn't it, who caught it in full stride.
Shades of LSU and Kentucky and the miracle on the bluegrass. Auburn has scored a touchdown.
The result of the play is a touchdown.
Unbelievable.
Number 90.
Oh, my goodness. 73-yard touchdown on a tipped pass that either should have been intercepted or batted to the turf to win the game for Georgia. Has turned the other way.
Boy, and I've been in a lot of football games, seen a lot of them. I'm not sure if I've seen one that is this heartbreaking for a team to fight back the way that this Georgia squad did and to lose it on that play. Just unbelievable. There's still 25 seconds, and with what we've seen here, you never know what could happen. But wow, that just takes the air out of the lungs for the Bulldog Nation.
Ricardo Lewis, 73-yard touchdown, and a fluke at best. There's no way that pass ever should have been caught by a blue jerseyed player, but it was, and now they lead it 43-38 with 25 seconds left.
On the play, we also had a Georgia helmet coming off. The players took those helmets off. Those are unsportsmanlike. They all occurred during the dead ball. They offset.
Auburn they're going to go for two, I think. They don't have Parkey on the field. They've got Marshall there. 43-38. I can't believe that. Unreal.
Unreal is right.
Tigers on the near hash will line up and go for two. Marshall flips it, and they'll throw it into the end zone, and we'll keep him out of the end zone for the two-point conversion. He flipped it to one of the motion men, and they tried to go to Uzama for the two-point conversion, as it was Jonathan Wallace, a backup quarterback, that threw the pass, but the two-point conversion was no good. So the score remains 43-38. Oh, my goodness.
And they just showed the replay. If we don't touch the ball.
Who tipped it? Could you tell? We'll take a look at another replay.
We had three guys around the ball. It was Corey Moore, I think, that tipped it. He was there with Josh Harvey Clemens.
And Trey Matthews as well. Matthews was the last to get up off the turf. One of those guys tipped it. And Lewis just stayed in stride and caught the tipped ball. If that ball goes left or right in another direction,
it's a ball game.
It's a ball game. Oh, unbelievable.
Well,
fill in the blank there between the unbelievable.
In a game of miracles, though, who knows? Maybe we've got one more in us.
Oh, jeez. 25 seconds to go. We've got 2 timeouts left. Well, they had us dead and buried, and then we had them practically dead and buried. And they have, at least for the time being, trumped our miracle with one of their own. 43-38, Auburn by 5. Dogs need a touchdown in the last 25 seconds to send the red and black home happy. Parkey will kick it off. He's boomed him out of the back of the end zone all night long, and he'll do it again here. Kind of a low-line drive. That will sail into the student section behind the end zone. All right, Georgia gets the ball at the 25-yard line, and you got 25 seconds to work with for 2 timeouts. And this place is re-energized like it hasn't been all night. 43-38. Well, that play will go down in Auburn lore, kind of like the Beluda Scott has in Georgia lore.
Yeah,
Believe me.
There's no question.
All right, Georgia puts 2 out to the near side, and one of them is Gurley, and 3 to the right side. Empty set for Murray. 25 seconds to go. We're down 5 from our own 25. Murray back to pass. They rush 4. Murray runs up, finds Lynch in the middle of the field at the 40, the 46, the 47. He's crawling there, and the clock will stop with 18 seconds temporarily to reset the first down marker, and Georgia calls a time.
Georgia, second timeout of the half. 30-second timeout.
Well, they got 22 yards on the pass play to Artie Lynch, and the ball's now on our own 47-yard line. Only 18 seconds to go, and we need a touchdown again to win the game.
Yeah, good job there by Aaron Murray, stepping up in the pocket, buying himself a little bit more time. Auburn sitting back, playing prevent defense, allowing anything to happen underneath. But good job moving the chains. We can get one more play to get us down to the 30, 35-yard line. That opens up some options, but Scott, you nailed it. We need another miracle of our own.
One heck of a finish, I can tell you that. But right now, you got an empty, sick feeling if you're a Georgia fan, right in the middle of your belly. 18 seconds to go, Dogs. We're on our own 47. Murray back to pass. Chased out of the pocket. Throws on the run. Caught by Wooten at the 30. Wooten across the field. Down to the 25. 9 seconds to go. Clock stops again. 8 seconds. They ran off another second.
Timeout, Georgia. The third and final timeout of the half.
Mark Richt 15 yards out on the field to get Penn Wager's attention to ask for the timeout. And the clock's down to 8. You got definitely one play, maybe two, depending on what the play is. And we're on the Auburn 25-yard line, as that was a pickup of 31 on the pass to Rantavius Wooten. Murray over 400 yards passing. 415 yards passing for the SEC's all-time leader. This is the fourth 400-yard game of his career. And a third touchdown pass would win it for the Dogs with 8 seconds to go.
And Aaron Murray had to scramble and move up on that one. Was very close to going over the line of scrimmage. Got that ball out about a half step before he crossed the line.
All right, 8 seconds. Maybe the last play, maybe not. We'll see. Dogs on the Auburn 25-yard line, 1st and 10. 8 ticks left in the fourth quarter. 43-38. Auburn got a miracle on a 73-yard touchdown pass to Lewis moments ago after Georgia tipped the ball. Here we go. 3 receivers to the near side, 1 to the far side. Murray back to pass. Pump fake. Throws it for the corner of the end zone and incomplete. 3 seconds left. Incomplete in the back right corner of the end zone. Trying to go to Jonathan Rump at 6'5". Trying to get a little size on it over there. He was double covered.
Offside.
And a flag on the play.
Defense. 5-yard penalty. First down.
Well, it gets us 5 yards closer. Down to the 20-yard line.
And Aaron Murray let that ball go. Never really gave Rump a chance. Ball was thrown out of bounds. And here's your ball game.
1st and 5 on the 20. Only 3 seconds to go. And Auburn wants a time, I think. The line judge comes running in, puts his whistle in his mouth, and says Auburn calls a time.
Auburn. 3rd and final timeout of the half.
Well, what do you have here? On the 20-yard line. What do you go with here? Put on your offensive coordinator hat. Do you need something tricky, or can you just go something that you work on time and time again that's in your regular arsenal?
Yeah, listen, you go here what is in your arsenal, that you have practiced, that you have done over and over again. The Hail Marys, the hook and laterals, those type plays, you just don't run quite enough. You're on the 20-yard line right now. You've got every play in the playbook. You're going to have an Auburn team right now that is going to sit back on the goal line and go up and just try to knock it down. It's just a matter of keeping the ball in play, letting your guy go up and at least fight for it and have a chance.
Dogs are in the Red Baron red zone again. Get a Red Baron pizza before the next game. Get a taste of the tradition. Jonathan Rump, 6'5", lined up wide to the right. Conley, Wooten, Bennett on the near side. Murray in the shotgun. Here's the game. Sets up, rolls to the near side. Now moves up, throws, and he's hit as he throws. And the ball lands as it flutters down to the 7-yard line, incomplete. Murray got whacked, and that's the ball game. As Auburn wildly runs onto the field. Murray assisted up. His last pass was incomplete. He got hit as he was trying to step up, run up in the pocket, and throw on the run. Get a better look at who was in the end zone, but the ball never got there. And Georgia has run out of miracles and run out of time.
Well, Scott, it's a game that we never should have been in, and then it's a game that we never should have lost.
Wow, that's poetic. Holy smokes. Here, you take my headset. Auburn wins it 43-38, but you're right on both counts. We were down 20 with 12 and a half minutes to go in this fourth quarter. Scored 3 unanswered touchdowns and had them 4th and 17, 4th and 18. And they scored a miracle 73-yard touchdown on a pass that we batted in the air in triple coverage. And they caught the tip in stride and got the game-winning touchdown with 25 seconds left. Unbelievable finish as Auburn stays alive and keeps its dreams alive for an SEC championship. And Georgia's Eastern Division chances are dashed here on the Plains tonight. Final score, Auburn 43, Georgia 38. We'll head into the postgame right after this on the Bulldogs Sports Network from IMG.
Know who the best road team in college football is? Tires Plus. We really know how to handle the pressure, and we've got all the tools and expert talent you need to help you engineer the winning drive so you can get to every game and cheer your team on to a big victory. Hey fans, get up to $140 in mail-in rebates on select Bridgestone tires, wheel alignments, and when you use your new or existing Tires Plus credit card. Visit TiresPlus.com for details. Tires Plus. The plus is in everything we do.
As a football fan, you gotta love a great drive to the end zone. And as a driver, you gotta love a great drive on the road. And while you can't do much to help with that drive to the end zone, besides cheer like crazy, you can help with your drive on the road. Always fill up with Texaco with Techron. Its unbeatable cleaning power helps minimize deposits and keep vital engine parts clean, so you get great performance you can count on, drive after drive. Texaco with Techron. Keep humming along.
We're connecting more people to more places. Southwest Airlines now offers new nonstop service from Atlanta to San Juan. Book now online, only at Southwest.com. We are Southwest. Welcome aboard.
This is your home of the Dogs. You're listening to the Bulldogs Sports Network from IMG.
I'd like a Coke Zero, please. Coke Zero, huh? Real Coke taste and 0 calories. Two amazing things combining to make one super amazing thing. If they can do that, then anything is possible. Let's have a waiter who tells us the specials and gives us game updates.
Tonight, gentlemen, we have the New York Strip, and the point guard hits a deep last-second three to win the game.
How about a hostess who takes you to your seat and drives you home?
Hi, ready to go?
Anywhere.
Coke Zero. Enjoy everything.
At AT&T, we know that more is better than less. And right now, we have a deal that gives you more of what you want. A lot more. Get a free Samsung Galaxy Tab 3 when you buy a Galaxy S4 or a Note 3 this holiday season. That's right, a free Samsung tablet. So you don't have to choose between a hot new smartphone or a slick new tablet. AT&T. Rethink possible. AT&T reminds you to never text and drive. It can wait.
Offer ends 11/23/13. Supplies are limited. Each with new 2-year agreement and qualified service while promo supplies last. Activation, early termination, and other fees and conditions may apply. Offer subject to change. Visit att.com for all requirements.
And Georgia's come fighting back. It's 37-31 with 1:56 to go. It's 4th and goal from the 5. 3 receivers near side, 1 to the far side. Murray in the shotgun. There's the snap. Murray looks. Now he runs. He will run. And Murray, I think he got there. Did he get there? Yeah! He broke the plane. He ran it straight down the far hash, and he got the ball across the goal line. It took a while for him to signal, but the line judge came running in and raised his arms.
Well, there's your AT&T call of the game. AT&T is the nation's fastest and now most reliable 4G LTE network. A catastrophic loss for the Bulldogs here in the end. Aaron Murray with that touchdown with $1:49 left. The Dogs defense able to hem in Auburn, put them back into a 4th and 18 situation deep in their own territory on the 27-yard line, and then Auburn is able to pull out the miracle victory on a tipped ball and 73-yard touchdown pass. Again, a catastrophic loss in that there's just no way we should lose that football game, Zane.
Yeah, there really is. At that point, that's right. At that point, that's right. We were outplayed for 3 quarters. We dominated the 4th quarter, and then on a 4th down play, and they're teeing it up right now in the stadium and showing it. This crowd is still half capacity, and they are going crazy again. But it was a deep bomb. We had 3 guys around the football. We go to catch it. It bounces up in the air. If we do nothing, we win the game. If we knock it down left or right, we win the game. We knock it forward right into the waiting arms of Lewis, who catches it in full stride and off to the races. But Hondo, it's a play you should never, ever lose on. You're right.
Georgia was able to march down the field, get to the 20-yard line with 3 seconds left. Aaron Murray scrambling out of trouble, tried to hit a receiver cutting across. I'm not sure who it was. He was open at about the 3 or 4 yard line, not in the end zone. Had somebody trailing him. It would have been a battle to get into the end zone. But Georgia just comes up short, and now we're 6-4, and we'll host Kentucky. And it's boy, oh boy, is that ever a tough one to swallow, Scott Howard. This one, I think, I'm not sure which one of you just said it during the commercial, but this one's going to stay with us for some time.
Yeah, what we thought was going to be a comeback for the ages ends up, as you said, a disastrous and catastrophic loss because you were this close and you just had it taken away from you. So, there's no time to lick your wounds, though. I mean, now Georgia's got to go home and hope that this one doesn't carry over to next week against Kentucky, because you certainly can't let that happen.
Yeah, and it very easily could, and it stings so bad because of how you fought back to get in the position that you were in. But you're right. This is the kind of football game that can stick with a program, not just for 1 week, but for weeks to come.
Yeah, you read my mind, and I was happy when I was thinking that we're going to be playing Kentucky next week, and not that I'm dismissing any opponent, but it certainly isn't a top 10, top 20, top 30 team in the nation. Okay, we're going to take a break, then come back with more from Auburn. We'll go down to the locker room and talk to Coach Richt. Our Chuck Dowdle is down there getting settled right now. Thanks for listening. It's a heartbreaker. Auburn beats Georgia 43-38 on a miracle play by the Tigers. A crazy miracle play, folks. This is the Bulldog Sports Network from IMG.
Nothing matches the excitement of Georgia football. The tailgating, the roaring crowd, the on-field action. But if you can't make it to Sanford Stadium to root the Bulldogs on to victory,
and you find yourself enjoying the game from the comfort of home, Georgia Power is committed to delivering reliable power to make your game day experience even better for you, and all at a price below the national average. Visit GeorgiaPower.com to learn how you can save money and energy. Georgia Power, official energy partner of Game Day, official energy partner of you.
Planning a major construction project or looking for a contractor to provide maintenance or service for a current endeavor? Choose a contractor who is signatory to the UA, the United Association of Union Plumbers, Fitters, Welders, and Service Technicians. UA contractors are the best in the business. They employ only craftspeople with the training and skill to do the job right, and Congress has recognized the UA and its signatory contractors for their Veterans in Piping program to train and employ returning veterans. Learn more at UA.org.
The dogs are heard right here. This is the Bulldog Sports Network from IMG.
When things get busy, the less you have to think about, the better. So this holiday season, it's great to know you can depend on your neighborhood Kroger. You'll find low prices on everything you need to help stretch your dollar further. Whether it's quick and easy meal solutions for dinner, extra napkins for when you're having friends over, or extra batteries, just in case, you'll find all the everyday basics at Kroger for less. It's convenience you can count on at prices that help you stick to your budget. And that helps keep the holidays light. Find more of what you need this holiday season at low prices every day at Kroger.
What a great deal. Buy 10 and save 5 right now at your neighborhood Kroger. Mix and match 10 participating items and save $5 instantly at checkout with your Plus card. Stretch your dollar on Pepsi, 7-Up, Doritos snack chips, and lots more. The Buy 10, Save 5 sale is happening now. Bright spirits, low prices at Kroger.
This is the Regions Bank Locker Room Report. Regions Bank, official bank of the SEC. Today's show is also brought to you in part by Kroger, great food, low prices. By Georgia Farm Bureau Insurance. By Cooper Tires, life's a road trip. Come on, let's go. By ServPro, fire and water damage cleanup and restoration. ServPro, like it never even happened. By Nature's Own, the official bread of UGA. Allstate Insurance, are you in good hands? And by Southwest Airlines. Now back to the stadium once again. Here's Neil Hondo Williamson.
Heartbreaking loss for our Bulldogs tonight here at Auburn, 43-38. Coach Richt is available down in the locker room. Let's throw it down to Chuck Dowdle. Chuck.
Thanks a lot, Hondo. I'm here with Coach Richt, and obviously very disappointed locker room. And Coach, it's as much sorrow as I think we all feel about the outcome of that game. I think everybody in the Bulldog Nation feels the same amount of pride for the way these kids fought back down 20 in the fourth quarter and took a lead.
Oh yeah, it was a lot of fight. Really kind of an amazing game. Get back in it to really take the lead, get them to 4th and 18, whatever it was, and then to have a miracle on their part happen. Then we go down the field and take 2 shots, or at least have 2 opportunities to throw it in the end zone. I mean, we about had a miracle of our own there after that one. But yeah, I mean, you got to be proud of the effort. I mean, there's no issue there. Auburn's a really good team. Played a really good team and played at their place and took their very best shot and just about stole one.
You preach, finish the drill, and I don't think there's any better example in the way this team did that in the fourth quarter.
Well, we didn't quite finish it all the way. We played well in the fourth quarter, but we didn't finish it. If we finished it, we'd have won it, and didn't do that. But we did about everything as close as you can possibly get to doing it. We did it.
What was in the first half? Defense was out there an awful lot, and the offense was struggling a little bit, but then things turned around for you late.
Yeah, they were running the ball well, inside, outside, the things they like to do, controlling the ball a little bit, and it took us a little while to get used to it. I mean, you just can't simulate that. Great speed at the tailback position, really outstanding speed at the quarterback position. You just can't really simulate it. But I think once we got a better feel for it, we played it a little bit better in the second half. Actually played it a lot better in the second half than when we started putting some points on the board. We got them a little bit out of their comfort zone and looked like we were about to have one of the greatest comebacks around here in a long time, but it didn't quite happen.
You said coming in at halftime you felt like you showed you could move the ball on that last drive, and that was certainly the case. You went back out and took the opening drive of the second half.
Right. Really good drive, getting us within, I guess it was 13 or whatever it was, but reducing the score. No, I think it was 10 at that time. It was 27-17. And, the whole game to go left, so certainly had plenty of time. But then they go right down and score, and before you know it, we score enough and get some good field position, finally get some good coverage on our kicks and get some big stops. And they started to feel it, obviously, as we were kind of closing in on them. And if it weren't for that last play, we would have finished it.
All right, I'm going to give you a second here, and we're going to take a break. Hondo, let me throw it back up to you, and we'll come back and finish up here with Coach Rick.
All right, thank you, Chuck. Chuck just mentioned it would have been, or Coach Rick just mentioned, it would have been one of the greatest comebacks. In fact, it would have been the greatest fourth quarter comeback in Georgia history. Only the greatest prior to this since 1942, when they have records dating back to that, was 17 points. The Dogs coming back from 20 down. Unfortunately, the crazy end, and Georgia loses today to Auburn 43-38. One we'll have to watch for a lot of years on highlight reels and low light reels. We'll be back with more with Coach Richt in the locker room. 43-38 Auburn wins. This is the Regions Bank Locker Room Show. Regions Bank, the official bank of the SEC, on the Bulldog Sports Network from IMG.
Did you know there's a hotel right in the heart of the University of Georgia campus on South Lumpkin across from Stegman Coliseum? Not everyone knows this, but everyone is welcome at the UGA Hotel. 200 guest rooms and suites, 2 restaurants, a coffee shop serving Starbucks, a tavern, free wireless internet, and free shuttle service to downtown Athens. The UGA Hotel and Conference Center at the Georgia Center. Learn more at ugahotel.com.
Jason?
Claire, we won the lottery jackpot.
What?
I know, it was only $15 million.
Why were you even playing when it wasn't in the triple digits?
I felt lucky, okay?
How will we get the kids new shoes or fix the dryer? $15 million? Really, Jason?
I'm so ashamed.
No one ever complained about winning $15 million. So play the new Mega Millions with jackpots now starting at $15 million and Powerball starting at $40 million from the Georgia Lottery. Because any jackpot is a good jackpot. Today could be the day. Please play responsibly.
Don't go anywhere. The Dogs are coming right back. You're listening to the Bulldogs Sports Network from IMG.
We know you love the SEC. At Regions, we do too. We've been the official bank of the SEC for 20 years now. On game day, we're the same kind of tailgating, face-painting, in-your-face screaming fans that you are. Of course, we're also dedicated bankers too, who give you the best way to bank anytime, anywhere with Regions mobile and online banking and more than 1,700 branches and 2,100 ATMs. Better banking has its fans too. Try us and you'll see. Regions, official bank of the SEC. Member FDIC, equal housing lender.
You know those folks who say they're like a good neighbor? Well, odds are the nice folks at Georgia Farm Bureau Auto Insurance actually are your neighbors. Yep, every single one of us lives right here in Georgia. So if you need car insurance with great coverage and exceptional service, all at a great rate, we're ready to meet you. Plus, a portion of your premium goes back into our local communities to support education and agriculture. Georgia Farm Bureau Auto Insurance, 100% locally grown. To learn more, visit us online today at gfb.org.
Back at Jordan-Hare Stadium, today's Locker Room Show is brought to you by Regions Bank. Regions, the official bank of the SEC. Let's throw it back downstairs to Chuck Dowdle with Coach Rick. Chuck?
Thanks a lot, Hondo. Coach, we've been through, as adults, we've been through an awful lot. These young men are, still learning their way through life, and to go through what they've just gone through out there, to fight like they did. What do you say to them?
Well, I said that I thought they were a pretty amazing bunch of guys to get it where we got it, considering we're playing at their home and they're hot, they're believing, and we're having to keep from quitting. Some other teams might have quit and threw in the towel, but we didn't. We fought. We began to score. We began to get some stops. We gained the momentum. We took the lead. It was just really pretty amazing stuff. But then I just also talked about how important it is to be disciplined in life, disciplined on the field, obviously, but also be disciplined off the field as well, and how important it is to get in the habit of doing that. And the more excellence that we have as we prepare and as we go about our business on and off the field, the better off we're going to be, the more blessed we'll be as a people. So, those are some of the things I mentioned. Just let them know that I recognize what it took to get the game to 38-37, and even to get it to that 4th and 18. It took a monumental effort that not many people could have done. Not many teams could have done that. And then just the sadness of what happened and and lessons hopefully we can learn from it.
The final drive that you had, you still had an opportunity, and I know for these kids that meant something too, just to be able to show what they could with that little time to come down the field and still have Auburn sweating.
Yeah, one more time, get the ball down in position to throw it in the end zone twice. We got it in the end zone once, and the other time didn't quite get it there, but we had one more snap that they had to play defense, and obviously anything can happen. So very, very close to having a double miracle, I guess, one for them and one for us.
You go back to work, and Kentucky coming in next week, and, like we always say, they don't care. They're going to come after you.
Yeah, Kentucky, they're not going to feel sorry for us, and we're not going to feel sorry for them either. They had a rough loss, I think, this weekend as well as we did. So, it's going to be very important for us to honor our seniors in their final time between the hedges, and play a game worthy of their careers. And and I know our fan base will do a good job of being there for our ceremony pregame and really let them know how much everybody appreciates those guys.
We appreciate you and appreciate your time. Coach Rick with us here, Hondo, and obviously, all of us very disappointed, and I think still quite a bit shocked. But throw it back to you, and we'll see you a little bit later on in the postgame show.
All right, thank you, Chuck Dowdle, our good friend Chuck, down in the locker room with the disappointed locker room with Coach Rick, and he said a lot of right things there for sure, and talking to the kids about coming from 20 points down at Auburn's place, number 7 team in the nation that is riding such a high, had so much momentum in this game, coming into this game, in the fourth quarter, and our Dogs able to battle back and then almost battle back again. Really incredible how, unfortunately, there are no prizes for moral victories, as we all know, and no one knows that better than our players and coaches, who are, trust me, far more heartbroken than any of us can imagine being at this point. We'll come back with more with Scott Howard and Eric Zier. And don't forget, Jeff Dantzler and Kevin Butler will be taking your calls with Dog Talk immediately following our Regions Bank locker room show. Regions, the official bank of the SEC, 43-38 Auburn with the miracle win on the Bulldogs Sports Network from IMG.
When my son was a boy, he always wanted me to take him somewhere. Now that he's got a family, they're always doing some crazy thing. Boating, snowmobiling. It never ends.
Some people want more out of life, and Safeco insures things that make more possible. And with the Safeco multi-policy discount, you could save up to 15% when you combine your policies. Safeco Insurance. Do more. Insurance is offered by Safeco Insurance Company of America and or its affiliates, Boston, Massachusetts.
Find a local agent near you at Safeco.com.
Attending every game doesn't make you loyal. The pride you feel runs deeper than that, shared with fans from 100 years ago. When you're truly loyal, you are at every game, including the ones before you were born, especially the ones after you're gone. You love your team. Hyundai drivers love their cars enough to be ranked #1 in customer loyalty. See what loyalty looks like at theloyaltyreport.com.
Based on 2013 Brand Key's Customer Loyalty Engagement Index.
This is the Bulldogs Sports Network from IMG.
Let's be honest. Anything that says one size fits all never fits anyone just right. It's because we're all a little bit different with our own preferences and peculiarities. That's why Delta.com gives you the flexibility to personalize your flight with easy upgrades to economy comfort and trip extras like Wi-Fi passes, priority boarding, Delta Sky Club access, and more. You control all the details of your trip because whatever makes you, you also makes your flight your flight. Delta. Keep climbing.
Hey, Bulldogs fans! Make the perfect play this season with Reese's, the official candy of the Bulldogs. Stock up on enough Reese's Peanut Butter Cups to get you through every game. Because there's no greater play than Reese's Peanut Butter Cups' perfect combination of chocolate and peanut butter and NCAA football. And right now at Kroger, you can grab a great deal on standard-sized Reese's Peanut Butter Cups. So head to Kroger today and score your Reese's candy. Reese's. Perfect.
Let's pause 10 seconds for station identification. This is the Bulldog Sports Network from IMG. This one is crazy as a home run bouncing off of Jose Canseco's head and then going over the fence, folks. Just an absolutely nutty game tonight. Aflac Cancer and Blood Disorder cancer patient Rachel Boyd is our UGA Game Ball recipient this week. Rachel is 13 years old from Kathleen, Georgia. Now, Rachel was diagnosed at birth with KTS. That's a rare disease that affects the formation of blood and lymph vessels. When Rachel isn't receiving treatment at the Aflac Cancer Center and Blood Disorder Center, she enjoys watching movies and playing the piano and violin and spending time with her 2 dogs, Chico and Chipper. Rachel absolutely loves the Georgia Bulldogs. Some of her favorite things about football are being with her family, eating snacks, and cheering for the Dogs. Me too, Rachel. Rachel, I hope you will enjoy this autographed game ball from Coach Rick. And remember that all the Bulldog fans out there, we're all cheering for you, honey, and you keep fighting that fight. Through the Children's Miracle Network today, Kroger has agreed to donate $15,000 to Children's Healthcare of Atlanta. That brings our season-long total to date to more than $154,000 from the great folks at Kroger. Thank you so much for your generosity. We need to name a Texaco star player of the game here, gentlemen.
Aaron Murray.
Aaron Murray.
No doubt.
No doubt.
His numbers were 33 of 49, 415 yards. He threw for 2 touchdowns, and he ran for 2. And he almost, put a cherry on top of his Georgia career there at the end of the ball game. But tremendous effort by Aaron tonight.
Yeah, he put that first cherry on top, and then it got knocked off, and then he almost put the second one on
That's
top,
right. He almost got another one.
Yeah, he sure did. Great job by Aaron tonight. We'll take a break, come back with more. Don't forget, Jeff Dantzler, Kevin Butler with your calls and Dog Talk. Stay with us. Auburn with one of the craziest miracle victories you'll ever see. 43-38. The Tigers tie up the Dogs tonight here at Jordan-Hare. More to come with the Regions Bank Locker Room Show. Regions, the official bank of the SEC. That's on the Bulldog Sports Network from IMG.
People talk about the internet like there's only one internet that's exactly the same for everybody. But it's not. Because depending on your internet service, your online experience can be very different. Charter Internet is fast. In tech terms, you get speeds of 30 megabits per second. Then there's that phone company DSL internet experience. It's slow, 10 times slower, starting at only 3 megabits per second. In tech talk, I believe the term is lame. But wait, I'm not quite done with my comparison here. With Charter Internet, you get a free internet modem, speeds up to 30 megabits, a price at just $29.99 a month for a year when bundled, and satisfaction guaranteed or your money back. Phone company internet? Well, can I just say that personally, I'm glad that I don't have to do the ads for phone company internet, and let's just leave it at that. Call Charter at 855-342-4278 today and get the good internet.
Some restrictions apply. Call for details.
This is your home of the Dogs. You're listening to the Bulldogs Sports Network from IMG.
Listen up, Bulldog fans. Whether you're driving the ball downfield or driving your car to the game, the right protection is always key. So get the protection you need today. Talk to a local Allstate agent. Switch to Allstate before your current car insurance expires and save an extra 10% with the early signing discount. An Allstate agent will even help take care of all the switching and paperwork for you. So don't make your next drive without the right protection. Call a Georgia Allstate agent today. Subject to terms, conditions, and availability. Savings vary.
Hey mate, welcome to the Bar at Outback, home of the new bar menu starting at just $4.
So what's on special?
Well, we like to say everything.
And later tonight?
Everything.
And tomorrow?
Everything.
So what you're saying is...
everything.
In the Outback, you could say everything's on special in our new bar menu starting at $4 and going all day, every day. Delicious new appetizers like margarita flatbread and tall drinks, they're starting at just $4. Outback Steakhouse. No rules, just right. Only available in the bar area. Prices, products, and participation may vary.
Along with Scott Howard, Chuck Dowdle, Eric Zier, your old buddy Hondo, back on the radio from Auburn, Alabama, where the Tigers have got one to play before every game for the next 100 years. They will probably play that highlight and get the crowd to stand on its feet and go crazy as the Tigers win 43-38 on a desperation 73-yard pass with less than a minute left on 4th and 18. Ball tipped by one of the three Georgia defensive backs who had the play covered. Miraculously goes into the air, and Auburn receiver catches it and runs in unscathed. And game almost over. Dogs drove back to the 20-yard line behind Aaron Murray. We mentioned Aaron is our Texaco star player of the game. Texaco with Techron helps keep vital engine parts clean. Texaco with Techron, keep humming along. Well, men, I don't know what to say except when you talk about adjustments, our team sure made some incredible adjustments in the fourth quarter. When you look at what Auburn was able to do to us in the first half, I'll look at that, 327 yards of total offense in the first half, only 166 in the second half, except for that 73-yard pass. That gets them up much higher. But, if we just knock that ball down and game over, able to hold the Tigers to 166 there in the second half. Pretty great stuff there, Eric.
Yeah, it really was. And some of the adjustments we made there in the fourth quarter when we had to go for broke, we dropped down to cover zero, went man-to-man, and just applied pressure. And as soon as we started to do that, I think Auburn started to feel the heat a little bit too. We really stifled an offense that had been running up and down the field on us. And then on the offensive side of the ball, really went to the quick passing game. In the third quarter, ran a lot of slants, got the football out of Aaron Murray's hands. And then I think it was all will. It was the will of Aaron Murray to find ways to make plays. It was the will of Todd Gurley to find ways to make plays as well. You can throw a lot more guys in that mix. I don't want to leave anybody out, but those two guys stand out just with the fight they had to move the football and find pay dirt.
Nice job of play calling by Mike Bobo, getting the ball into Todd Gurley's hands a lot of different ways. 10 catches tonight for the star receiver, 15 carries, net total yards for Todd Gurley today, buck 56. Not bad against the Auburn defense. All right, Scott Howard, I don't know how to frame it except, miracle and heartbreaking. Miracle for Auburn and heartbreaking I feel for those players and coaches in the Georgia locker room. We could very easily be 7-3 right now and making the argument that I'll still make the argument that I don't know if there are 15 teams better than us in college football today.
Well, I think Eric said it best there at the end of the ball game. When we're down 20, and then you come back and you're taking a 1-point lead there with less than a minute and a half to go, and then they pull off the miracle play and they ended up winning the game. And Eric said that we had no business winning the game or being in the game, and then we had no business losing it. And that's a perfect summation of this game and what certainly our listeners are feeling for the most part right now is that we were on the verge of one of the greatest comebacks in Georgia history, really. I mean, against the number 7 team in the country, a red-hot team at their place. And, everybody knows the history of this series and just the magnitude of games that we've had and the 117 times these two teams have met over 100-plus seasons. This is going to sting for a long time, I think, for Georgia fans. And that was their Beluta Scott play for years to come.
Yeah, it was. Any game like this is going to hurt, but, it's just going to sting. It's going to hurt for a long time.
There's no way to lick your wounds on this one. I mean, you just got to outlast Father Time on this one and just move on to the next one and hope one day, the wound heals.
That's
and
right.
You can smile again.
It's just crazy. It was 37-17. Dogs fought back to 37-24, and then break after break, making our own breaks. We're going our way, plus a couple of freak plays. Auburn on a third down, one of their receiver in motion, faking the speed sweep, runs over the running back, forcing Auburn into a 4th and 6, and they punted, and Georgia able to come down the field and score, and it's 37-31, and then Blake Sailors with an incredible tackle on the ensuing kickoff, and Auburn's backed up, and you have Garrison Smith with the rush, and Damian Swan with the pass breakup, and then Rameek Wilson with the sack, and then Auburn's punter, who's been terrific, shanks one, and suddenly the Dogs have got a chance again, and we come down the field, and Rhett McGowan and Todd Gurley plowing over people for 10 yards, and 17 yards to Michael Bennett and Aaron Murray diving in, and then 4 minutes it felt like for the replay for the touchdown as to whether or not he was in. What a crazy blank game, man.
Yeah, well, that fourth quarter and the last 12 minutes is going to go down in the ages as one of the fantastic finishes in college football. Certainly this year, you'd be hard-pressed to find a better finish that in the intense rivalry of this series. And, Murray scores the go-ahead touchdown on 4th and goal from the 5, and he was improvising there. He wanted to throw it, and he stood in the pocket as long as he could, and then he just had to gut it out, and he apparently barely broke the plane of the goal line and gave Georgia a temporary lead. And then on 4th and a prayer, they win the game by fingertip. It's just unbelievable.
1st and 10 from the Auburn 35. They make a pass to Sammy Coates, who's running east-west. And as he runs east-west, Jordan Jenkins grabs a hold of his jersey, can't bring him down. Coates is a big, strong guy. We saw that earlier in the game. when he was able to break several tackles. Jordan Jenkins hanging onto the jersey. Finally, 2-3 Bulldogs come over, knock him down. It's 2nd and 12. A pass that looked like it would have been complete except over on the sideline, except Corey Moore comes out of nowhere and just destroys the Auburn receiver. Ball is dropped. It's incomplete. It's 3rd and 12. Jordan Jenkins, again, grabs an ankle. All we see is his hand sticking out of a pile as he's lying on the ground, grabs the ankle of Nick Marshall. Leonard Floyd comes in, finishes him off. It's 4th and 18. And, Eric, that crazy butt play.
Yeah.
All right.
It was I'll tell you, just a post or just a takeoff route. One guy running down the field. We had 3 defenders. And listen, a lot of things could have happened on that play. You know, that ball could have been very easily batted down or tipped to the left, tipped to the right. Who knows? Lewis may not make the adjustment. It was a great play by him, too. Let's not.
Yeah, or if he stops to play the ball.
Yeah, and then
he doesn't catch the tip.
He never even saw the ball.
No.
Really, I mean, he was
right
running down, and he saw it get tipped, and he got his head back over to the left and was able to put his hands out. It just hit him in full stride, and there he was off to the races.
All right, guys, any final thoughts before we wrap things up and hand them off to JD and Kevin? Not really.
My final thoughts are all profane, so I can't say anything. No, it's just, try to find a little levity in the situation.
Try to find some
but
levity.
There's not much.
No, and you know what, Scott, the sunshine, if there is sunshine in this, it's as Coach Richt was saying to his team to be down 20 to the number 7 team in the nation here and to come back with the fight that our guys came back with to take the lead, to then lose the lead on that crazy play and to come back with the fight again to put themselves in the position to try to win that game there on the
last play of the game.
From the 20-yard line.
Down on the 20 and still had a shot. I mean,
all right.
It was a great finish.
Coulda, woulda, shoulda game, folks. It's going to wrap up our Regions Bank Locker Room show from Athens. Coming up next, Jeff Dantzler and Kevin Butler with Dog Talk. Next week, we will wrap up our conference and home schedules with a battle against the Kentucky Wildcats under the lights at Sanford Stadium. We initiate our radio action at 3 o'clock. Kickoff for the Bulldogs versus the Cats is at 7 o'clock. We'd like to thank our entire broadcast crew, Scott Howard and Eric Zier with play-by-play and analysis of the Bulldogs, Chuck Dowdle with sideline and locker room reports and interviews. Our producer-engineer tonight here at Auburn is Tony Schiavone. Chris Schiavone is my co-spotter. Campbell Philpott back in the Bulldog studios, producing and providing scoreboard updates. Jay Black, our statistician, a tip of the cap to all of you. This is Neil Hondo Williamson. Final score from Auburn tonight. The Tigers win it 43-38. Thanks for listening to the Bulldog Sports Network from IMG.
This broadcast of University of Georgia football is authorized under rights granted to IMG College, LLC by the University of Georgia and is intended solely for the entertainment of our listening audience. Any publication, rebroadcast, retransmission, or commercial use of the descriptions and accounts of this game without the express written consent of IMG College and the University of Georgia is prohibited. The announcers are selected by IMG College and approved by the University of Georgia.
It was one for the ages at Jordan-Hare Stadium this evening. 7th-ranked Auburn comes out on top, unfortunately, 43-38 over the Georgia Bulldogs. Next Saturday night, the Kentucky Wildcats invade Athens, Georgia, as they take on the Dogs. A 7 o'clock tip from Between the Hedges. We'll be on the air with you in and around the Bulldog Sports Network at 3 p.m. for what is to be a final game for the seniors and number 11, Aaron Murray. That's a week from tonight, 7 o'clock kick, Georgia and Kentucky at Sanford Stadium. Followed up the next week at Georgia Tech. That game time has yet to be determined. That will wrap things up from here inside the IMG Network studios for our entire broadcast crew. I'm Cabell Philpott, reminding you once again the final score from Jordan-Hare Stadium. 7th-ranked Auburn, 43, number 25, Georgia, 38. Good night, everybody.
You've been listening to BB&T Dog Talk on the Bulldogs Sports Network from IMG. BB&T, reliable, dependable, trusted for over 140 years. BB&T, member FDIC. Georgia football has also been brought to you by Aaron's. For furniture, electronics, appliances, and computers. You don't need credit. All you need is Aaron's. By Southwest Airlines. Cooper Tires. Life's a road trip. Come on, let's go. Marathon. Fueling the American spirit. By BB&T. Sharing knowledge for a brighter direction. Member FDIC. By Walton EMC Natural Gas. Kicking it for charity. By your local Sherwin-Williams. Painting questions? Ask Sherwin-Williams. Cook's Pest Control and the Centricon System. The unbeatable combination for termite protection. Regions Bank, official bank of the SEC. Allstate Insurance. Are you in good hands? Reese's Peanut Butter Cups. Reese's. Perfect. Texaco with Techron. Helps keep vital engine parts clean. Keep humming along. Publix, where shopping is a pleasure. By Nature's Own, the official bread of UGA. By SunTrust Bank. Bank how and when you want with SunTrust Mobile Banking. Visit suntrust.com/mobile. Georgia Power, official power source of the Georgia Bulldogs. The Georgia Lottery. Today could be the day. By ServPro, fire and water damage cleanup and restoration. ServPro, like it never even happened. And by State Farm. For auto, home, life, and banking, get to a better state. Get a quote at 1-800-STATE-FARM or statefarm.com. The executive producers of the Bulldog Sports Network from IMG are George Pine and Ben Sutton. Associate producers Joe Potter, Chris Ferris, and Ryan Gribble. Network manager Adam Whitten. I'm staff announcer Carl Shannon. Special thanks to the University of Georgia Athletics Director Greg McGarity and to the staff and management of Cox Media Group. Georgia football is an exclusive presentation of IMG, America's home for college sports.